Good morning, Crawford Kana legends. Welcome back to Crawford Kana. My name is Zach, and today we are live at the Angle Gaming Winner Case, co-sponsored by Pendulum Gaming. Today is going to be an absolute thriller, one I am certainly very looking forward to. Now, we're just getting names all sorted on the stream. My producer's just there at the minute getting everything sorted. A couple of names back to front, but don't worry about that. We love a couple of tech issues at the start, but we are brand new into the set 13 meta, ladies and gentlemen. I am very excited to see what is going to be cooking today. I've had a little look at a few deck lists. We have a nice diverse meta, but as potentially predicted, we've got quite a lot of amber decks here today. Now, if you've been keeping up with any of the previous tournaments, especially the CCQs over in the US of A, you will see that Amber Amethyst has been having quite a positive result in the meta so far. It did take a win so far, but it's also been making top 8 quite often. But the deck to beat, as it seems to be Amber Emerald, continued on from the last set, even with the loss of the dogs. The deck has completely changed up. We've got some different versions available in the deck. We have the aggro version, we've got the songs version, we've even got item versions. It's crazy strong at the minute, but we are getting started here, and this is going to be Kaylee versus John. It appears that Kaylee is on purple steel, and by the looks of it, we're Maleficent there. I imagine that we are going to be playing the villain version with potentially the Shift Maleficent. When it's exerted, you get to draw a card. Very cool card. And on the other side, I see some amber there and potentially some steel. It looks like it's going to be purple steel versus amber steel. This will be one exciting match to get going. Now, traditionally, amber steel tends to have the advantage in this matchup just because they have more removal. However, something that Amber Steel predominantly struggles with is the evasive threats. Now, of course, Kaylee isn't playing the robot version. The bots version, of course, popular by RMB, done really well on the CCQ, narrowly missing out to the boosty deck, red-yellow. That deck is able to get very big characters onto the board very quickly through the use of cards like Syndrome, which actually cheat out the Omni Droids. You do not have the access to these big bodies, so I wonder if Steel Song is going to be able to carry its way through and then overwhelm Kaylee and stop her from being able to get to 20. Now, looks like we've had an Akud sung there on the Angel. Akud at Amudi allows you to play a card for 2 cost less. So Mowgli comes down there, allowing you to look into the hand of the opponent, get rid of an action card, non-character card, but it's the opponent who chooses what goes. Mowgli come down on the board for 0 cost because of Akud at Amudi. We then pay 1 Stitch with 1 ink remaining, and it looks like we are simply just passing on there. These Stitch decks look really fun so far, something that I've been really enjoying seeing. We've got Maleficent Diablo going into the Inkwell, and then we've got Panic coming out onto the board. 3-1 stat line, quest for 2. Really nice to see that in play, something that we're not too used to seeing. I've not seen Pain and Panic cards for a long time in the meta, but I'm certainly glad to see a bit of a different deck coming about. Now, it looks like Kaylee is struggling on card draw, whereas our Amber Steel player is still a large hand with a lot of options. Now, potentially they're going to be looking for the look at this family, which has just gone into the Inkwell, which allows you to search cards in your deck and then bring 2 cards into your hand, 2 character cards. Or we're also going to have the aerial draw. And then we also have cards like 5 cost Stitch, which allows you to quest. And if you have 2 other cards on the board, you're able to draw a card. Now, this Panic card that's down is 3-1 with Rush, but obviously not able to take advantage of that because no exerted characters on the Amber Steel side of the board. We are going to be exerting 3 altogether, and then we're going to be playing down Maylin Lee. Very nice to see this. This has been very popular in a lot of the Amber decks, including the Ruby Amber decks as well. She allows you to search a few cards your deck and then bring either a red panda card or a song card into your hand. And as you can imagine, this is absolutely clutch for Steel Song, being able to search for those songs. Give the song singing to Ariel when that's out on the field after it's boosted, let you draw more cards, but also just to be able to get a little bit of removal. Very strong play. Now, it looks like we're playing a little bit cautiously so far on the Amber Steel side of things. No cards exerted yet, not done any challenges so far. However, it seems that Kaylee is not rushing ahead too far on the lore, only on 2 lore so far. We're just having a little bit of think about what card we want to take into our hand here. That, of course, going to be revealed to the opponent as well. Kaylee will have knowledge of that when it goes in, so something she can play around. But I think most importantly for Kaylee right now, she needs to focus on getting some card draw. Now, it looks like a Maylin Lee that we brought as well. That's going to be able to do more searching on the following turn, but nothing as of yet. Just got somebody in the chat, asking what round we are. We are fresh live here, my friend. This is round 1 of the tournament. Don't worry, only just started. You have not missed anything. We are going to be here all day for the whole day, so feel free to enjoy this. Obviously, we know Gen Con didn't have a stream this time, so a little bit of a shame. I was looking forward to getting to see the CCQ myself, but don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. We will have plenty of action here, and we have You Broke My Smolder coming down onto the board. The new version of Doc. Very, very fun card. One cost uninkable action allows you to discard your hand and draw 2 cards. And we get another You Broke My Smolder. Kaylee getting all the card draw she needs right here. No bricking allowed in purple steel. And it looks like we're going to be exerting, singing Strength for Rage and Fire, Pain, and then we're going to be taking out Malin Lee. 3 cards on. Of course, purple steel, notoriously strong for its normal curve of 1, 2, 3, 4 sing strength. It works, it works, it works. And the main thing you want to be hitting with those Mowglis is trying to get rid of those strengths early. But it depends on the style of play of the purple steel player. A lot of times, they're not going to bring that strength into the hand at the start if they know they're playing against an amber deck, because they don't want to have anything ripped out of their hand. Thank you for all the support in the chat. Love to hear it. Glad that you are live with us. Thank you very much, my friend Grumpy Marshmallow Y2K. Frankly, the best name I've ever heard in my life. It makes my Crawford Kana username sound a little bit devastatingly poor, but we'll work on that in the future. In Amber Steel, we of course have Angel coming down onto the board. Really strong card here. When you discard a card, you're able to throw a snowball at the opponent, deal 2 damage to one of their characters. So a good bit of board clearing going on here for the Amber Steel player. Only the Angel left on board. Now, the big benefit of this Angel, when we have no cards in hand, it is resist 2. But Isis has come down onto the board here. That is exerted, and then we're able to take it out with our Diablo. Angel is no more. Does not have that resist. That is a very strong start for Kaylee, but once again, the card draw is still a bit of a problem. A massive, massive shame. We are going to need to try and find some draw options. I think we had a Dumbo go down to the Inkwell. That could be a really good draw option in this game, but we see World's Greatest Criminal Mind coming into the hand here from Malin Lee. Not really the option that he's going to want to be using just now, unless there's a way for him to boost up the strength of Isis Vandershield to be able to pop that straight away. 5 strength for to be able to pop a character there, but then Thunderbolt comes down straight in the face. Malin Lee is taken right off the board. A really nice controlling start for Kaylee, up to 5 lore already. But once again, going to have to be inking each turn to try and get to the bigger cards like Demona. Perhaps holding on to this Criminal Mind could be really useful for that Demona coming down later if she's able to get there. Now, card just come down to the board. That is a really, really fun card. This gives Challenger to your characters on board, and then you get additional features as well if you have alien characters on the board. Looks like a Maleficent and Diablo going into the Inkwell for Kaylee. She's going to be questing up 6 altogether. Once again, it looks comfortable, but with way more cards in hand, I feel that the Amber Steel player is going to be able to come back very quickly. Now, Lilo, best explorer ever. She has the effect, come on people, let's move. When you play this character, your other characters gain Challenger +2 this turn. They get +2 while challenging, and then go get them. Whenever this character quest, chosen alien character gets Challenger 2, and this character can challenge ready characters this turn. Very, very cool effect. But we do see the surfboard, not the surfboard, the snowboard and Stitch come down onto the board. 5 cost inkable, quest for 2, and when there's 2 characters or more in the field, and it quests, you are able to draw a card. A nice smaller version of the surfboard Stitch at 7 cost, which allows you to draw 2 cards if you have 2 characters on the field when you play this card. So we're getting a little bit of a better board state here. On Katie's side of the board, we've got the Isis Vanderchill and the Jafar 3-2 stat line. Really is starting to slow down for her, and it looks like our Amber Steel player is able to keep up with the ink so far, getting rid of the cards they don't need, building up the Inkwell. We do see Criminal Mind go into there, obviously not valuing the Demona yet, and we get Lilo coming down onto the board again. Very, very nice. And now we are going to be exerting with the Lilo here. Are we going to be singing, or are we going to be doing something else? We've got 2 cards exerting. No. Stitch is going to go in, take out that Isis Vanderchill, obviously with the effect of Lilo. Since Stitch is an alien character, we can then challenge straight away, and then we are singing Strength for Rage and Fire, able to take out the last card on Kaylee's board. She's got a Cheshire Cat in hand there. Not too bad. Does she have the ink to be able to boost it? She does. Straight away, we're going to be moving that damage off of Stitch, then taking out the other Lilo. 1 Lilo is down. 6-1 deficit. Kaylee in the lead so far. Yet again, no cards in hand. Now, are we top decking for Amber Steel as well? It looks like it. Both players really struggling with resources, but Malin Lee comes down at a clutch time, allowing him to draw additional cards, search through for a song card or a red panda card. I think we're going to be getting a song coming into hand. Yes, I find well flat them. Obviously, not too useful at the minute. No items on the board, but a very cool tech card that is working fantastically in this meta. The Ruby Amber decks especially rely heavily on items. This could be really clutch for him in later matches. We're going to be questing with the Lilo there, going for one. Is he going to exert the Stitch, gain some more draw, try and get another card in hand to play out? The risk is, of course, if the Cheshire Cat can do some damage into the Lilo, then move it onto Stitch. But we decide to challenge the Cheshire Cat, get it straight off the board. Kaylee is going to be drawn, and we are passing turn 2-6 deficit for Amber Steel. But I really do think they're in quite a comfortable position. Not the top deck that Kaylee's wanting to see. 1 Cosmolefs 2-2 stat line. If she's able to get the shift off this is going to be great for her. And it looked like we had a Dumbo boosted underneath it, but Angel comes down on the board. Snowball straight in the face of Maleficent. Very nice play from Amber Steel. And unfortunately, Kaylee top decks into Strength of a Raging Fire. Now, Strength of a Raging Fire allows you to do damage to the characters on board based on how many characters you have. For every character, you're doing 1 single damage. With no characters on board for Kaylee, she is able to do nothing whatsoever. Our Amber Steel player just questing out here, going up 7, taking the lead. We have, looks like Pain coming onto the board here. 5-3 stat line. That's going to be able to do some damage. But if we kept that Criminal Mind, we would have been able to pop that straight away, and they would have been able to get card draw with the Aerial. Perhaps something that he's going to be wishing he didn't get rid of yet. Now, if we're able to find another Angel to draw again, we can guard 2 cards and try and get rid of the Pain, but we'll say only 1 card in hand. If it's a song, we've got a chance of singing with Aerial to be able to get some cards there, but I'm not too sure it is at the minute. We are going to be exerting. It looks like 5, I think. Oh my God, we have the big team Lilo and Stitch coming down onto the board. This is a phenomenal card. 3-5 stat line, quest for 3, but it also has support. This means that you can quest with this card, boost up the strength for one of your characters to take out one of the opponents, or you can give their strength to the opponent and then take them out with a Criminal Mind. Now, if they're running something like Gaston in the deck as well, this could be really, really clutch for them. We tend to not see it in the Amber Steel decks. Lilo is going to be using the effect for Angel's challenge ready. We are then going to quest now, going to 11 altogether. Kaylee still top decking, but most importantly, Lilo and Stitch has the resist as well, meaning whatever damage that Kaylee does into it is reduced by 1. This is going to be so hard for Kaylee to get rid of, especially with just 1 single Diablo on board, 1-3 stat line. Of course, with another villain character, that card is going to boost in strength, but another Lilo and Stitch comes down. Clutch play from Josh, really showing a massive performance, coming from behind to lead the game. I think at this point, it really is going to be John's game. But Kaylee's been very smart here, holding off in the game, trying to see what other cards are in John's deck, and she can then play around it in the next game. Sorry, wrong name there. Josh, my producer, just giving me a shout in my ear. Yeah, apparently I said John. Guys, don't listen to a word I'm saying. I'm absolutely useless. Sack me immediately. It looks like we have just scooped there, and we are going to be moving on to game 2. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but my producer is currently sitting next to me, laughing right in my face about my ability to not be able to read a screen. How abysmal is that? You know what, guys? I'm trying my best. Give me some love in the chat. Let me know. Lorcana's errors are absolutely fine with us. Oh, God, the humility is never going to live this down. Right, so coming on to game 2, Kaylee, of course, is going to be on the play here. This is going to give her a far, far better chance. But we did see the removal for Josh, not John. The removal for Josh has done him quite well in this game, able to take him from a behind-the-board state, let him take over, get rid of all the cards on Kaylee's board, leave her in a top-decking position. This is one of the big issues that I'm seeing with Kaylee's deck so far. We've just not seen any of those draw cards. At least with the bots version of the deck, you're able to do a little bit of control with the shift lines, and then if we get the Syndrome out, you're able to recycle those cards back. So even with an empty hand, you are able to play those cards from your discard. Thank you, Dylan Shergold in the chat. I appreciate you. How already positioned characters being challenged, I see. Now, that is because of Lilo. She gives the ability, if you have an alien character on the board, they are able to challenge readied characters, which is why she is so clutch. The Amber Steel decks at the minute really have had a big focus on Lilo and Stitch, so having plenty of them on the board, the Stitches especially, all aliens. Some people are playing Pleekle in these lists, which of course are aliens too, meaning that we've got a lot of characters in here challenging ready characters. Really, really strong version of the deck that I love to see. But I think the big difference from the last couple of sets that we've seen, it finally feels a little bit quicker again. Really is quite a cool deck, and it's had a really solid win rate. I think most it's quite strong against Amber Emerald, which a lot of people are struggling against just because how wide the board can go. Now, Kaylee is going to be inking the Maleficent there, and she's going to be discarding Pain, I believe, to play out Gantu. Now, this is a 3/3 stat line card, 1 cost that you need to discard a card to be able to play. Really, really good stat line, but the issue with this is she's losing cards early, and because she went first, even less cards than the opponent, so something she may potentially struggle with here if we run out of cards again. Looks like we're going to be inking a Diablo here, spending out on a Diablo, questing for 1 with Gantu going up to a 1 total. Once again, Kaylee takes the lead at the start of the game. Angel on the field for the Amber Steel player. Singer 3 this. So able to sing Akuda Amudi. We're able to sing Strength for Rage and Fire. We're able to sing Criminal Mind. So if there's a way to boost up this Gantu, we could get an early Criminal Mind coming down and then pop him off the board straight away. But the big risk is as soon as we exert Angel, it's going to be ready to be able to challenge something that the Amber Steel player is going to be a little bit conscious of. Being able to sing is really, really useful in this deck. And we don't want to lose our board characters too early. So I'm not sure if they're going to set up for the Akud here. We do stick Lilo and Stitch into the Inkwell. And we are going to sing the Akud Imudi. -2 for the next character that our Amber Steel player plays. Got Mowgli in hand again. I wonder if they're going to go for the same line, try and rip a song or an action card out of the hand of Kaylee. Now, I don't know if you saw that. I saw a Violet Part in hand there. Violet Part, of course, a very, very cool card. With the Shift especially, it's a 4 stat line with Resist and Quest for 2. So it's really hard to get off the board early in the game. Malin Lee going to be coming down for 1 cost, 3 cost character normally, but because of the effects of the Kudet and Moody, lets it come straight out onto the board. And then we are able to search for a song or a panda card in our deck. It looks like another Akud in the hand of Josh there. I mean, not exactly what he's going to be wanting just now, but it could be quite nice on the following turn. We could get a 5 cost character out early, and it looks like we have Panic coming down onto the board, the Rush, with 3/1 Quest for 2, and we're going to be challenging with Gantu, taking out the Angel on the board. We're then going to be questing for 1 with the Diablo, going to 2 altogether. Nice wide board for Kaylee here, looking like a stronger start from the last game, but once again, she just needs to make sure to keep her hand filled. We do see the Maleficent and Diablo in hand there. That's going to be a really nice shift. She can also return 5 cards from her discard back into her deck to be able to play this, but only 2 cards in the hand of Kaylee. I wonder if she's going to try and set up, try and encourage the opponent to get rid of some cards for her so she can get this shift line out. But I don't know if she'd be better trying to protect this Diablo a little bit more. Leaving it exerted is a little bit of a risk, but the good thing is we're predominantly not going to be challenging with Amber Steel. Josh is definitely going to be looking for song options. A little bit hesitant here on exerting Malin Lee. I think it's he is going for. It is Akud comes down onto the board again, -2 for the next character you play. We can ink again, and then that means we can get a 5 cost character out onto the board, or alternatively, might go for the Mowgli. It does go for the Mowgli for free, and unfortunately, no dice there. It's the Violet and Maleficent and Diablo in the hand, so no luck, unfortunately. Mowgli can only rip a non-character card out of the hand, and of course that is the opponent's choice. Some people decide to keep multiple actions in their hand to be able to protect some of the cards, to keep more valuable cards. Some people just decide to send them straight back on their mulligan for a bit of extra protection. Kaylee obviously just not drawn into anything yet. Strength for Rage and Fire goes into the Inkwell, then we are going to be spending all 3 to take out. Which card will he go for? I really think we want to be getting rid of this Diablo, stop the option for the shift. I imagine Josh is probably assuming that Kaylee does have it in her deck there. He's having a good old think about what he wants to get rid of. To be fair as well, Panic is able to quest for 2. He does go for the Panic. I'm not too sure that is the right play. We are getting closer and closer to be able to get that out. Kaylee needs to protect this bird for as long as possible. But that is a very interesting card. We see that she's going to ink the Maleficent Diablo, surprising. And I think it's going to be Violet Par we spend, and then we can move a damage counter across. It is Violet Par. Now, that is a 2 evasive character. Very, very strong. Able to move the 1 damage counter across. Looks like we're going to be sticking that on Malin Lee, potentially. It is only 1 damage that we can move, so we can't take out the Mowgli. It is Mowgli goes on top of. Then we are going to be exerting here, and we take out the Malin Lee. Going to be doing a trade with the Gantu there, a worthwhile trade, then questing with the Diablo, and then pass in turn. Now, I'm really not too happy with this, unless she has managed to find a way to get another Maleficent Diablo. That could have been really, really strong to get. As soon as that card exerts, you're able to draw a card that is a draw engine. She could be really, really valuing in this game, but she has been able to get rid of the singers on board. Mowgli, not doing much for this deck now, not too much for threat for her, so she can build. But once again, Kaylee low on characters. We need to find that card draw from somewhere. Looks like we're exerting 4 here. Looks like it's 3. We've got Lilo, and then we are going to be challenging in with the Mowgli. Of course, able to give Challenger there. That means that Diablo is off the field. Of course, we still had that shift card in hand. That would be devastating, but she's got rid of it, so I don't think she minds as much anymore. 3 lore altogether. Gantu going to be going into the Inkwell, and then we are spending out. We've got the big Violet Par coming down onto the field. Stat line quest for 2 with resist. This card is a nightmare to try and get rid of. This means that Thunderbolt is not able to take out this card. You need a Zeus, which of course is illegal in this set. You can't play that here, but I really struggle anytime that I see this come down. Now, I play a lot of Amber, my pet deck, and even with my bigger bodied characters, I'm struggling to get rid of that Violet, and it means you can get a lot of questing done, staying on the board for a while. Has the effect Heroic Synergy. Whenever you play this for another hero character, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So a really nice way to be able to filter through your deck. We see Stitch come down into the Inkwell, then Ariel comes to the board. We're straight away going to be boosted. Do we have a song that we can sing with the Lilo? This could be a really nice card draw if Josh does have it, but I'm not too sure he does. And no, he's going to be passed on to Kaylee. Definitely wants to find that song in the next turn. If he can get, oh, Hades comes down looking for a deal. This targets a character on, then the opponent decides whether they want to put it on the bottom of their deck or allow the opponent to draw, and they have decided straight away, no, go ahead, you can draw Kaylee, take the cards that you need. This is the exact option that Kaylee is definitely going to be wanting. Once she can start getting cards in her hand, she's going to be in a far better position. If she got a 1-cost, you broke my smolder, that could be nuts, but I don't think she has it. She inks the Gantu, then she's going to be quest now. Looks like 3 lore altogether goes up to 7. Board state is looking very strong for Purple Steel right now. This is going to be quite hard for them to deal with. If they had some more characters, their strength could be clutch to be able to get rid of that Violet part. But I'm not too sure what else they're going to be able to do to get rid of it unless they're able to find another Lilo to boost up the Lilo on the field, get some additional strength to take it down. But even then, I'm not too sure that would be enough. Lilo, of course, being a 2-statted character, this is going to be a really hard card for Josh to be able to play around. Kaylee putting on quite a show here. Massive comeback from the first game where Josh absolutely steamrolled through. Brilliant performance so far from both players. If you are only just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live here at Angle Gaming for their Win a Case event, co-sponsored with Pendulum. And we see he hurled his Thunderbolt coming down the field, taking Hades off the board. That 5-cost off the board straight away. Do us a big favor. Give us some love here, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know what you're rooting for this tournament in the chat. Let me know the colors you're playing this set, and you know what, give us a like and hit subscribe while you're at it. I don't know if you know, but it actually costs nothing. See that? Lorcana discounts on the channel. I'm giving you free subscriptions. I know, I'm so generous. Now, don't tell anyone, but it's actually free all the time on YouTube, so I may be conning you there. But Kaylee gets another Violet part onto the board here. This means every time we're a hero character, she can draw 2 and discard 2. That is really, really good filtering altogether. Now, apologies if you did hear that. I've got my meta glasses just going off in my ear there. Not sure if it picked up on the mic. I'm probably just going to get rid of those in a second. But if you do hear a random voice going off, it's my glasses trying to talk to me, tell me what's going on. Now, we do get Shift, Lilo, and Stitch coming onto the board here. And then are we singing? No, we're going to be questing for 3. We're then able to give the support onto another character. Looks like we're giving it onto Violet. Do we have Criminal Mind? That could be a fantastic card because we're going to be able to draw and get rid of the card. We get Criminal Mind, rips Violet off, and we get an additional card because of Ariel's effect. Really, really strong play here from our Amber Steel player, keeping himself in the game. But once again, it is very, very difficult to be able to get rid of this Violet Par. Now, 2 full strength characters on the board for Kaylee and 10 altogether. She only needs a couple more turns to be able to get the win here. We've got Mr. Wu-Tang Alaska in the chat saying, going to be playing Blue Steel Allies. I'd love to see it. Now, if you are a big fan of Blue Steel, we do actually have the Blue Steel master himself here, Harlan Sweet, live at this tournament. Hopefully we'll be able to get Harlan on the stream later on today. Also got his partner here, Ali, today. 2 very strong players. Love to have them here. I'm not too sure what Harlan's playing. I know for a while he has been, but Emerald cards, seems to be a big fan of the Eleanor deck, but potentially I know he has been cooking with Blue Steel again, so it'll be interesting to see he's cooked up today. Now, Maleficent coming down onto the board for Kaylee. We've got the Dumbo as well here. Once again, these 2 Violets not being able to take out. First Violet being evasive, can't be challenged into. The second has resist. This is a really difficult board to deal with, especially if you don't have any board wipes like you do in Ruby Amber, Amber Amethyst, the Raging Storm. We're going to be going up to 6 altogether. We've looks like we're going to be giving support onto a character. Do we have another Criminal Mind? It could be nuts. I see 3 moving across. Does Josh have it? This could be a phenomenal play. And Criminal Mind comes down. We get the second Violet off the board. Very nice. Now, it is a shame. I know predominantly he'd be getting rid of that Dumbo to stop the additional card draw, but we have at least got rid of the 2-quester, giving himself a little bit of extra time here to keep himself in the game. Now, we've got Dylan Shergold, 8797 in the chat. Maybe like a Honey deck, possibly Blue Steel Detective, something like that. You know what? Honey is so fun to play. I've been really, really enjoying seeing that. But we see Strength for Rage and Fire here, taking out the other Violet Par. Only one single Maleficent on the board here. It looks like Dumbo's gone as well. This is looking very, very good for Josh here. He's having a massive comeback when I thought he was completely out of the game. See Pain coming onto the board, 5-3 stat line. And then we are going to be oh, very nice. Now, I believe this has the effect that when you've got Panic in your discard, you gain additional lore. Kaylee going up to 16 here, getting very, very close here. This is going to be a tight one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure we're going to have that 3-set thriller here today already. It could be 2-0 for Josh if he's able to keep his train going. Only 2 cards left on the board. Kaylee, Josh needs to find all the removal he can get. Can he get more removal going? Grumpy Marshmallow Y2K saying, what a turn. You know what? You are right, my friend. That was absolutely filthy. It is looking really, really strong for our Amber Steel player. Now, we've got an action being played there. Can't quite make that out. Looks like Stitch is going to be going into the discard. Then we're able to take out the Maleficent. We are then going to be exerting out. We go all the way up. 5 lore game. We are going up to 11 altogether. 11, 16, 1 lore available on the board for Kaylee. She can quest here and then go to 17. But we have 3, 5, 6. Altogether, that is going to be going up to 17 on the next turn for Josh. She only has the 1 character. Dumbo comes down onto the board. Not too bad here. A shame she doesn't still have that Violet Par. That would be absolutely fantastic to be able to exert that. Pay 1, gain a lore, and draw. Get ourselves close there. We are going to be going straight into the aerial there. Looks like we have the Pleakley underneath it. Only the Dumbo left on the board. So we do not have any instant lore gain anymore, because we don't have access to Giant Cobra, which of course has been rotated out. A massive shame for this deck. She is so close. Does she have what it takes to be able to get back into it? Stitch comes down onto the board. This is going to be really good for him. We are going up to 15 now. Our Amber Steel player has game on board. No cards in hand. So our Angel is going to have resist. It means Dumbo is not going to be able to take it out. We do have Strength for Rage and Fire, and we have Broke My Smolder in the hand for Kaylee. Is she going to be able to find something off the Broke My Smolder? I'm not sure what she can use in her deck to be able to get through this board state. Lilo and Stitch, 3-5 stat line. Angel, a 3-3 stat line. We're going to play You Broke My Smolder. 2 cards into hand. She gets Strength for Rage and Fire and an Angel. She may be able to play down the Angel, discard the Strength, deal 2 damage. But of course, Angel has the resist at the minute. I think that is game, ladies and gentlemen. That could be all she wrote. Is there anything she could do? Kaylee thinking of every single option she can make. 6 lore total ready for our player. We're going to gain a lore and draw with Dumbo. We've got the Isis Vantage there, but we can't even play it. If we could have got it down with the Angel, that would be great. We get Angel coming down. We are going to be discarding the card, but there's nothing we can take out. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that win for Josh here. And it looks like we are questing out. That is a for Amber Steel. What an absolute thriller. Ladies and gentlemen, stay right with us. We are going to get Josh into the interview room live for an interview in just a second. We're going to go just onto the wait screen whilst my producer has a chat with the players, let them know about the interviews, and then we will be right back with you for a interview with our Amber Steel winner, Josh, for round 1. What a phenomenal performance for this man. Come from behind in both games. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. Right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are ready to go. I have the wonderful Josh in the booth with me. Now, to be clear, Josh, not John. I was just saying to him that I absolutely butchered his name. Quite a humbling experience. Now, my friend, Amber Steel, very, very good start for you there. You were behind in both games. Tell me what you were thinking. I was a little bit worried about the Maleficent Diablo shift coming out and then just steamrolling with draw. But the lack of draw, do you think that's where you took the advantage?
Yeah, I think so. I think, firstly, good game to my opponent. She was really unfortunate not to see a Demona in both games, which would have changed it completely. But yeah, I think once I managed to get rolling with the aerial and get the draw going, that was okay. I just wanted to make sure I kind of contested the board early on and took a bit of control within the first 3-4 turns and then go from there, really. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a masterful format. I really the strategy you went for. The one thing that I was a little bit unsure on, for both of the games there, you went for the Akud into the Mowgli. Now, I know you were able to get that out for free, but I'm not sure if it would have been nicer to go for that bigger kind of character straight away to threaten the board a little bit more. Obviously, with the purple steel decks, they tend to not really play the Thunderbolt with it, so you are limited to the 4 strengths. Did you think you had a chance at hitting, or was it just a kind of you want another card on the board for free?
It's a weird one. So from testing, someone I play against regularly, he's running Amethyst still today. He's got the Thunderbolts in there. He's running a different version of it, but I've almost kind of like got PTSD from Thunderbolts, wiping out aerial. So I wanted to try and kind of hit that, and I knew if I could get rid of at least the strength as well, potentially with the amount of shift lines that are now in steel, I wanted to get rid of that and stop that singing on turn 2 or 3 and taking out any of my good singers as well. So yeah.
Yeah, very good shout. I mean, we've got 2 types of purple steel decks going about at the minute. We've got the bots, which has been popularized by RMB. Then, of course, we have the Maleficent Diablo version. Both decks have done very, very well in CCQs. I personally find the bots version a little bit harder to deal with just because the 8/8 comes out, that's got the resist. Obviously, you've got the Criminal Minds in your deck that's able to take it out. Which one would you prefer to go into?
Oh, the Maleficent Diablo one. Yeah, I really struggle with the Omnidroid one, especially when the 4 comes down on turn 2 and does that 2 damage. Angel's non-existent, So when I play them sort of games, I have to prioritize Ursula over Angel. So at least it can stick for a little bit longer. At the same time, the Omnidroids can come out, do 2 damage, and then sing a song on top of it. So it's just a bit of a broken combo. But yeah, it's always a challenge to go against. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely a very tough deck. I mean, what was the kind of inspiration for putting your deck together? Now, I know you went for the Lilo and Stitch kind of deck. I think that's quite a lot quicker. I did see another YouTuber, Lorcana Theo. He put together a Amber Steel bots deck, and that ended up being crazy quick. I had some tests with that, and when it works, it works. Did you ever consider any bots for your deck?
We've spoke about it, actually. This deck wasn't finalised until kind of late last night, and we were talking about it, and bots was one of the things we were like, yeah, we'll give it a go. I just hadn't tested it enough outside of Amethyst. So I thought, you know what, I'll go with the Lilo and Stitch. And then someone at our locals runs a Lilo and Stitch themed deck that steamrolled me like weeks ago. And again, I kind of get nightmares from that. So I thought, you know what, if you can't beat them.
Love to hear it. Now, talk to me a little bit about the tournament. What kind of decks are we hoping to go into? One of the things that I mentioned on stream earlier was I think your deck is quite strong into the Amber Emerald decks, especially the more aggro version. You've got the Angel in there to do some ping damage going about, so you can control that board. Is there a preferred deck and a kind of worse matchup for you?
Preferred deck, I don't mind the mirror too much. Yeah, the Amber Emerald deck is a nice one to go up against, I think, because they've got a lot of low cost or low health characters. You could take them out quite easily. I don't want to go against droids. I just don't want to do it. And if there's anyone out there that's running some sort of war deck, I'm banging trouble, so I don't want to do that either. But in general, I think it's a weird meta where you can come up against anything. It's a bit of a free-for-all at the moment, which is quite nice. So I'm not too bothered. I just want to see new cards in play and see what I come up with.
I mean, it is quite a fun meta at the like you say, because of the diversity of it, there's just so much that you can do. I mean, some of the decks feel a little bit scary, to be honest. One of the decks, I don't know if you've played against it yet, but the Amber Emerald Kevin item deck that just constantly cycles the actions, that gives me nightmares. I sweat and fear that deck. You had any matches against that?
Yeah, I've tested it a few times against Tim, who's my friend's son. He loves that sort of deck. It's always a challenging one to go up against. I've deliberately put in We Find Them and Flatten Them just to kind of, I'm going to let them run away with it for a little bit, and then I just want to drop that. I might not win it, but God, it's going to be fun.
Now, I mean, the other big deck in the format as well, and obviously Humble popularized this, the Ruby Amber boosty deck. That is a very, very difficult match to work around. And I've used quite a few decks and I still struggle to find a way around it. How does your deck go into that? I mean, I find them on Flatten, you can pop their items, which surely just cuts down their draw. Do you think it's a winnable match, or do you think it's something you have to work and grind through to get the win?
It's definitely a grindy match for sure. I haven't played it too much in testing, and I haven't seen it pop up very often when testing online either. So I haven't really teched for it. But if I suspect it was going to be here today, you need to tech for that sort of deck. Otherwise, it's a hyper control deck, so you need to tech for it and see what happens. But yeah, if you don't, I think you're completely in trouble if you don't go quick.
Now, one of the big benefits you do have is the Mowgli. I don't know about you, but I have a certain joy for ripping a raging storm out my opponent's hand, just watching the light go out of their eyes as they realize your little aggro deck, you've quested out your Stitch 6 times, you've suddenly got 18, and then you take the raging storm and they just kind of fall apart on the inside. Do you have any personal preferences on your big mega plays? Is there any kind of play in your deck where you go, yeah, this is just going to ruin my opponent's day?
Yeah, I just like getting out the Angel, Akud, Aerial kind of like turn 3, and then try and follow that up with something else just to kind of get cheap character out, plus a song and a draw. It's a win-win. And as for the Mowgli, like you, Raging Storm, for me it's malicious, mean and scary. Get that gone. That ain't God. So yeah.
Right, my friend, thank you so much for interviewing us today. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. You've absolutely smashed it in that match. I look forward to hopefully seeing you in the finals. Any shout outs you want to give while you're on stream?
Yeah, definitely. It's got to go out to Lawless guys, Simon and Tim, who I test with on a regular basis. Good guys. They keep me on my toes for sure. And the creative decks that Tim chucks out is always kind of keeping us guessing, that's for sure.
Love to hear it, my friend. Thanks so much. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be right back with you very soon. We are coming up to the end of round 1, meaning we are not too far away from round 2. Of course, we had a very, very quick game there, but I'm looking very much forward to getting into the next rounds with you. Hopefully, we're going to get a bit of a spicy meta going, get some variance in those decks. We've had Purple Steel versus Amber Steel so far. Of course, Josh getting the first win, a 2-0 victory against a very accomplished player in Kaylee. But we will see what is left to come. If you've not done it already, hit subscribe, give us a like, drop some comments. I look forward to seeing you in match 2. Ladies, gentlemen, Crawford Carnal Legends, we are back here live for our round 2 match. Now, we did have somebody in the chat request to see Harlan live on the stream. We did ask, but Harlan has went for an interesting strategy. He has went for a round 2 ID. Interesting strategy there. I'm not too sure I've seen that in a tournament before, but very well. I think he's playing against somebody that he knows. They just want to chill for the second round. I believe they're playing some One Piece. So glad they're going to be having fun, but we can't have him. So we are going to have just as valuable, just as good. We are going to have the other half of the sweets. We are going to have Ali on stream playing against my friend Andy. Very, very accomplished player. So I'm looking forward to see how this match goes. Now, I had a chat with Ali yesterday. She has gone for quite a fun list this time. I'm very excited to commentate over this. We are going to be playing Ruby Amber songs. We have the Panda list, and I believe Andy is on Amber Amethyst. So I do believe that Andy is going to have the advantage in this match, but it certainly is going to be an interesting one. And if Ali is able to get multiples of the Panda shifts out early, she could do some quick damage. Now, the Maylin Lee card, when that shifted, the big massive Panda, that is able to gain 3 lore when you sing with the card. And of course, that goes back to your hand after it. It's only a temporary shift. She could get quite a lot of lore early in the game and really put Andy under some pressure, make it quite difficult for him to catch up. Now, fun little story for you with Andy. I played against Andy in a Store Champs finals for the last set, and believe it or not, the store actually ran out of time, so we weren't able to play our finals, meaning that me and Andy are going to have to re-meet at some point, try and get a game together, and see if we can take down and find out who eventually is going to win the match. The store's looking after it for us, so a little bit of a personal grudge match against Andy coming soon. Maybe we'll stream that if we get time, maybe not, we'll have to see. But the focus right now is on Ali Sweet versus Andy Hall. Certainly one hell of a match that I'm looking forward to, ladies and gentlemen. Ruby Panda songs against Amber Amethyst. A very, very fun matchup. Now, let me know in the chat what deck you are rooting for. Obviously, Ali, very, very popular on Instagram and TikTok. A very strong, growing creator. Very popular with Ravensburger. Played against Ali a couple of times. And we have a bit of an ongoing battle against each other. Fun fact, I actually helped teach Ali how to play. And then she went off. She got way, way better than me. Learned how to play. Became a master. And then I played against her in the last CCQ in Birmingham, I think it was. No, Leicester, Birmingham. It was the last CCQ in the UK, wherever that was. And she kicked my butt in the second round. She was playing Blurple. I was playing Amber Amethyst. I thought I was going to have a really easy win against her because I had the deck advantage. But no, she played me like a pro. Absolutely destroyed me. So we got Maylin Lee coming out on the board for Ali on the first time. We've got the promo version here. Absolutely gorgeous. And then Andy's going to be inking, playing out Will of the Wisp. Will of the Wisp, a very, very cool card. Whenever it's banished in a challenge, it goes straight back into your hand. So you get a lot of inevitable lore here. Now, with this card being out onto the field, I would assume that Andy, of course, is going to be playing Dale alongside this. Dale meaning that you can challenge with your willpower instead of your strength, meaning that Will of the Wisp becomes a 3-3. Now, Maylin Lee is a singer 3, I believe, but she can only sing songs that are sing together. And then it looks like we have a Ming Lee coming out onto the board as well. So it looks like Ali's going to be already starting off to try and get that shift line nice and early in the game. Only onto the turn 2, Ali, of course, on 1 lore so far. We're going to be inking Louisa Magica, and then we're playing Grandmother Willow if Andy has another 1-cost character to play that out. But it looks like he's not going to do that. Going to stick to inking, just quest for 1 with the Will of the Wisp, and then we're going to be passing turn. Once again, if that is challenged, that is going to be going straight back into his hand. We are going to be singing this growing pressure with Maylin Lee. Looks like we're target Will of the Wisp there, get to draw an additional card, and it looks like we do have that Shift Panda there, but of course already exerted. We're going to then spend out 3 for Maylin Lee, and it looks like the Epic as well, beautiful card, allows you to search for the next couple of cards in your deck, bring a song or a red panda card into your hand, and I think after that, that is all Ali is going to be able to do. Now, these Sing Together cards are very powerful. We have seen decks so far starting to pair together Powerline with the Pandas to see if they're able to get some additional tech going with the search feature of Powerline when it sings the song. It looks like, look at this family that we've brought here, a very nice draw card that we did see Josh playing in our previous match in his Steel Song build, and then Ursula going into the Inkwell. We're going to quest for 1 with the Maylin Lee, going up to 2 altogether, and then we are going to be passing turn over to Andy. Now, because we've got Grandmother Willow on the board, going to be one next to the next character he plays. So he's going to be able to ink a card here. I imagine we're perhaps going to be seeing Dale come out onto the board, meaning that Will-o'-the-Wisp is going to be able to start doing some challenging. Dale does come down. Now, that's Grandmother Willow with a 2-2 and Will-o'-the-Wisp as a 3-3. We take out the Ming Li there, stopping the shift from coming out immediately, but it looks like there's only 2 damage come back at the Will-o'-the-Wisp, so it is going to stay on board. Ali is going to need something particular to be able to remove that, a song card perhaps, to be able to get rid of it. Otherwise, it's just going to keep coming out onto the board, replayed by Andy constantly, and that is all we're going to be doing and passing turn there. Now, Dale being exerted in this matchup, I imagine, is something that Andy is not going to want to do. He's going to want to try and protect that as much as possible to make the strength of his characters far, far better. We have seen a few people using the shift line of Louisa in this matchup, by combining that with the 1-cost Louisa, but the negative, because it has less willpower than strength, it becomes a far worse card, making it instead of a 6-4. So with Dale, you need to be very selective, making sure your cards have better willpower than strength. The difficulty you find, though, is if you don't get the Dale out immediately, a lot of your cards struggle to do any challenging. Looks like we have the big Paladin Sun Yi going into the Inkwell for Ali here. 2 cards on the board. She's going to be exerting 2. It looks like we go for the temporary shift here. We've got Sun Yi coming out, and then it's going to be taking out Grandmother Willow. Now, that damage is going to come back onto the Panda, but at the end of the turn, that damage is removed and goes back. This is a big benefit of the Panda decks. However, the negative on the other side is it leaves the weaker character on the board, which is a lot easier to be challenged into. Now, Will-o'-the-Wisp, of course, the 3-3, because of Dale's effect, that is going to be able to take out Malin Lee nice and easily there without any issues, and of course, no damage going back onto it because of her 0 stat line strength. 3 cards in the Inkwell for Andy, can ink once more for this turn, and then because Grandmother Willow is gone, he is only going to be able to play a 4-cost character. He will not be able to get out the bigger 5-cost. Looks like we are going to be exerting there. We take out the Malin Lee, no trade needed, no damage back. Dale's still on the board, but once again, I do not think that's going to exert. We do have a Tigger in hand here that could bounce back his Will-o'-the-Wisp and then ink it on the next turn if he needs to. Nope, he's going to be inking the Tigger, and then what are we going to play down here? I think I see a Mrs. Incredible in hand. 2, it looks like that he's going to be exerting for, but a little bit of hesitation there. Andy just trying to sculpt out his turn, try to get the best possible option. We get Cheshire Cat coming down onto the board. 3 ink exerted for that, so we cannot use the ability of Cheshire Cat yet. However, on the following turn, we can boost that up, move the damage from Will-o'-the-Wisp onto another character, protect that a little bit more. But once again, if it's taken out on a challenge, it's going straight back to hand. So Andy, not too bothered if the challenge is made there to take out Will-o'-the-Wisp. Ariel is coming down onto the board. I imagine we're going to be boosting that straight away, which we do, meaning that when Ali sings, she's going to be able to draw a card. But it looks like we're just going to be passing straight over to Andy, who is drawing for turn. Now, it looks like a Gaston drawn in hand there. Gaston, very strong card. The same effect of Criminal, except it's Criminal Mind on a stick, meaning that you are able to banish a 5-cost character straight away, sorry, a 5 strength character straight away, and have the 3-4 stat line on the board as well. We are going to be questing again, going up to 2 altogether for Andy. Sorry, 3 altogether. Just making that little update from the notes. I think he missed that on the screen on the previous turn. And then we're going to be exerting 2. Are we going to be using that Cheshire Cat ability, or are we sticking out Guidebook? Guidebook comes down onto the field, 2-cost item. You're able to pop that for the cost of 1 and then draw 2 additional cards. Straight into the discard there. We're using that effect immediately. We've got 1 ink remaining, so we can ink again and then use Cheshire Cat's ability again. It looks like we have Mowgli in hand as well. We've got the Shift Louisa, so Andy is running it in his deck. Something that I have decided against in my latest version of Amber Amethyst, just because I wanted it to be a little better alongside Dale. Looks like we're going to be sticking Mowgli into the Inkwell. Now, interesting decision. There are a lot of songs in this deck, and especially with Ariel out in the field, you perhaps would want to be trying to get rid of the options for the singing, stop the card draw from Ali. Now, 2 damage is going to be going onto the Ariel there, meaning that if it does challenge into the Will-o'-the-Wisp, it is going to be going, but look at this family straight onto the board, sing together here, both characters singing, able to look at the next 4 cards in the deck, bring 2 into hand if they're character cards, and then we're going to get an additional card drawn after that from the ability of Ariel. Really nice play here from Ali, making sure she can get additional draw going, filtering through, getting the right cards into her hand. But Andy slightly going into the lead here. Now, the big question is either of these players running Rage and Storm into their deck? I'm not too sure either of them are, but we do see an Olaf coming into the hand for Ali here. Olaf is a really nice addition into this deck. When it's played down, the 9-cost character, you can pay less every action that is in your discard. So as you can imagine, it works really well with the song dynamic. When that comes onto the field, you then get to minus your opponent's law by 2, putting you in a far better position, stopping them from being able to aggro out. Now, going to be putting the Angel into the Inkwell, and then Sun Yi is straight on. So this is not a panda shift here. We are not used the temporary shift, meaning it is going to stay on the board. It's a 5/5 stat line and it quests for 2 altogether. So a nice beefy character. But I believe on the previous turn we did see the Gaston in hand for Andy, which I'm sure he's going to be slamming down very quickly, wanting to take that out. Will-o-the-Wisp, of course, can go straight into the aerial, taking that out because of the 2 damage on it previously. Will-o-the-Wisp can come back into hand. Then the Gaston played out, taking out Sun-Yi, leaving only the Mei-Lin Lee on 2/3 stat line. So Cheshire Cat could run into that completely, clearing the board for Andy here on the Amber Amethyst, looking like quite a strong position for the Amber Amethyst player. Panda deck certainly very, very fun, something that I've enjoyed and tested, but something that I've not been able to crack yet to make it relevant enough in the meta to be able to stand up. Cheshire Cat is going to make the challenge into Mei-Lin Lee. 2 damage altogether going back. Cheshire Cat being a 4 strength character at the minute. We take out the aerial, then Will-o-the-Wisp come back into hand because its ability banished in a challenge. This works on your turn as well. And then we're going to be exerting fight. We get the Gaston onto the board, ripping Sun-Yi straight off the. This is a fantastic turn here for Andy, clearing all the damages and then leaving himself with the Dale ready to quest if he wants to. Sticks down the Will-o-the-Wisp as well. Quest for 2, going to 5 altogether. Andy completely turned the tides in this matchup here. Ali Sweet in a difficult position, hoping she's going to be able to come back, but it's going to take some work to remove all these characters on the board. That is 4 characters on board. The ability to quest for 5 altogether. We're spending a large amount. We've got another Sun-Yi coming onto the board here. Still 2 ink remaining. Then we hit down the Mowgli. Do we have any actions? No. We've got the Louisa. We've got the Mrs. Incredible. And we've got Dale on the board. Now, Louisa is going to be able to come down on the following turn. And then you can start moving damage around onto the Louisa and then ping it across. However, I'm not too sure that's needed so far. We could, of course, use the ability of Cheshire Cat to move that straight onto the Mowgli and then get rid of that off the field. But perhaps he's going to want to be targeting that Sun-Yi, get off the board, the big 5-stacked character, 5/5 stat line that is going to be able to take out anything on the board so far. But as soon as it does that, because of Dale's ability, everything is a minimum of 3 strength so far, meaning no matter what, Cheshire Cat can move that damage onto it, and then when it challenges, it takes it out. But the bigger question we need to be aware of is Ali running Ohana Means Family. If she is, leaving damage on the opposing characters could be really, really risky. She could heal that damage, get the additional. We are going to be exerting 5, it looks like, altogether. Miss Incredible comes onto the board. Very nice here. 5/6 stat line. Very big character. Has the ability to gain evasive at the start of your turn, but you need to make that decision before you draw. Cheshire Cat going to be moved the damage across, taking out the Mowgli, and then we're going to quest with the Will-o-the-Wisp and the Gaston. Seems like a smart play. If she takes out the Will-o-the-Wisp, Gaston can take out the Sun-Yi on the following turn with either the Will-o-the-Wisp or the Gaston. Really, really strong position for him to be in. Really making Ali think here. Andy getting quite close to game, getting further and further. Ali's going to have to think very, very hard to get herself out of this situation. Now, big massive shout out to Ali. She did, of course, get engaged recently, as you'll see a ring on her finger. Her and Adam. Nice to see them traveling as a couple. The Lorcana Dream Team, you might see. Of course, my producer is my girlfriend as well, but I'm not too sure who wins the couple battle here. Maybe we'll have to try the new coconut format and see who the winning pair is between us, but I've got a strong suspicion that the 2 of them might beat us, but don't tell them I said that. I don't want them getting too big of an ego. Now, Olaf coming onto the board here, able to minus the Lord Andy, and then we're going to be taking out the Gaston. Damage altogether back on the Sun-Yi. So Will-o-the-Wisp definitely going to be able to trade that on the following turn, which I think Andy is definitely going to want to take, especially since it's only a 1-cost character. Now, we do see another Gaston go into the hand of Andy. If he is running Augustin Madrigal or the 1-cost Elon Wee, he would be able to use support to boost up the Olaf and then take it out on the following turn. But the character does need to be exerted, not something he'd be able to do straight away to take it out. Now, he could do some damage manipulation with one of the Louisas and moving that across onto the Olaf if he wanted to do that. We could challenge in with the the Miss Incredible perhaps, get the 5 damage counters back on her. And then if we put down the Louisa, move 3 of the damage counters from her on, that goes on to Olaf, then we could finish it off with Cheshire Cat's ability. Nice way to control the board here, but it looks like he's not going for that play. We're just going to go straight. Will-o-the-Wisp in. Will-o-the-Wisp comes straight back down after going back to hand there. Look like we're going for the safer option. We've got the quest going with the Miss Incredible. And then we still have a mass of ink remaining. We are then going to be going for the Louisa Madrigal, of course, a little bit weaker at the minute. 6/4 stat line. because of Dale's effect. If you are just joining us in the chat, make sure to hit that subscriber button for me. We have been having a nice boom on the channel recently. Went all the way up from 900 to 1200 in a couple of weeks. That was absolutely fantastic. Big, massive thank you to the Lorcana community for supporting us so far on the Crawford-Kana channel. Now, looks like we're going to be spending 2 here. Angel perhaps coming out. Nice singer to get on the board. No. Looks like we're going to be going for Della's Moon Diary, get to minus the strength for character, and then we get to draw an additional card. This, of course, is going to last until the start of Ali's next turn. So Olaf, perhaps able to do some challenging there. But it's not going to be enough to be able to take out the Mr. Incredible, which is still even if that went in, that would one-shot the character. A little bit of a shame. We're then going to be playing down the Mingli, I think it is, and then the Angel as well, going for a little bit wider board. But Ali, of course, only on 2 law altogether, a little bit behind the 6 that Andy has. We're going to need something to be able to control this board state, because Andy's going to be able to get very, very close to 20 very soon. If he exerts all his characters and he chooses the +1 for the Mr. Incredible, he could get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Andy could get up to 13 on this turn if he wanted to, but I don't think exerting all his characters is the smarter play. We've got plenty of time here. Best to continue to control the board, to take the smart quest when he can. Grandmother Willow coming out onto the board. 2 cost uninkable character, 1/2 stat line, 2/2 with Dale on the board, and 1 less for the next character you play on this turn. And he's going to be doing a bit of a quest there, questing out to 8 altogether. Looks like he's chosen the evasive effect on the Mrs. Incredible. And then I believe he's past turn there, keeping it very, very safe, not exerting Louisa for the damage moving around, and then not exerting Dale to keep the higher willpower on his characters. Powerline does come out onto the board here. This is a Singer 4, so a very strong card for a 2 cost. If she's able to get into the Shift Powerline, she might be able to do some damage here. Or something like a Grab Your Bow is only going to be able to get rid of the Wisp and the Grandmother Willow, so not too much that's going to do if that's the song that she's aiming for. She may have some Bee King Undisputed in her deck, maybe Dragonfire, maybe she's got something a little bit on the higher end like Maleficent Dragon, but we're still a little bit off that. Only 7 ink available. Ali, if she inks on this turn, then inks again on the following turn, she could play down something like a Mali Dragon, but I'm not too sure it fits too well into the Panda Song strategy. Perhaps if she's able to get one of these Shift Pandas out, do a little bit of extra damage again, but I think it's only an Olaf in her hand, not really the hand that Ali Sweet is going to be right now. Having to think really carefully about this game. Angel, looking whether it wants to exert, could do a little bit of damage into Mrs. Incredible and then could be finished off with Olaf, but then that's 2 of your big characters gone already, not leaving you in the strongest position. She needs to be really careful not to manipulate any damage either that Andy can move about and then take out the other characters. I imagine she's going to want to protect that power line as much as possible. At the minute, we've got 40 of you, 40 Crawford-Kana Legends live on the channel. Thank you very much for joining us today. Once again, we are live round 2 at the Angle Gaming Feet Pendulum Win a Case tournament. Now, I had a chat with the owner previously. He's been very, very generous. He has decided to put an extra box into the pile to give out in prizing. So all the players are receiving prizing. We've got some boxes to give out to our top cut as well. And then additionally, the finalist is going to be going home with a full sealed case. A very, very exciting prospect. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I considered playing this myself today. They did ask me to cast, which I'm very excited and very glad to be doing. But I do want that case. And you know what? I'm feeling quite good with my Amber Amethyst deck. I reckon there's a chance. There's a will, there's a way. But we're all the way up to 45, you know. God, you keep growing. Let's see if we can get you guys up to 50. Send it to your aunt. Send it to your ferret. Send it to your best friend's cousin. I don't care who it is. Let's get these numbers up, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have your support here with us. The day. And of course, up to 11 law altogether now. Cheshire Cat, Dale, Louisa Magico, Grandmother Willow, Miss Incredible, and Will o' the Wisp on the board. 2 law altogether for Ali. She's going to be exerting with Olaf. Red Moon Ritual. Hello. We love this. This is able to banish a character, and it is a sing together song as well. Get rid of any chosen character on the board. Get rid of the Dale, meaning that the other characters on board no longer have the strength bonuses by challenging with their willpower, meaning Ali's able to do quite a bit of cleanup now, getting rid of the Will o' the Wisp, getting rid of the Grandmother Willow, get rid of Dale. It looks like we've only got Miss Incredible, Louisa Magico, and then Cheshire Cat still on the board. Ali going up to 4 altogether, and then we're going to spend out on Olaf, minus the law of Andy, bringing him down to 9 altogether. Great bit of cleanup there for Ali, keeping herself in this game, but unfortunately, no cards left in hand for the second half of the sweeps here. 9-4 deficit. Ali slightly falling behind. If she can get some card draw going, get rid of the big static bodies on the board, she might have a chance of coming back into this. It is certainly not over yet. But a couple of cards in the hand for Andy. He's decided on his trigger for Miss Incredible. Looks like he has gone for the evasive there. Don't think he's gone for the additional. We do see Horseman Strikes in the hand. No evasives as I know of in Ali's deck. Not going to see a lot of use in this match. However, we may be able to use that to get some additional card draw, try and filter in, get some better cards into hand. And he's just having a good think about how he wants to structure his turn. Looks like we've got the Mowgli in hand there. That's not going to do anything for him right now. We are going to be challenged with the Miss Incredible, looks like. We're going to be taking out the Olaf, 9 cost, meaning no more Red Moon rituals to be sung by that one. However, we do have another Olaf on the board, so we've got a chance of singing with that. Louisa Madrigal is, of course, going to be able to move that damage off Miss Incredible, so will Cheshire Cat. So we can do a bit of manipulation here. It may be smart to do a challenge in to the power line with the Louisa Madrigal, try and get 3 damage on her, move another one across, and then we can move that damage by paying 1 and then take out the Olaf. But he's went against that. He has went for the Mingli, it looks like 2 damage back going on to Louisa. So he's still able to move that across, take out the other 2 cards. I think Cheshire Cat would be smart to go into the Angel there, take out the power line. But personally, I would have preferred to see the damage coming off with the Louisa effect and then taking out that Olaf just to get rid of the 9 cost on the board. That could be the biggest threat. Now, it looks like we're moving it onto the power line. We still have some effects of the Cheshire Cat that we can use as well. Both the Louisa and the Cheshire Cat able to manipulate damage here. 3 damage has gone onto Olaf, then going to be spending 2 to boost the cat, take out the Olaf potentially, then take out the power line with the cat. That could be a strong play, but I think he has missed that trick there of getting the damage on Louisa first and then moving the 1 across onto Louisa, moving those 4 damage counters over. Now, it does happen when you're playing in high-stakes tournaments, ladies and gentlemen. You can sometimes miss the obvious, make the worst play, but Andy's still done well here to clear the board, which Ali had done very well to build up. Miss Incredible, Louisa Madrigal, and Cheshire Cat on the board here. We're going to be inking the Mowgli, then we're going to be spending out. We get the Dale back on the board and the Will-o'-the-Wisp, making Mrs. Incredible a 6/6 stat line, Louisa Madrigal a 4/4, and then Cheshire Cat a 4 as well. And 1 card in the hand for Ali. Not what she's going to be wanting now, the mail-in, the 1 cost, and it looks like that's all we're doing. Ali scooped it up there. She's realised nothing she can really do. A lot of questing going to be happening on turn for Andy. Personally reasonable to get to that position. No need to drag on a match which isn't going to go in favour, but I do like the idea of working out additional cards are in your opponent's deck. Of course, Ali, a very experienced player, she knows what's likely to be coming up in Amber Amethyst, so she said, you know what, I don't need to know. Let's move on. Let's try and get to the next one where Ali is, of course, going to be on the play. Let's see if we can get some sweet magic going on here, get a win for Ali in the books, going 1-1 with Andy, or is Andy Hall going to be able to take it in a 2-0 win, back-to-back 2-0 wins in a tournament for a winner case? That would be something I'd really like to see. We are seeing some very dominant players here. The field is absolutely stacked today. We've got Andy, we've got Harlan, we've got Ali. We even have Jordan from the Pendulum tournaments that you've seen in the top many times. We've got Colin Barker, who qualified for Euros in the CCQ. A really, really difficult tournament. So it's certainly going to go out to the hardest fighting player today with our wide meta. Now, we have seen 4 different decks altogether. The first match, we had Amber Steel going up against Purple Steel, the Maleficent and Diablo deck. And then this match, we have the Ruby Amber Panda Songs against the Amber Amethyst deck, a personal pet deck of mine, something that I've been really enjoying playing at the minute. But one of the decks that I just really struggled to find a way into against is Ruby Amber. Let me know in the comments what you think the hardest deck to play against of the set has been. Anything that you've been struggling in, something that you've seen online, or perhaps something that you've just come into at League. We're nearly ready to get going again here. Now, looks like Ali is going to be going on the play. I imagine she's going to want to get that Panda line in the shift going quickly as possible. If she has Pirate Life in her deck, if she can get that singing with the Malin Lee, I believe, the 5/5, that will give her additional law when she sings it whilst maneuvering law off Andy. Could get her to a very quick 20 before Andy is able to develop his board. He is going to need to see the Dale in his deck to be able to do anything. But interestingly there, I did see the Horseman Strikes in Ali's hand there, meaning that Miss Incredible could be popped by that. She does have answers for these evasives. I'm not too sure if Andy's running Dale in his deck. We do also see World's Greatest Criminal Mind there, able to pop the bigger characters. If Ali gets the right songs in hand, she could cause a lot of issues for Andy in this game, depending on what he draws. I'm certainly excited to see who is going to take this, gentlemen. it will be a hard one. Let me know in the comments where you've been competing this weekend. Do we have anyone from Gen Con competing at the CCQ there? Do we have anyone from across the pond? Obviously, we are live here from the United Kingdom, Great Britain itself. It's been a nice day today, a little bit of sun, a little bit colder than usual, but you know what? It's not too bad for August. We've certainly had worse. I have certainly got used to a lot of rain going on, getting absolutely drenched. So any day that's not raining, I am quite happy with, but any day that I'm getting to watch Lorcana, even more happy. Now, both players looks like they've got their hands sorted all together. This is the second set of our second round matchup here, ladies and gentlemen. Ali Sweet against Andy Hall. Ruby Amber Pandas against Andy Hall there. It looks like Ali's had to pass. No one cost for her. Andy's going to be inking, playing out the Will of the Wisp. That card is hopefully going to be sticking around for a long period of time in the game like it did in the previous one. Going to get Ursula down on here. Nice Singer 4 with a 1-4 stat line. Now, I'm not too sure if Ali is running the Dales in her deck, but that could be quite useful. The Pandas seem to have the same willpower and strength, so it wouldn't affect them. But the lower ability cards like Ursula, Malin Lee, really buff them up, make them more challenging, make it harder for Andy to be able to do with. Mowgli is going to be coming down. We have quite a few actions, it looks like. Got Delamoon Lullaby, we've got Look at This Family, and we've got Horseman Strikes. We are going to be getting rid of the Delamoon Lullaby for now, and then we're going to be passing on. Looks like going to be questing out for one with the Will of the Wisp. I keep getting the two then mistaken, Grandmother Willow and Will of the Wisp, but you know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The purple one that sticks around for a while, the 0-3 stat line. Ooh, looks like we have Malin Lee, the Epic, coming down onto the board. Yeah, nice play here from Ali. So able to search for those songs, to get one back into her hand. Of course, she's going to be revealing this to the opponent, so Andy's going to know what's there. If he finds a way to bounce back that Mowgli, that could be useful for getting rid of a few more actions. But the more actions into Ali's discard, the easier it's going to be for her to get Olaf out onto the field, minus the law for Andy. Could be quite strong for her there if she keeps filtering them in. I think definitely getting as much songs into the discard as possible to give you that option. Looks like we got the Enchanted. Oh, wow. How beautiful is that? 4-5 stat line, 6 cost. I believe that is the one where you get the additional law if you sing a song with it. Obviously, temporary shift line as well, so you can go straight back to your hand. Keep playing that each and every single turn. If Andy's not able to find that Dale to do some challenging into the characters, looks like not a too bad start here for Ali. She can, of course, shift out on the following turn. Let's see what Andy's going to be able to do to see if he can find a way around this. Take out the cards on the board, stop that shift line coming out too early, putting him in a negative position. The bigger question, has Ali found that Pirate's Life card to be able to siphon the Law of Andy and get the boost? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, playing Pirate's Life with the Malin Lee shift is going to be a 7 law swing, +5 to Ali, the +3 from the Malin, and then the +2 for the Pirate's Life, and then -2 Andy. Will of the Wisp is going to be questioned. We go out to 2 altogether. Cheshire Cat onto the field. No ramp this game for Andy, and we're going to be passing over. Now, I really do like Grandmother Willow, but I just feel it doesn't have the best place in this meta at the minute. But never mind that. We've got the shift line going. We've got the enchantment on the board. We get Look at This Family. Ali is going to be able to dig deep here, get some additional cards in hand, and on top of it, she's going to get 3 law this turn. Very, very cool play, and love to see the Enchanted on the board as well. You know what? I've not actually seen the Enchanted version of this at all for this set, but I think that has to be one of my favorites. That looks very, very cool. Now, I am a bit of a naff Disney fan. I've not actually seen the Red Panda movie. I feel like I do need to watch that. My girlfriend Abby keeps telling me that I need to watch it. She absolutely loves the film. And of course, I just want to see where this Red Panda ritual card, the Red Moon ritual card has come from. But maybe that's something I can get going tonight. We're over onto Andy's turn. He's got the Horseman Strikes there. He's going to be sticking that into his Inkwell. Does he have the 4 to get Dale out onto the field? Would be really nice to be able to give the extra strength to Cheshire Cat. Or, of course, we could do some damage manipulation in, challenge into the Malin Lee, get 2 back, move that onto the Ursula, but then of course we're not going to have enough to be able to take out the Ursula because Mowgli a 1-2 stat line and Will of the Wisp only a 0-3. Not the best option there. We do want to try and get rid of the Singer if possible, but at least he's been able to stop the shift line coming out from Ali here. Horseman Strikes the Inkwell. 4 ink still remaining to use. He could play down the Tigger here, bounce the Ursula, get that back into the hand. We're going to be questing out for 2 altogether, going up 4 altogether. Andy narrowly taking the lead. We're going to exert 4. Tigger comes down, Ursula back into the hand. Looking like a very good board clear so far here for Andy. Sorry for the slight pause, ladies and gentlemen. I just turned around and see Producer came in, bought a load of cards, the absolute terror. She cannot be trusted on her own, spending all the money, but you know what? I do love some cards myself. I look forward to having a look through them later. But back up to the Lorcana, let's focus on the main event today, Ali Sweet versus Andy. Looks like Akud Moody going into the hand there, and then sticking the rest on the bottom. Quite a few cards in hand for Ali, so she's not struggling as much as she was last game, not top decking anymore. We do have Ursula coming back onto the field, that 1-4 stat line, Singer 4. Now, unfortunately, in this deck, we don't have the access to the Steel Songs, which are great for removal. We do see another Cheshire Cat come into the hand for Andy. I think a couple of these on the board could be really damaging for Ali to be able to deal with. Obviously, not a lot of high strength characters on the board here, so she's going to struggle with the challenging, but she needs to make sure that her characters aren't pinged off too quickly with the Cheshire Cat abilities or with the abilities of Louisa Madrigal. 4 ink at the ready for Andy. Can ink again for this turn, go into 5 altogether. We're going to be exerting 2. We go for Guidebook onto the field, spend 1, pop it immediately, get the additional card draw going. That's 2 more cards in hand. Andy quite happily valuing, getting plenty of cards in hand, giving him plenty of options. Looks like I think that's a Louisa Madrigal in hand, or is it a Demona? Could be nice set up now on a following turn. Inks the Cheshire Cat, spends 2. We go for the Grandmother Willow. Now 1 less for the next character that we play for this turn. And that, of course, is going to be continuous as well. We are then going to be exerting both Tigger and the... I keep going to say Grandmother Willow. Tigger and the Will-o'-the-Wisp going up to 6 altogether, then passing over to Ali Sweets. 5 cards in the Inkwell for Ali. Can go up to 6 this turn. Of course, singing the... Akud Moody with the Ursula there could be a nice play. Get one of those big pandas out, then without the temporary shift, it would stay on the field. Just having a good think about how we want to structure this turn here. Once again, Ali just narrowly falling behind, needs to come up with strategy to start clearing the board. We don't want Andy to become too aggressive. We are going to sing the Akud Moody. 1 card drawn in hand. 2 less for the next card played out this turn. Still got all our ink available since we have sung the song. I really think it has to be one of the panda cards coming out for Ali here. She needs a higher damaging character. But once again, the risk is if Andy does have the Gaston or a Criminal Mind, he'll be able to pop that immediately, putting Ali into a far worse position. But she's going to have to take the risk. She can't let herself fall too far behind. We do make the shift line here. We're going to be exerting it, and then we sing Akud Moody again. So it's going to be 2 less for the next character, and then we get to draw an additional card, and she's going to be gaining 3 lore altogether, catching up to 6 altogether. Now, the enchanted card is going to be going back into her hand at the end of this turn because of the temporary shift, and then we're going to be spending out 3, looks like 5 cost character altogether. We get the Sun Yi come onto the board. Really, really strong play. 5/5 stat line, quest for 2, 5 cost altogether, but way, way less because the Akud Moody. Love to see that. Great turn here for Ali, keeping herself in the game. Temporary shift melee goes back into the hand, but of course I think Andy is going to be taking this out this current turn and then manipulating some damage with the Cheshire Cat. Certainly not looking comfortable for Ali yet, but she's doing well to keep herself in it, still fighting. Love to see that in a game, especially when it gets a little bit more difficult. 5 ink at the ready hand available for Andy, able to ink again, going up to 6. Could be nice to see a Demona coming out onto the field at the minute. We, of course, have the Grandmother Willow. I mean, it's 1 less for her to come out. This could exert everything, allow him to do some challenging in, wipe the board once again, and I believe Ali has the minimum of 3 cards in hand. We are going to be inking the Mowgli there, not looking for any further songs at the minute. 53 of you live on chat at the minute. Once again, big massive thank you to the community sticking with us so far. Really, really glad to have you here supporting. Thank you for all the support with the channel recently. But we are going to be boosting the damage from Cheshire Cat. Go straight onto the Ursula here. 2 ink has been used. We have a total of 4 remaining. Plus 1 because the Willow, we can spend 5. Looks like the Gaston comes out and we get rid of the big panda. The 5/5 stat line is gone. This is not what Ali wanted to see. Absolutely devastating. Andy just completely destroying this board here. Malin Lee goes as well. No longer has the shift target, only has the Ursula available. Then we can take out that with another character. Looks like we're going to be going in with the Mowgli and the Willow, or do we just challenge the Tigger? I think that's the more sensible play. Tigger goes in, takes the Ursula off the field, 1 damage back, more manipulation available with the Cheshire Cat on the following turn, and then we quest for 3 altogether. Grandmother Willow, Will-o'-the-Wisp, and Mowgli. 9-6 deficit altogether for Andy in the lead. Nothing on the board for our Ruby Amber Panda songs here. Once again, the difficulty from this position, if you're not playing anything like Raging Storm, it's hard to then start to clear the board when your opponent starts to take over too much. Even though Law is even, she needs to try and rebuild her board, try and get some big carrots on. We do get the big panda coming down, so she's going to be able to get in some quick Law with songs sung. But if there's another Gaston or another Criminal Mind, that's going to be popped immediately, unless, no, she's safe. It is a 4-5 stat line. And of course, Andy does not have any additional support characters on the field, so he's not going to be able to boost out the strength of that yet. But if he does have the Demona in hand, he's going to be able to play that down, challenge into that. And I think at that point, if he gets the Demona, that is just going to be game over for Ali. She needs to really hope that he does not have this in hand. Got Ham going into the Inkwell here. Looks like we're going to be spending out 5 altogether. Got the +1 to Grandmother Willow. That's 6. It looks like it's going to be the Demona. Demona comes down onto the board, exerts the Panda, and then we're going to be challenging it and taking out 1 card drawn, 2 cards drawn for Andy, sorry. Only the guidebook left in hand. Once again, big shout out chat. We've got 63 of you all together watching right now. Love to see that. That is record numbers for the channel. You are helping our very best. What absolute legends you are. But it is really looking like a dark and devastating place for Ali right now. Andy working out what he wants to do. Going to be moving some damage counters here across with the Cheshire Cat. Then going to be taking out, trading the Gaston into the Panda. Nothing on the board for Ali now. And then we're going to be questing out 3 altogether, going to 12, I believe. Wow, what 14 altogether. What a board state for Andy. This is going to be really, really difficult to come back with. Even if she is from the Raging Storm, she's only got 6 ink together. Is she going to be able to find anything to be able to deal with this? We get the Criminal Mind taking out the Demona. A good start. Can she do anything else to the rest of the board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Law on the board for Andy. So it's not game over yet. You can only get to 19. Needs a character on the board. She finds it. Olaf is going to minus him down to 12. There's a will, there's a way. She's fighting back into this. There is certainly a chance. Just needs a couple of Pirates Live, a couple more Olafs to get her in the game. With the amount of actions that we have in the discard, some Olafs could really keep her going. Once again, Andy can just keep questing, keep piling on this pressure. She needs to siphon as much lore as possible. If she can get another Panda on the board, that Malin Lee, and get the additional lore and a song is sung, perhaps where Pirate's Life, there's a chance she can take the game. Looks like Andy's going to be questing out with every single card on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17 altogether. Only 3 lore needed for Andy to take this. He has game state on board, and he has not spent any ink. Cheshire Cat's going to be coming out onto the board, as well as guidebook as well. More card draw options for Andy. Demona obviously gone on the previous turn. Doesn't need to worry about the cards in hand. Then it looks like we're going to be boosting the Cheshire Cat. We move some damage across onto the Olaf here. So when it challenges inside, potentially going to be taking itself out, depending on what it goes into. Got 7 ink available for Ali. Maybe a Red Moon Ritual. Does she have the Raging Storm? Going to trade into the Cheshire Cat. Looks like she did not have it. Demona under the Cheshire Cat here. Going to stick out the Malin Lee. We've got another 3. We're going to stick Horseman Strike. Going to draw another card. Does she have anything to get rid of this? We've got another small card coming onto the board. Looks like that's it. And that is game. We have a for Andy, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 win against the very talented Ali Sweet. We are going to be going temporarily onto our little wait screen, and then we're going to have an interview with Andy, get his thoughts on that game. Since it's Ali, I'll tell you what, we'll see if we can get Ali into the booth afterwards. So stick around with us, ladies and gentlemen. Player interview coming for you in the next couple of minutes. Well done to both our players. Andy coming up next. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Crawford Corner Legends, we are back. We have Andy live in the booth. Come a little bit closer, my friend. I need to get you on camera, get that beautiful face on screen. Now, I was telling everyone on the chat about our little grudge match that we have going on. Of course, we've got a finals that we need to play against each other. So it was interesting seeing Andy play my colours, Amber Amethyst. You traitor. Can't believe you're on that. But Andy, really strong match there. Tell me about that game. What was your kind of game structure, your game plan going in against Ali, very talented player?
To be honest, at the start, I thought she was on green-yellow. Someone had said she was on green-yellow. Her first 3 inks and 2 cards are all yellow. I'm like, okay. It threw me a little bit. It was just build my board and hope she didn't have Raging Storm, which she didn't, luckily. So
now, the Ruby Amber deck is really, really strong. I've been struggling to get the Panda side to work. It's quite complicated. I like the shift abilities on it. I think it's really good at getting you some quick bursts of lore. But the issue for me is the smaller cards being left along board, which could just take out. Was there any worry of like a returning Dale coming onto the board to make hers a little bit beefier?
Yeah, and I also had to be careful because of the temporary shift. All the damage gets healed. So there's a couple of times where I could cat onto a Mei-Lin Lee and then it just heals again anyway when she shifts it. So to be careful of that. But yeah, I drew my Gastons at the right time when she played the Panda. So yeah, I was in pretty good place most of the game.
I mean, the other thing that you had to be really careful of is, of course, the Ahana. You can get quite a lot of draw going off that. And it's the big kind of worry about these Amber decks. I don't know how you feel, but it feels like Amber has just become the dominant color for the format. We've got the Amber Emerald cards. We've got the Ruby Amber, the Boost. We've got the Panda version. We've got, of course, our deck that we're playing, Amber Amethyst. There's so many options there. I mean, for you, what do you think is the main dominant deck in the format? Do you think Amber Amethyst really is the go-to, or is this just a bit of a fun deck you want to play today?
It's my kind of deck anyway. Lines of purple and red purple. I looked at the red purple evasives, but I didn't have a lot of the cards. Otherwise, I'd have probably gone down that route. I think green yellow is probably the strongest at the moment. I know there's a lot of versions, but green yellow seems strongest. Yellow still seems pretty good. It's quite an open meta, which is good. But yeah, I've seen that there's a lot of the green yellow
songs.
Yeah, out there with Circle of Life and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Circle of Life decks are really debilitating. It's a lot of them have the Retro Evolution device as well. Lets them cheat out the Prince Philip, then Circle of Life being able to, sing a malicious mean scary, then bounce back your Prince Philip. I think you can get out as early as like turn 3 or 4, which is terrifying. I mean, what kind of matchups are you looking for today? Obviously, Amber Amethyst, it's technically a mid-range deck, but I think it does lean more control. What decks do you want to play today?
Well, I lost yellow-red round 1. I thought I might be okay into that. But he just outvalued me, to be quite honest with you. I'm not too bad into the steel yellow decks, I don't think. A fair bit of removal. So, yeah, any other mid-range or I should be okay. It's probably the combo decks that I'll struggle the most with.
Now, there was one play in the game that I did want to ask you about. I was a little bit unsure about this play. I was looking at your Louisa on board. You had the Louisa and the Cheshire Cat. At the time, you would have been able to challenge the Louisa into one of the cards, get 3 damage back on her, then move a damage counter across onto her, deal the 4 damage to take out the Olaf. But you elected to take out the other cards instead rather than the Olaf. Was there a reason behind that?
First time playing Louisa, didn't know it worked. Exactly. I didn't know if putting 4 kill it before you move, but I think it does.
Yeah, so with Louisa, it's... Yeah. You want to let her get as much damage on her as possible, and then you can move the damage across. And then once she recognizes that she have 3 or more damage on her, you get to move that straight away, which just protects her.
That's right. That's the only reason. I wasn't sure if it died before I did it, but no, it's cool.
So look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You learned something on the Lorcana channel. Now, Andy, you certainly played very well in that matchup, and I like how calm you were with it. You really take your time, your turns, you think everything through. It's for the players out there that want to do a little bit better in tournaments. Maybe somebody that wants to go to a CCQ or a winner case. What's your best advice on how to structure your plays, how to try and think ahead of turns? Is there any strategies you have to practice?
I don't practice. I don't play online. This is the first time I played with the deck. I literally built it yesterday. I probably should practice. I sort of theory craft in my head the turns you want to be looking at. You want your 1-drops. You're looking for your Hams or your Grandmother Willow's turn 2 and so on and so forth. But yeah, just kind of trying to think what my opponents are on and what they're looking at for what you're then inking or playing. But yeah, kind of play on the fly most of the time.
So, word of advice, don't copy Andy's strategy. The natural born talent that he is, he He flows right in by the seat of his pants. This man is absolutely unstoppable. One card I do want to ask you about, Andy, is Raging Storm. So I'm personally using it at the minute in Amber Amethyst. I think because of how much Ruby Amber there is in the meta, you can't play without it. But a lot of the decks that have done well in tournaments have elected to take it out. Have you taken out your deck?
Probably should have played one for the 61st or maybe two to drop something else out. But yes, against Luke round one, I was really hoping for a card that wasn't even in my deck, if you like. So yeah, I could have done with them, definitely.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I mean, definitely something to look further into. But this is the positive point. You know, we're early in the meta. We don't really know what the actual meta is at the minute. We've got theory crafted decks. We've got some people that have piloted together for the early tournaments, but that's definitely going to change the further that we get along the line. So I'm quite excited to see what we come with. Now, Andy, I know you used to play a lot of Blurple. That was one of the big decks for you. There is some Blurple decks going around. A lot of the honey decks are based on Blurple. Do you think it's a viable deck, or is it just dead now?
I haven't actually seen it in action, but I don't think it's completely dead. I don't think it'll be nowhere near tier 1. But I think, yeah, there's still options. I'm probably going to end up red purple because that's always been my favourite. So, evasives.
Red purple certainly having a bit of a comeback recently, especially decks going on. You know, it really just does feel like quite a nice counter to that. Now, Andy, I'm not going to take your time here for any longer. Thank you very much for your interview. I wish you the best luck in the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Ali Sweet coming into the interview booth in just a second, but please let Andy know the support in the chat. Give him some love. Appreciate it always, Andy. Any shouts you want to give? No. Calm demeanor as ever. Love it. Cheers, Andy. All the best, my friend. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get Ali with me in just a couple of seconds. Stick around with us. We won't have the wait screen, so I'll just pop out of the booth to go grab her. If you have any questions that you do want to ask Ali, as she's quite popular online, the famous little content creator she is, please do let me know and we'll get that asked across to her. But we'll only be gone for a couple of seconds. Right back with Ali Sweet. Right, Lorcana Legends, we are back. We have the famous, very famous Ali. Talk to me about that game. Definitely a hard one.
Yeah, turns out you should not swap to a deck that you've only played twice. I did not know what I was doing, but I got to Single My Enchanted Panda twice, so I won in my heart.
Love to see it. Now, it was definitely a very fun deck. I was kind of worried about how to play the deck. It's something that I really, really want to work, but I think, like you, I just don't really know how it works yet. Did you have the Pirate's Life in there? Was that something you could have went for?
No, so I was looking at two lists. One by Incree Chris, and the other one is one that Rick Fumbles made. And just because Adam knew the Fumbles list better, I went with that one, and then I switched a couple of cards. So he didn't have the big panda in it, but obviously I had the Enchanted, I had to swap that in. And then I put in a one-off of the Miriam Mendelssohn just because I revealed it. I can't remember what the original question was. I've just rambled. But yeah, that's how I got the list. I don't remember the question.
Yeah, fair enough. We take it. We love a bit of waffle. Get that from me anyway. I mean, Ali, it's a pleasure to have you here at the tournament. Obviously, you and Adam have travelled quite far to be able to get here. Talk me about the decks that you want to see in this tournament, the kind of decks that you don't want to see. I imagine maybe not the Amber Amethyst deck after that round. Is there any decks we are looking for?
Not aggro. Anything more mid than that would be great.
More mid.
Yeah.
Is this the official statement? More mid.
I don't actually want to see at all, to be honest.
Now, the funny thing is, Andy said something very, very similar just in the booth. I like that both of you kind of just went, yeah, I don't know how to play my deck, actually. So I'm glad to see the professionalism going on here.
Yeah, I had practiced Blue Steel Detectives and I knew what I was doing with that. I knew the matchups I wanted, but I just got bored. So I was like, yesterday at lunchtime, I was build pandas because I like pandas.
Now, I do have to ask, did it kind of encourage you a little bit because you had the enchanted red panda in that deck? Is that the main reason to go over?
Probably, yeah. And I knew that there was like the promo of the main lead that I could put in to make it nice. The epic Sunny I could put in. I've got more of them on order so I can have the play set. Yeah, just shiny cards.
Love to see it. Like a little magpie. We love some shiny cards. I get the foils as well. Absolutely love to see them. I mean, Ali, we've got you on here, so let's talk a little bit about you. Tell us about your Lorcana career. What's going on in your world at the minute?
Just excited for Attack of the Vine right now. My Instagram's doing well, which is surprising because I only started doing Instagram content a couple months ago. But yeah, we're just vibing. We're just chilling. We haven't got any big sites right now. We're just enjoying Attack of the Vine.
Just enjoying. Love to hear it. Now, I did tell chat a little bit earlier about the kind of humbling experience I had against you playing at the CCQ. How you absolutely battered maybe a Blurple list. What's it like?
I can play Lorcana. I don't always play that badly today.
No, Ali is a very, very strong player. I mean, you had some really strong tournament results. You know, in the last couple of years, you went straight up to the top of Axion. I think the first time I've seen you in a big tournament.
Yeah, I'd only been playing Lorcana properly for a couple of months, and I came first of Swiss. So it's been downhill since then, but I just keep referring back to that. Yeah.
I think the big question I want to ask, does it help you having a partner that's so into the game as well? Like you've got somebody there you can really test against, try and work out different decks, or is it something that you just avoid together because you want to do something completely different?
A bit of both. I'll test into him a lot, but because he is a much better player than me, there's no question about it. It can get quite demoralizing. So then I won't want to play for a while, but then I'll go to League and play people more on my level, and I'll be like, oh, I don't suck at the game. He's just very good. And he can, like, I don't deck build very much. I just take someone else's list. So he'll pick out all the good decks for me. I could be like, I want to play pandas. Help me with some lists. And he'll give me a selection. So yeah, it is helpful.
Good. Love to hear it. Now, Ali, one thing I do want to talk to you about, obviously, inclusivity of women in the game. You know, you're a big founder behind that. You've got the Lorcana Girlies Discord. One of the big kind of founder members of that, a big movement really happening on your behalf, effectively. I see so many more women in the game. There's a lot more inclusivity going on. You know, what was the kind of aim behind that and what are your goals for the future with women in the game?
Well, okay, I won't get too deep. But when I first got into Lorcana, I was struggling with like female friendships and things. So Lorcana kind of helped me find people. So I was like, oh, let's make a way to make that easier for people. So I made this Discord, mainly with the only goal being that if people want to go to an event and are too nervous, they can like just pop in the chat like, oh, I'm heading to Angle Winner Case. Is anyone else going? And people can like make friends there. So Thea, actually, who like is qualified for Continentals, she was traveling to Bologna alone. So she met people at the airport through the Discord so that she wasn't traveling alone. And it's just grown from there. And we have people who just collect, we have people who play competitively, and it's just lovely. But it all just came from wanting to make friends.
That's really nice. I love to see that. I think that's the good thing about Lorcana as a game. There's so many options for the kind of avenue that you want to play in. You know, it's for me myself, I literally just like doing match after match after match like a complete sociopath. I just really enjoy competing, but I think the collector angle is really nice as well. I mean, you have really, really good luck with your pulls. I mean, do you think you're starting to lean more towards the collection side, or are you still really in tournament mode?
I think I'll always be a tournament girly, but my content definitely leans more towards collecting because my partner Adam, he's just meta tournament, does not care about the cards at all. They could be black and white, he wouldn't care. So I feel like I have to bring the Disney joy and ramp it up extra to make up for his lack of caring, really. But he does like Enchanted now. He'll be like, oh, can I play with that? And he never used to do that. So yeah, I still love to play, but I definitely am becoming more of a collector too. It's hard to, I'm still both. Yeah, I don't know.
Now, I mean, I know for certain you do have one collection going. I believe that's your Merida enchanters that you're going for. How are you doing on that? Have you got all the Meridas yet?
I don't have the iconic, and I probably never will, but I'm going to keep lowballing people on eBay, and one day someone will eventually accept. But I have everything else, I've managed to pull the merit of this set, which is nice. And now I'm thinking of also doing a Turning Red collection. Because I think there's only one enchanted, isn't there, for that? And I've got that. So yeah, we're sorted. We'll put that one together too.
Love to hear it. Now, Ali, of course, I'm going to be a horrible interview here, and I'm going to put you under a load of pressure immediately. I want to test your knowledge here, okay? So we have a brand new format coming to Lorcana, Coconut. Yeah. Tell me, what do we know of Coconut? What are your thoughts of it so far?
I'll be honest, I haven't looked much at it at all. I saw that one of the beta cards they're using is the Aerial Spectacular Singer, so that excites me. But other than that, I literally am avoiding it until Ravensburger tell me it's definitely going to happen. So, but it looks good. People are very excited about it. And I'm all for multiplayer because multiplayer is very fun.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a really nice avenue again, once again, just to get other people into it, different styles, having teams that you can play with, other people going around you. But I will just say, from a standpoint for me, it looks a little bit confusing. I keep looking at all these cards. I'm like, I don't know how to put together a deck for this. So I'm glad to see there's somebody else that's not just me.
No idea. I did play on Colour is Law's channel when she did the heroic thing. And I'm just going to assume I can build a deck similarly to how I did for that. But I should actually check the rules.
Well, you heard it there from Ali. Right, Ali, just before we finish up, I do need to give you a little bit of a break for your next round. I'm not that cruel to keep you here forever. Just any shout outs you want to give, obviously shout out your social media if for some reason they live under a rock and they don't follow you already.
Yeah, shout out to everyone in my Discord server, Lorcana Girlies, and follow me on social media, Ali Sweet, with an E on the end of Sweet. Yeah, that's it.
Love to hear it. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back with you soon. Free coming live at your Angle Game times Pendulum winner case. We are going to be right back for another thriller. We've had a 2-0 into a 2-0. Let's see if we can get a free set game.
Not been good for the girls, so
you're going easy on them, Ali. You haven't warm up into it. Yeah, we'll be right back with you soon. Thanks so much for staying tuned, everyone. See you in a second. Ladies, gentlemen, Lorcana Legends, we are back here. Angle Gaming in Peterborough, combined with Pendulum Game for their Winter Case event. We are going straight into round 3. This is going to be a good match for you. Now, we have the marvellous Colin Barker coming back on stream here. You will have seen Colin quite a lot at the Pendulum tournaments, but Colin has qualified for the European Championships for his performance at the CCQ that he played at just a couple of months ago when he was playing Ruby Sapphire. So interested to see what Colin is playing today. Hopefully he's got a delightful list for us. I'm excited to see what he's put together. He normally does go for quite a spicy deck, known for doing a couple of aggro decks. He's had great performances at the Axion tournaments, top cut in most of them, and I think it is a known fact that Colin actually has the most wins at Axion events, which is quite a credible performance. I, of course, had the second place at Axion many moons ago, and I can tell you from experience, it is a hard tournament to play in. All the best players turning up all together, so great to have this caliber of player on the stream. Was Colin, of course, is going to be playing against Kieran. Excited to see what Kieran's put together and see if he's able to take down a CCQ top cut performer who has made it into Euros. Certainly going to be a hard game for Kieran, but a lot of strong players here today. Let's see if he's able to pull something out the bag, get the win, steal it as the underdog performance. We do love an underdog performance on the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently sitting at 3 likes. 3 likes at the minute, and there is over 50 of you watching right now. Let's get that smashed right up. Come on, guys. Helps the algorithm, boosts up the channel. Just hit the like button. That doesn't cost you anything. Nice and free. Nice, easy start. Very helpful for us, and I will love you forever. In fact, I will personally buy you all a bouquet of flowers, send it straight to you. I'm not going to do that because I don't make enough money, but you know what? Metaphorically, you'll get those flowers, and unless you have hay fever, I'm sure you'll love it. Now, starting off, looks like we have an Ursa on board. Can't quite see what's on the other side of the field there. Little bit of glare. I think it's perhaps an Elon Wee. We are going to be inking another Elon Wee, and then we're spending out on Ham. Looks like we've got an Amber versus Amber match, but the question is, what decks are we playing on each side? Now, Pleatly goes into the ink for Colin. I think that tells us this is going to be the Lilo and Stitch Amber Steel deck. Yeah, we have Malin Lee coming out here, going to be searching for a couple of songs here. Hopefully we're able to find that Thunderbolt, sing it, get rid of that Ham straight away before our opponent is able to get the ramp going with Ham, get the bigger character out on the turn 3, looking for that 4-cost card. I think I saw a Dale in hand there, so I think this is probably going to be Amber Amethyst. We do sing, we're going to take out that Ham straight away. Nice start from Colin, controlling the board here. Ham off the board, only the Elon we left, and we are passing turn over to our Amber Amethyst opponent, Kieran. Kieran having a little flick through his hand here. I think that's a Dale went into the ink. Well, we've got Cheshire Cat coming out onto the field. Nice way to be able to control damage by using ping. And then the Elon we can, of course, boost that on the following turn to take out the Ursula. But the big question, has Colin got another Thunderbolt? He does. The Cheshire Cat's gone already. Marvellous start from Colin here. Really controlling the board. If our player is not able to get anything onto the field, we are going to be in a very difficult position. Only the Elon we cannot take out. If Elon Weed does challenge, going to be leaving that straight away. Got another like on it. We're up to 4, guys. Come on, let's at least get to 10. Get yourself some standards. 10 likes as a minimum. Let's go. Keep smashing the button. We've got Augustin Madrigal coming out onto the field here. Support character, 3/6 stat line. Really useful for the Gaston. Now, we're going to be re-exerted and heading over to Colin's turn here. I think we do have that Lilo and Stitch shift card in hand. That's going to be really hard to get rid of, but the Augustin Madrigal is going to be really helpful for that. If the Gaston is in hand, be able to get rid of that straight away, something that Colin is going to be very well aware of. We do have Strength for Raging Fire. That's going to be sent into the ink where Lilo and Stitch comes out into the field, and I think we're just pass and turn straight away. Oh, do we have the Gaston available? That would be a really good hit for him if he does have it already. Get rid of the big free quester, something that he's not going to see staying on the field for too long unless he does at least have the Raging Storm. Of course, we're not going to know that till a little bit later. A lot of people electing to not have Storm in their deck. Obviously being non-inkable, 8 cost, quite expensive to be able to get out. Little bit of a think here for Kieran. I think if he did have the Gaston, he'd probably use it straight away. We've got another Dale going into the ink. That's 2 of them down so far. Risky getting rid of them. Really strong card for the deck. And of course, with Dale on the field, Augustin becomes a 6/6 stat line. Grandmother Willow going to be coming out onto the field here. 1 less for the next character we play. Augustin's going to quest 1, going to boost up the Lilo, and then we're going to hit World's Greatest Criminal. Nice play there. Doesn't have the Gaston, still able to get rid of the free quester immediately. Now, the good thing about Augustin, that's going to be able to stack some damage on it if we are challenging in, or if we use any songs. Thunderbolt, of course, only does 4 damage. So if Kieran is able to get an Ohana Means family onto the Augustin, could get quite a bit of card draw going here. No damage put onto it yet. All cards kept non-exerted for Colin here, keeping the steady game, not forcing his hand too quickly. Going to be 1 next less for the next card we play. Looks like cost coming down because of Grandmother Willow's effect. Of course, this has to be the first card that you stick out. Once again, Kieran just thinking exactly through what cards he wants to play. We have the Genie coming down onto the board. This is a very, very good card here. That's going to become a 5/5 stat line with Dale on the field. But when it quests, you're able to send it into your deck. Once again, shuffle it in and then draw another 3 cards. A good way to keep your hand going here. Really like this list so far from Kieran. Not too far off what I'm currently playing, but I don't use the Willows in my build. I think Hammer's a little bit stronger in this set, just because it's not able to be pinged off straight away. But as you saw from Colin, Hammer was taken out of play immediately because of the Thunderbolt. Looks like we're going to be inking the Cheshire Cat. Demona comes out onto the field. Everything is now exerted. We're going to be able to do some challenging, and Kieran's able to get some more card draw into his hand. Really essential to keep that card draw going. Make sure that you don't run out. But Colin up to 3 cards as well. Louisa Madrigal comes onto the field here. The question is, what does he challenge into with what? I think realistically, need to try and get rid of that Angel so it's not doing some ping damage across the board. If we quest with the Elon we could send Augustin in. That would be 5 damage, which would take out the Angel quite comfortably. We don't even need to give the support with the Elon Wee, so could protect that for a little bit longer. I think that's the smartest play. Could then boost up the Grandmother Willow, take out the Stitch, stop the shift line coming down there as well. Kieran just having a little bit of think about what he wants to target, what the best option to get rid of is. He's going to quest with the Elon Wee, going to give support onto a character. Looks like we are then going to be challenging him with the Genie. Interest, we're not going for the card draw there. Obviously, don't want too many cards in hand because of the Demona. 3 damage back on the Genie. Augustin's then going to be challenging in. Looks like we're potentially going to be taking out the Stitch unless we use support again. Nope, quest up to 3. We are then going to use Grandmother Willow to take out the Ursula. That shouldn't be gone. Colin's just replaced that back. Only 1 damage onto the Grandmother Willow altogether, still on the board. Only 2 cards left on the field for Colin. 3-2 deficit. Kieran currently in the lead, but very, very early start of the game so far. We have Augustin Madrigal, Elon Wee, looks like a Grandmother Willow, Genie, Demona, and Louisa on field so far. Really, really nice start for our Amber Amethyst player, controlling the board well and really going quite wide. Something that Steelsong is going to find very difficult to be able to deal with wide board states. Of course, Demona is going to be popped very easily by World's Greatest Criminal Mind if Colin is able to find that. But the 2 characters on board right now, not the best options. We could run in and take out the... Nice, we get the Lilo shift. So that's going to be a 3/5 stat line, quest of 3, and we've got the support. We can make that a little bit bigger, but it's not going to be enough to be able to take out the Augustin Madrigal, giving the support to Malin Lee. Colin just deciding what he wants to do here. Looks like he's decided against that play. Decided he doesn't want to do anything. Of course, this absolutely fine to do as long as you've not seen any additional cards. No additional information has been generated, so you are able to do takebacks. Completely in hand there, he does decide he is going to take that shift line. Perhaps a little bit of frustration here for Colin, trying to work out the best way around this. It is a very difficult board state. We're going to be exerting. We decide to quest out. We go to 5 altogether, give the support onto Augustin Madrigal. Then we're going to be singing World Greatest Criminal Mind. Yes, Criminal Mind takes out the Augustin. Really smart here, getting rid of that. Stop any big damage counters coming onto there and stopping any additional goal going. But then we get the other Criminal Mind as well. Take out the Demona. It's a really good play from Colin against a really difficult board state, but I can't help but to think it's going to be very sensible to get rid of that Genie now, get the 3 cards drawn into hand, keep the card draw going for Kieran, and keep the pressure on Colin, but going to need to find a way to be able to get rid of this Lilo. Now, we're going to quest there, going up to 4 altogether. Colin's just got a little bit confused, taking the law off the board, going the wrong way. Total altogether for Kieran, just narrowly behind against Colin because the big 3 quester on the board. Get to shuffle that deck because the Genie will offer a cut to the opponent, then 3 cards drawn over. Looks like a couple of cards upside down there for Kieran, just having a quick run through. Colin's just asked what the effect is, just asking if it's shuffle first, then draw, or the other way around. So shuffled in, going to be passing that over to Colin in a second, let him have the cut of the deck, take the cut, and then 3 cards going to be drawn. That's going to add to the 3 cards already in hand. A very nice hand size for our Amber Amethyst player, Kieran. 6 cards in hand altogether. Looks like we have a total of 6 ink, I believe. Got the Grandmother Willow on the field, so going to be 1 less to play a character. The next card specifically cannot be a card later on the turn. You cannot choose when you use Grandmother Willow's effect. Obviously, if we boost the Louisa Madrigal, that's going to be able to take out the Malin Lee. 2 damage counters would be on that. I think perhaps we keep the Grandmother Willow non-exerted. Looks like we've got an Isis in hand. Mowgli in hand as well. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Interesting. Decide to ink that, valuing that we don't need the card draw yet. I'm not too sure if that's the right play, but could be Mowgli's in the opposing deck, which could rip that. So I do see some sense to it. Cheshire Cat comes down onto the board. Now, I'm not too sure here if Kieran... I think Kieran has actually exerted 3 ink there when he only has to use 2 because of Grandmother Willow's effect. Perhaps missed his trigger there, not realising that it's 1 less for Grandmother Willow. Of course, that can be taken back, so hopefully they are going to notice that on this turn and just realise that it's only 2 that he needs to pay for the Cheshire Cat. No other characters played this turn so far. Still have quite a bit of ink, so perhaps still a couple of options that you want to play. Got the Isis on the board there, but don't think we're going to have enough to be able to take out that Stitch immediately, so I think we're better saying that Isis for a later turn, but a 4 body, very strong. We do need to be careful, though, for any Gastons and Criminal Minds coming down. We have already seen 2 by Colin so far. Looks like we're going to be exerting the Elon. We go to 5 altogether. We put the support onto Louisa Madrigal. Challenger 2 gets the +2 because of the Elon. That's a Challenger 4 now. Able to take that card off the board. Only the Lilo still on board for Colin. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook goes down onto the field. Do we pop it immediately? It looks like we are deciding to do that. 1 ink being moved across. Yep, popped immediately. Able to draw 2 cards right now. Then it looks like we have another Louisa. I'm not too sure the second card that he drew. It looked almost like a snowboard Stitch, but I don't think we'd be seeing that in the Amber Amethyst deck. Perhaps another Demona maybe, but definitely not going to want to use that right now, especially with so many cards in hand. Strength for Rage and Fire, able to deal 1 damage onto a character. Getting rid of the Elon Wee straight away. And then, are we going to quest or are we going to take out the card? Colin just having a little bit of a think about the best way to get through this here. He's going to challenge in, take out the Louisa Madrigal. No damage back on Stitch. 0 damage back. Louisa only gets the Challenger when she's the one doing the challenging, unless Dale is on the field, making her a 3-3 during challenges altogether. But no Dale so far either side. We have Cheshire Cat, Grandmother Willow, and Louisa Madrigal on the board for our Amber Amethyst player. Certainly looking like Amber Amethyst is taking the lead. We're going to boost some damage across. Cheshire Cat challenged in, doing 2 damage on Stitch altogether. Then we move 2 damage across with the Cheshire Cat. This gets around the resist as well because it's damage placed instead of, the damage moving instead of dealing damage. And then we have the Stitch come out onto the board. Once again, surprised to see this for an Amber Amethyst deck. Of course, it does go quite well with the Dale becoming a 5-5. And then when it quests on the following turn, looks like Colin's scooping it up already. Said, nope, not go with that, mate. No need to carry on there. We're going straight on to game 2. Not the start that Colin has been wanting here. He really got overworked there. The Amber Amethyst board got wide very, very quickly and just found it a little bit difficult to try and get rid of all the characters on board. Now, Colin, of course, is going to be going first in this game, so might have a little bit more luck at going quick. But Amber Amethyst really showing how resilient it is of a deck today. Obviously, we saw Andy taking down Ali Sweet playing the Ruby Panda songs. We had a 2-0 win there. And then we're also seeing Amber Amethyst with a 1-0 lead against Colin, a player who has qualified for the European Championships. Certainly a very strong showing for Kieran so far, showing that there's more to just the name in Lorcana. A great performance from Kieran. Massive shout out to you. Absolutely smashing it. Let's see if you have what it takes to be able to take down the big name himself, Colin Barker, in a 2-game match. Or is Colin going to be able to come back, get the additional win here, and bring it to the first 3 set of the day? I'm not sure. Certainly going to be a tough one. Colin needs to get that board a lot wider if he wants to stand up against this deck. Certainly looks like Kieran has a lot of draw going for him, and that may be what it needs to get the victory, just the constant draw. Now, I'm not too sure if Kieran's only sent 1 back or quite a few cards there. Looks like it's potentially 6 that he's sending back, but of course, Colin is going to be able to make the decision first about what he's sending, then Kieran can make a decision afterwards. 3, 4, 5, 6 cards sent back by Kieran. Obviously not seeing what he's wanting there. Perhaps digging really hard to get to the ramp. Obviously not needed straight away. I think Mowgli can be really nice on the opening turns as well, just to rip the cards out of Colin's hand, especially if he's going to be going on the draw here. Now, I think that Colin really just needs to get that quick start, put the pressure on as much as possible, try and get that Stitch out onto the field really, really quickly. It's quite hard to be able to get rid of before we get the support with the Gaston. So if Colin is able to control the support cards in the deck, like Elon Wee and Augustin Madrigal, if Kieran is not able to get that Gaston out, Colin might be able to take this. But once again, seems like a very, very difficult match. Amber's still struggling quite a little bit. Got the Strength of the Rage and Fire in hand. So we could go 1, 2, 3 Strength, similar to Purple Steel line. Looks like Pleatley perhaps going into the Inkwell for the Colin. Decided to go against it. Once again, big massive shout out to chat. Got 65 you live with minute. This is absolutely phenomenal. Glad to have you all here. Let me know in the comments who you're rooting for in this matchup. Who do you think is able to take this game? The more experienced Colin or newcomer on the stream, Kieran, playing Amber Amethyst. Going to be Inkin playing out Stitch and then passing on. Perhaps we do have that Stitch line coming quite quickly. Elon Wee is going to be out the board. Nice support character. I think Kieran is going to want to protect this as much as possible because Elon Wee is going to be enough to be able to get rid of the Stitch when it shifts out if we're able to get the Criminal Mind or Gaston. Stitch is going to exert, going to 1 altogether. If Elon Wee challenges in, it will deal 2 damage and it will take itself out. Something that Kieran is not going to want to do here. Cheshire Cat going into the Ink Bell. Really good card for this matchup. Surprised to see it inked, but maybe not a better option so far. Are we going for the Mowgli? No, we go for the Grandmother Willow and Will-o'-the-Wisp out onto the board. Now, Will-o'-the-Wisp is difficult in this matchup because even though with the challenges, it goes back to hand, songs are predominantly going to be used in this game to wipe it out, so it's not going to get as much value. Yes, we're going to be getting the additional lore abilities, but without the Dale on the board, this Will-o'-the-Wisp is just going to be a little bit of a hindrance, and I don't know if Kieran's going to be put in a position where he's going to start to miss inkable cards. We've got the Lilo and Stitch out already. Really nice start here for Colin. 3-5 stat line, quest for 3, answer. There is nothing on this board right now that can deal with that whatsoever. And then Strength for Rage and Fire. We are taking out a card on board. Does he decide to get rid of the Will-o'-the-Wisp straight away so we're not having that recursion? Or do we get rid of the Ramp Engine? I think surely it's Grandma Willow that has to go. That's certainly what I'd be targeting. I wouldn't want my opponent ramping anymore, getting characters out on the cheaper. But notably, only 2 cards left in hand for Colin. Running very tight on the draw. Needs to get some draw cards very, very quickly. Otherwise, he might start to struggle quite quickly in this game. Colin taking his time, deciding what the best target is for. I think it has to be weighed up between the Grandmother Willow or the Will-o'-the-Wisp, but I really think we have to be going for the Grandmother Willow here. That Ramp Engine is too crucial for this deck with the cheating characters. However, contrast, he goes for the Elon Wee. Obviously a little bit more scared from the shift there, being able to take out with the Gaston, but I think that is that a Thunderbolt in hand for Colin? Is he going to take out a second character? I think he's going to. He's edging, whether it's a quest or an exert pop. It could be a really good start here. Get rid of the threats. No, we've gone for the quest. We got to 4 together. Value in keeping it for the stronger card coming out. I think that's the smart play from Colin. Does not need to get rid of an additional card this turn. We're at a 4-0 deficit already. Colin in the lead so far. Just a few more quests and he can get to a very dangerous part of this game. Looks like we've got an Isis Vandal in the hand. Could be good to get onto the board, but without the support, it's not going to do much. No characters to exert, but at least it's down a 4 stat line. If Colin's able to find this Criminal Mind, that is going to be able to give the support onto the Isis, get that straight off the board. That will be absolutely back-breaking for Kieran, something that he is not going to want to see whatsoever. 3 ink at the ready for Colin. Does he have the Criminal Mind? Is he able to get rid of the Isis straight away? Or is he going to value getting the Thunderbolt down, getting rid of the challenging character? I think that could be the right time to use it here, Colin. Get rid of the threat as it comes down onto the board. You can then use a Criminal Mind later for something like Demona coming out. Make sure you play with a low hand size and get the draw going. We're going to exert the Lilo. Go to 7 altogether. Not too sure who's given this support to. Might be the Angel that's given it to. No, on the other side of the board. I think that must mean we have the Criminal in hand. It looks like he does have it. He does also have the Thunderbolt though, so interesting that he's not valuing getting rid of the Thunderbolt this early, wanting to keep that for a later part of the game. Just playing a sensible game here. 7-1 though, so Colin quite comfortably in the lead, but once again, card draw going to be the issue. He does hit down the Criminal Mind. That's Isis gone already, so we're not going to have that for the Demona, but we've kept the Thunderbolt in hand. That's going to be able to take out the next card that is played by Kieran. Now we have the Augustin Magico come down. Colin is not going to be happy seeing that. I think it would have been smarter using the Thunderbolt on the Isis and then hitting the support onto the Augustin, popping that Criminal Mind. Perhaps a little bit of a misplay there for Colin. Been a little bit too greedy, try to hold on to the Thunderbolt. If Augustin is able to exert, get the Gaston on the field or the Criminal Mind, this really could put Colin behind in the game. Looks like he has a Stitch as well to come down onto the board, but he's not got enough to be able to play it. Really struggling with ink here this game, Colin, and a lot of card draw. Ink and card draw, really, really essential. If you don't have either, you're going to be in a terrible position. We're going to quest for 3, going up to 11 altogether. We're going to be giving the support potentially onto Angel here. There's no need for it to go onto the other character. Angel, of course, is not going to be able to sing. We're going to have to ink the Stitch, and then are we going to play out the Thunderbolt? Really, really tense moment of this game so far. 11-2, but it could potentially go a bit downhill for Colin right now. Get the Thunderbolt down. We're taking out the Grandmother. Then we're going to be questing. We go up to 12 altogether. We go to 12, then we are passing turn. 4 cards in the ink falling, only 1 card left in hand. Definitely struggling a little bit here. Do we have the Gaston? If the Gaston's there, it's going to get rid of the Stitch straight away. This could really bring me back into the game. We get the Criminal Mind. The big Lilo and Stitch gone already. If he did not have that, I think that would have been game over. But Colin's still at 12-4. Still comfortably in the lead now, unless he gets the card draw. We get Malin Lee coming down, able to bring a song in hand here. This could be really, really nice. But what does he get? Doesn't find any songs whatsoever. Looks like an Aerial was part of that. Aerial, definitely a card that he's going to be wanting. Every time you sing while the card is boosted, you get to draw a little bit in the game. Something that could have been really, really clutch for Colin. Unfortunately, going to have to send it back. Did he get any songs whatsoever? Look at this family. Could be a nice option, but it's not going to be enough with the board state that we got. It's World's Greatest Criminal Mind that we're going to bring back in. We don't have the support character anymore, so going to be a little bit useless at the minute. But if a Demona comes down, we're going to be able to pop that straight away. 1 ink still remaining for Colin. Is he going to ink the Criminal Mind straight away just to get up to a better point with his ink total? It may be worth it, but if a Demona does come down, that's going to be horrible. Got Ohana Means family going into the Inkwell. Another bit of draw that he's having to lose. Stitch and Ohana gone, and now we get Stitch Snowball on the other side of the board. Now, on the next turn, if there's 2 cards remaining on Kieran's board, he's going to be able to draw cards here, which is going to be really, really good for him. We're catching up a little bit, 6-12, getting very, very close in this game. Colin had such a comfortable lead, but it seems to be all falling apart for our European Championship qualified player. Really unsure what he wants to play at the minute. I don't think it's going well for him. He's got the Criminal Mind in hand, and I'm not sure on the other card. I think it's Look at This Family. Can't get it at all. He needs another character on board, but if he exerts these characters, he's potentially going to lose them. This is a really difficult situation. Of course, Singer 3 for the Angel, Malin Lee, free cost as well, can only exert Singer 6. Not going to be enough. We're going to ink the Look at This Family once again. More card draw having to be sacrificed in this game. Not what Colin wants to be doing. Still only on 12. And then we're going to have to be passing turn. Kieran going to be drawn off turn here. Has a really good chance to come back. He gets the Demona. Both cards exerted. But this means that Colin now has card draw. We get the Akuda and Moody coming into the hand. And we do have the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. This can be popped straight away. But Stitch can exert now. Give the additional card draw. We're not going to be able to take out both cards, though, but we decide to challenge with the Stitch instead. Kieran says, nah, I don't need the card draw, mate. We are all good. And then we're going to quest up 7, pass and turn to Colin. He's got the Akud, he's got the Criminal Mind. Does he have any characters? He's got the Stitch. He's going to need to get that out. But we want to get rid of that Demona straight away. Oh, this is awful for Colin right now. Kieran is going to be able to go to 2, 4, 5, 6. Kieran could go to 13 on the following turn. This is a really, really dangerous position for Colin. He's got the Angel. Does he play the Akud, try and get a bigger card out onto the board, get the Angel out? Not too sure. He's got 6 ink together. Once again, a big thank you to everyone watching right now. 83 of you live on the Crawford channel. This is a record for us. A big, massive thank you to everyone. We are absolutely smashing it so far. Akuda and Moody comes down to an extra card, drew into the hand for Colin. We do see the Lilo and Stitch there. That could be really nice to get out, but there's not. We potentially play it because it's -2. That means we've got 5 inks still available. But if Kieran is able to find a way to pop this straight away because the Augustin in hand, it would absolutely lose the game for Colin. He needs to be so careful what he plays now. Maybe the Stitch is a better play, but once again, we are at risk of that going as well. If we're able to get 2 characters on board with the Stitch on the following turn, we can get some card draw. But once again, he needs to do some controlling. Stop Kieran from getting too far ahead in this game. Shout out to Gareth in the chat there. Gareth, obviously our winner from the Pendulum tournament. And unfortunately, Gareth, my friend, you are missing out on a bye in the first round today. Devastated that you couldn't make it, but lovely to see you still in the chat. Thank you for joining us, friend. Gareth, a tremendous player, so make sure to give some love to Gareth in the chat. See, Ice Fan, she'll come down. The Stitch being taken out. We're then going to be Quest now, going all the way to 11. It looks like this is going to be Kieran's game. What massive upset, doing so well against a European Championship qualified player. Colin just really unlucky, and that is the end of the game already. Massive congratulations to Kieran. What a thriller of a performance. Can't believe he's taken that as a 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 2-0s back-to-back in this tournament. These matches have been mental so far, but we really are seeing the power of Amber in this tournament. Amber doing so well so far. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting Kieran in for an interview in just a couple of minutes. Stay right with us live on the Lorcana channel. Be right back with you in a couple of minutes. Right, Crawford Carnal Legends, we are back live in the booth with Kieran. Kieran, first of all, a massive, massive win there against a very talented opponent. Talk me through that game. You smashed it. 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I just knew that I had to kind of play the 5 health bodies to stop him strengthening me and thunderbolting me. So that's about it, really. Yeah, it went really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's as good as it can get. And, watching so far, you actually had the most viewers on your for the whole tournament so far. We had 94 people watching live, so big fan of you so far. Yeah, that was a crazy game. Now, your build for Amber Amethyst seems a little bit different to what we've been seeing. The Snowboard Stitch, that's a bit of a new one. How's that going in your deck?
Yeah, Snowboard Stitch gone really well. It's such a hard body for steel to remove, so you don't lose so much board control. And then it feels kind of, you're able to ink it in matchups where the games are going quicker, and then if you're back with Sully, hard to deal with a lot of the time. So yeah, it's been really good.
You running Sully in your deck as well?
Yeah, I've got Sully, and then I've also put in the 3/5 genie that quests to gain you 3 cards. It works really well with Dale. It allows you to trade. You can Demona and then draw off of it. So it's really been versatile. I did have second star, but it just felt too clunky. So it's kind of a second draw engine on every deck needing draw at the moment. It's been really needed, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic card. I'm currently running it in my Amber. Well, really huge success I've had with that. Just being able to get that kind of last minute dig when you're running out of cards. Like you say, second star, you need the bodies on board. And when there's so much Amber Emerald at the minute, has all the board wipes, you lose your board, and then all of a sudden you just can't play anything. You sit there with 2 second stars, you're absolutely stuck. I mean, we saw you actually challenging with that in the game and just leaving it on the field for a little bit longer. Was there a worry that you weren't going to get the trigger?
There was, but I felt like I was in a strong enough board state that if I didn't get it, I'd just drawn off Demona. Him having to trade his board into mine just feels a lot better. It's a 3/5. He can't strength it. He didn't have enough characters and he couldn't Thunderbolt it either. So it was just like, if he wants to use more removal to stop me drawing, fine. I had Demona to just win the board back. So it was just luckily I was ahead. I didn't need it, but it's there if I wanted it.
The second game was definitely a massive catch-up by you. You really had to work for that. The amount of questing that you got with the Lilo and Stitch there was just absolutely mental. I think there was a tiny bit of a misplay on his behalf where he was sitting with a fun in his hand for quite a while. You had Isis that you put down on the board, and he had the Criminal Mind, which he decided to pop on the Isis and held onto the Thunderbolt. I think it would have been smarter using the Thunderbolt on your Isis than using the Criminal Mind on the Augustin by giving support without Lilo and Stitch. Were you worried about that card in hand, or was it just no bother for you?
It wasn't. I didn't really think about it. I was just trying to play my board. Like, to Colin's props, him strengthening my Alon off just made him so far ahead. So I was just trying to claw back, and luckily he kind of dead drawed a little bit, and I didn't. So yeah, it was. He played very well, and in that game, the choice for him to Thunderbolt Elonwy saved him a lot of tempo in that kind of aspect. So yeah, I didn't really think about the Thunderbolt. If he has it, he has it. The way I kind of feel about some Amber Steel removal, if they have it off the top or they have it in hand, they have it. You can't always play around it. So,
what's your predominant kind of strategy going into an Amber match? I mean, Amber Steel match. For me, I tend to sack off my ramp a little bit and focus a little bit more Mowgli's just so I can rip any early songs. I know they do want to try and get that earlier Kudet and Moody. So if you kind of stop that from happening, it can be quite backbreaking for them. Both games, I think you went in for the ramp strategy. You was able to get rid of the ham straight away on the first game with the Thunderbolt. But are you just looking for those 2 cards?
So predominantly, I've been trying to establish a threat with Elonwy and Willow, and then try to get on early Isis to kind of pick off any of their singers and stuff, and then they've got to start dealing with it. Or the genie. The genie just feels really good having, or an early Stitch. So I haven't. It's probably my least played matchup. I did talk to him between the games, and I was just like, this is my worst matchup. I don't feel comfortable into playing it at all. So I do kind of feel like I lucked out a bit in that respect.
It's interesting that you say that. I do quite like the Amber Steel matchup. I think the only thing that potentially worry about is when they do get the Stitch out too early, because they just get so much value with it. But with the Gastons, with the Criminal Show, as long as you do get your Elon to your Augustin, you've got so much set up there to be able to just pop it straight away. Now, I said the same to the other Amber Amethyst player, but I didn't see any Raging Storms in your deck. Is that something that you've elected against?
Yeah, I was running it for a little bit, and it's just you don't get there in most games. You don't get to 8 safely, and if you've got a dead card in hand, you're drawing effectively maybe one less of Demona, or if you genie and draw into 1 or 2 of them. It just felt so clunky. I just felt like if I can go wide, place a Dale, Demona, or Isis, like Sully and Isis back or something like that, it just puts you in a lot better position. Like some of the decks, like an Eleanor deck, where they just have control. They're going to have control even if you storm. You probably can't get to 8 ink before they do that. So I just elected to remove it and then kind of focus more on a lower board state.
A lower curve.
Lower curve, that's the word as well.
Brilliant. I mean, it's certainly working very well. A really tricky matter. Like most players, we just don't really know what's about. So this is going to potentially be a little bit of a difficult question. You know, you already said that Amber Steel was perhaps a harder matchup for you. Do you have a kind of preferred deck that you're looking to try and play against today? Is there any matchups that you really don't want to see alongside of Amber Steel?
I don't particularly want to play against like a Royals Princess deck. It's just so fast. Sometimes you can't gain board control back. But I kind of like any of the green-yellow decks. Like, I'm running Mowgli's to kind of deal with that. If you circle, you can kind of be in a good position if they're playing the circle build. So it's probably that. I kind of like the mirror. With the cards that I've got, I feel like I'm okay into the mirror. No Svens. It was found like I would love to run Sven, but I'm already on 10 uninkables, and it's going to 12 felt just so clunky, and just trying to fit a Sven in. So I feel kind of good because they're either having to trade a lot because of the weird health totals and their attack totals, or support up, and then it's been good. So I kind of want the mirror. I kind of like the mirror more than anything. So
I think you're in a strong position if you think the mirror is comfortable. That's always a good sign. I think mirrors can be really stressful games. You know, it's in the previous sets, any blurple mirrors that I played in just felt like a nightmare, because it's just whoever's going first basically wins the game. But, you know, the kind of big benefit of the different meta here that I guess, I really do think that a Raging Storm deck is going to have the advantage in any kind of mirrors. I think for me, one of the decks I struggle against is the Ruby Amber decks, the boosty decks. I just feel like there's so much inevitability with that deck that, you know, you can get a big chunk at the start, but they're just eventually going to claw back, keep pinning you down. Is that a match that you think you've got a good chance in? What's your kind of strategy against that deck?
I feel worse into it now. I actually felt quite good into it when I was running double second star, because there was a lot of times that the game would go long and quite get to the thing, and I've won a few games by just I was running Kangas back then, but it was like quite single 2 Kangas and then 10, and just give them 10 cards and just say you now have to win in like 3 turns. But now it's a lot tougher. I don't like the matchup. It kind of relies on them winning web. If they have Webby and they see their boost characters, you kind of go, I'll go wide-ish and then keep some in hand, and then they then say Storm, and then you go, okay, I can't establish enough back. And it's very difficult if they're playing a Sully build as well. I really struggle with the more like Sully heavy builds rather than like the traditional like just booster build, because they just go Sully, I'll get Sully back. Sully, I'll get Sully back. Shift Sully, I'll get Sully back. And it's very just difficult to deal with. Sometimes it's kind of why I elected to put more 2 questers into my build, and it would just go, my Stitch is just going to quest. You have to trade in twice, or Dale, and just the decks that I've seen last week in about Amber Amethyst, they were very one quest heavy, with your only 2 quester being Demona, and then it just felt like you can't race anyone. There's no like that you lose that ability, and sometimes in yellow, if they're board wiped and they've only got 1 or 2 cards, you might be in a good situation just to go, okay, I'll just go wide and just quest and hope they don't have anything. And sometimes the 2 questers and stuff just really just help that.
Fair shout. The other deck that I do want to ask you about, this has been a little bit of a tricky deck, so to speak. I don't actually think we have any today, so you won't need to worry about running into it from what I've seen. But green steel and green purple evasives have suddenly become quite a threat online in the game. Especially with the green purple being able to get the evasive Pegasus down, then play out the Vixie, bounce one of your cards back to your hand. It's even with a deck where we've got Horseman Strikes, where you can make those pops and try and clear out their board. It's once again just trying to constantly find those evasive answers. Do you have a lot of evasive counters in your deck? Obviously, you said no, Sven.
No real evasive counters. Just hoping Criminal Minds and Gaston with a support, getting me there. I've got a couple of Horseman Strikes, but I think if the meta did kind of change and move more towards the evasive package, I would probably put in either like a Mrs. Incredible or I think Ursula would be really good, because the way the game is going quite slow, it's a 4/5 body, hard to deal with for steel. Then you boost for one, you kind of tend to have one left over. It's evasive. They don't want to quest it. They don't want to quest, and then you kind of quest a 3 if you can. So I haven't particularly played against many evasive decks, and the ones that I have done, it's like just have to pick them off where you can and just kind of try to quest and hope it puts them in a bad position. But yeah, I'd have to play against it more. I'm not completely familiar with it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think Ursula could be really, really good tech, and it's not actually considered. I've recently put back in the Mrs. Incredible into my list, which I think is really, really good, but it also feels very bad at the same time, being that there's just so many options to get rid of, and specifically with Amber decks. You've got Criminal Mind, Gaston, which pop her immediately, but you've also got the Horseman Strikes cards as well, so if you do make her evasive, she's just gone straight away. So it feels like there's just so many threats. If you can get the damn Johnny, you get the draw with Ohana Means Family, that's really good. You've got your mega play there, but at least with the Ursula, they're going to need to put support on her to be able to pop her, and then you can choose not to make her evasive, which can be a little bit more threatening in the game.
That's my thought behind it. I really like when as strong as it is now. I think Amber's probably one of the strongest colors, so you are going to see it in most decks. Gaston, fantastic card with Criminal Mind on the card is just amazing, and I think the prevalence of that, especially with the amount of support characters that are now really good, I just feel Mrs. Incredible just gets sniped more. I'm able to play her, and you're potentially forcing them to either quest an Alonwi or Augustin with the Ursula. I think that's the pick that I would personally go for a kind of a counter evasive thing. So at the moment, that's how I feel about it. The Mrs. Incredible just feels too clunky, and I think Ohana is a dream scenario, but you want to Ohana is probably not. So then you can't play her, like playing her and having sit on and then hoping you have an Ohana in hand where you don't need any other cards. Clunky. I was running Ohana, I elected to remove it and just play Stitches and the Genie. I think the Genie is really, really good. Like, it has been superb. I got recommended it the other day, and it's been amazing playing it, really. So
yeah, couldn't agree more. It just really does add to the deck. Now, last thing I'm going to ask you, obviously we do want to give you a little bit of a break before your next round. You've worked hard in that game. I want to talk a little bit about mentality. You've been very calm and collected this whole game, which is very, very impressive to see. I think even me included, if I sat down against a very well-known player in the community, somebody who's very big themselves, like I've said on the chat before, Collins qualified for the European Championship, a huge, huge name in the game. What's your kind of best advice to kind of stay composed in that matchup? Do you just kind of ignore who they are, play the game, or do you kind of respect it and then just hope that you can get the big win against them? What's your thoughts?
Personally, I don't look much into the competitive side in terms of players. Like, I'll look at decks and what decks and archetypes and people are building, but I don't particularly know many players. So it wasn't until like he sat opposite me with the mat and everything, it's like, oh, okay, like you've done stuff. But I just feel that like I play with some good players as well, and I practice players, so it feels like I have a chance. Like, I might not be favored, and they like Colin doing some fantastic like play with the strength on Alonwi. Not many people would do that. So him just knowing those things, it was kind of surprising you just have to learn from it. You have to go, oh yeah, these options are also available. It's not just cost reduction. So for me, it's just a learning moment. Like I don't mind players because I want to get better. So it's that, okay, cool. We'll just kind of learn from them, these different play patterns, especially for decks that you don't see very often. Play people locally. It's a variety of skill levels, but playing in something like this where it's a winner case, you do get a lot of very strong players here, and it's just good to learn off of. And that's how I kind of approach it, of just learning. Because I'm relatively new. Started in Fable, so now it's getting on a bit, but like still seeing stronger players, and going to like CCQs and stuff has just been really, really fun to do. So
brilliant. I mean, first of all, massive congratulations. Fable still quite recent in the game. And once again, I will just say, being able to duo somebody of Colin's kind of level is, crazy impressive. And a big, shout out to you about how calm you were in the match. You just focused on your game. There didn't seem to be any hesitation. You took your time where you need to. You weren't rushing your plays. That really is like great signs for like very strong player. So you've held yourself very well today. Just before you head off, any shout outs that you want to give on while you're on stream?
Just shout out to everyone at Community. I started here in Peterborough. It's a really good store. The Lorcana community has been so welcoming. So it's just like every store I've been to for set champs and everyone, it's just everyone who plays Lorcana really, because it is such a nice community. It has been nice just to meet all of these new people, and now going to a lot of set champs for over the kind of year or so, it's just been nice to make new friends. And like, it's always nice to be like, oh, what are you on now? What are you doing now? What tech have you got? Because everyone's got their own little tech, and it's great. So yeah, I just put it out to the community really more than anything.
That's fantastic. Absolutely love to hear that, my friend Kieran. It's been great having you. Hopefully we get to see you again. Hopefully we can get you into that top cup. But you're doing phenomenal so far. Best of luck, my friend. All the best. Cheers, mate. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be back with you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We've had so many of you in the chat. Let's hit that subscribe button. Keep us going on the Lorcana channel. We're going to be back with you very soon for our round 4 matchup. It is certainly going to be a fun one. Stay tuned, Wers. Get some questions in the chat, and we'll be back with you soon. All the best. Peace. Ladies, gentlemen, Crawford Carnal Legends, welcome back. We are here live in Peterborough at the Angle Gaming Times Pendulum Winner Case Event 4, Set 13, Attack of the Vine. You ask and you shall receive, ladies and gentlemen. You asked in the chat to have Sweet on game, and he is in. He is on stream for us. Massive shout out to Adam, and massive shout out to Paddy for joining us on stream today. Two very, very accomplished players. This is going to be one absolute thriller, which even I do not know who is going to get the better of this. Now, Paddy is a very versatile player, very well known for building some out-of-the-box, unorthodox, non-meta decks, which are very difficult to beat. I played against Paddy in a recent store champs at the end of Wilds Unknown, taking a narrow victory against his Ruby Emerald Leviathan deck against my Amber Amethyst deck, which I was actually unbeaten on till he took a set off me in that tournament. So a very, very strong player. Harlan, of course, is going to be playing his specialized Royal Dogs. Without the Dogs deck now, we've got the Amber Emerald, but Dogs, of course, rotated out, but we're still using that Eleanor, a very tough deck to play against, very, very quick. So I'm very excited to see if Paddy has something which is going to be able to counter what Harlan is playing. If anything, it's definitely going to be a quick game unless Paddy's able to find some solid counters. But I think this is going to very much depend on who is on the play here, Harlan, Paddy. If Harlan is on the play, I think it really has to be his game. The deck is just that quick that it's almost impossible to beat when they are going first. But if the will is away, and if anyone can cook up a concoction able to take down this deck, I am more than certain it will be Paddy, a very, very tough player. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in round 4 of the tournament. We have 5 rounds of Swiss today, then going into a top 8. This is going to be a very, very important match. Obviously, previously, we had Harlan's partner, Ali, on the stream. She had a narrow loss with her Ruby Panda songs. A little bit unlucky there, but she's still playing the tournament, having a very fun day. Pleasure to have both of them here. Looks like we're going to be inking the Gaston, playing out at Elon Wee, and then passing over. Going to ink the Pocahontas there on Adam's side, then playing out the Todd 2-2 stat line. Of course, has the shift as well. That's a very nice evasive character if we have it. But a lot of the time, not playing it in this deck. Dale's going to be into the Inkwell, then sticking out Grandmother Willow. Going to get an additional card there. The Elon Wee out. Got 3 cards on the board already for Paddy. Quest for 1 and pass in turn. Of course, if Todd does make that challenge, it is going to sacrifice itself, getting it off the board state. Something that he's not going to want to do. He wants to build the characters on his board nice and quickly. Grandmother Willow comes out. And we also get Aurora coming onto the board. That looks like the Epic as well. Really nice start here from both players, going wide very, very quickly. Now, I've only seen Amber so far in Paddy's deck. I'm not too sure what his other color is going to be, what he's paired it with. Going to be exerting here with the Grandmother Willow. Looks like we're taking the quest, go to 2 altogether. And then we've got Sapphire, Amber Sapphire. Believe it. Looks like we have the aggro Amber Sapphire list. Randall Boggs going into the Inkwell. This is going to be a challenge one. I'm not too sure how this does against dogs. I've not seen this played much on duels, but it's certainly an interesting one. So very interesting to see that Paddy's gone for this style of deck today. Of course, shout out to Paddy's partner, Katie, who I know has been playing a lot of Amber Sapphire in the previous sets. Adam just going for a big quest out there, going to 4 altogether, 4-3 deficit. Producers just passed the cost of Randall Boggs' card to me. When you play this character, you put chosen character yours into your Inkwell, face down, exert. Then at the end of your turn, if all cards in your Inkwell are exerted, gain 1 lore. Very impressive. A good way to get some additional lore there. Almost like a blue version of Eleanor. Speaking of which, has come down on the board for Harlan Sweet himself. Eleanor, at the end of your turn, you are able to do 1 damage onto a chosen character and then gain a lore and draw a card. Now, we've managed to clear the board so far, apart from Randall Boggs. Randall Boggs, of course, going to be going in to the Grandmother Willow, taking that out. We have a 4-3 deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a very quick game. Hard and fast action. Love to see it on the channel so far. But we did hand for Harlan. This is something that he's been piloting quite a lot in this set. Obviously, very well known for a Kiwi deck, the Blue Steel that he's piloted, does a lot of lessons online with. But we are going to be sticking out the Pocahontas and the Queen here. Pocahontas is really, really nice because we get the shift line out. It means the opponents cannot challenge if you have not quested with any other if you've not challenged with any other character this turn. We're going to be making the challenge into Randall there, taking out of Eleanor, then we're going to be questing up, going 6 altogether. Empty board state for Paddy so far. David on here now. We have the bodyguard there, 1-4 stat line with Dale on the field. If that comes out, that's going to be a 4-4. Certainly very impressive. But at this point, it looks like Harlan is going to be taking this game very, very quickly, showing how Amber Emerald is extremely strong. We're going to be questing out, going all the way up to 8 altogether, go to 10, and then we get the additional lore from from Elna at the end of the turn. Another Elna comes out onto the field, getting 2 lore, drawing 2 cards. This game is going very, very fast. Hades comes out onto the field, unexpected for the list. We're going to get rid of one of the Elnas, and then that is all Paddy can do. Going to be passing turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go to 17, and then we get an additional lore at the end of the turn. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. This may be the quickest game Lorcana we've ever seen on this channel. Mike Wazowski comes onto the field. Both players able to reveal top card of their deck. If it is a character deck, character card, you're both going to be drawing. We have only had 4 minutes so far for this round. Another Eleanor comes out onto the field. Surely that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Paddy can do anything here. We're going to be drawing the additional card and then passing turn 19 altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the quickest game Lorcana I have ever seen in my life. Elna goes into the Inkwell, takes out the other Elna, and that's it. Scoop it up. What a fantastic game. Both players absolutely rocketing through this. Amber Emerald just so hard to play against, extremely overwhelming. Paddy not able to take it there. Going to be on the play this time. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything to keep himself in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here live with us at the minute, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to give us some likes. We've hit our goal of 10 likes. We're on 11 at the minute. Let's try and get that up to 20 by the end of the day. Love and appreciate you all. Any help you can give, we certainly appreciate. Up to 12. Thank you, whoever just like that. What a superhero. 67 of you watching at the minute. We had nearly 100 concurrents on the previous game. The Lorcana community coming in strong today. This is going very, very well this tournament. I'm excited to see what we're going to have in the top card. As I said before, we've seen a lot of Amber decks. Every single match so far has had at least Amber in one of the colors. And obviously, we've had Amber winners each and every time. I think we know what the go-to color is for this set. Acronites85 say nuts in the chat. My friend, I completely agree with you. My brain is frazzled just from trying to keep up with that game. They were playing cards quicker than I could cast. Absolutely unbelievable. Quality players here, really showing that they know their decks inside and out. Absolutely love to see it. Shout out to Acronites85 as well. A big term subscriber of the channel. Always in the chat, Wes. Glad to hear if you're here, my friend. Lovely to see you in the chat. Right, Paddy going to be on the play here. Let's see if he's able to get a turn one out, start putting the pressure on. He did have the very wide board against Adam, but nothing he could do in that game. You know, he kept up, was wide as possible, but I really think Eleanor is the difference maker in this kind of game. Just being able to get that passive lore, get the additional card draw, and Mike Wazowski as well, play it down, both players drawing. With this deck, you just want to constantly draw cards, constantly put your opponent on the back foot as well. It is absolutely crazy how quick it can go. Let's see what Paddy's going to cook up this game. I'm really not too sure what I'd be doing in his position. Obviously, Amber Sapphire, a very non-common pairing, should we say. It's interesting to see that he's got the Hades in there, so obviously a little bit of control going. Looked like he was trying to go quick at the start, but I'm not too sure if it's just too quick for this matchup for it to be able to do anything. Maybe he's teched in some spooky sites to get rid of the extra cards. I'm not too sure, but we'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen. Stitch going to be going into the Inkwell. We're going to be playing out Boo, 0-3 stat line. Now, Boo is a very, very strong card. This has been coming up quite a lot in this set. One of the cards that I've seen quite a lot of people elected to play on Jules.inc. Got Pluto coming out for Adam, though, able to cheat out a card on the turn a little bit cheaper. Going to be inking the Randall box, and then we spend out on the Grandmother Willow, and then we get Fauna out as well. Got the support character, questing for one with the Boo. Paddy currently in the lead so far. Now, Boo has the effect making memories. Well, you have 5 more cards in your Inkwell. This character gets +2 lore. If Paddy is able to get some ramp going and get some additional cards in there, he can do a lot of questing with this card. And then Adam is going to have to work on trying to get that off the board. Going to have to really fight there to stay in. David Bodyguard comes down on the field, but he's decided not to exert it. It's smart here. I don't think put your Bodyguard in a terrible position yet. We do have Bambi come down onto the field. Really, really cool card here. This has the ability that when you boost it, whenever the card is exerted, you're able to draw those cards into your hand. Really, really strong. But it is a boost too, which is a little bit of a negative. We see a Queen in the hand of Harlan Sweet here. Not the best card to get down right now. Is he going to exert the Pluto and try and get a bigger card out onto the board? Now, if he gets the Dale onto the board here, this could be quite nice because then suddenly the Bodyguard becomes a 4 able to take out. Wow, we go for the Pocahontas and the Queen. Getting the board as wide as possible very quickly. We're going to ink the Nani, and then we're going to exert the Pluto, play out another David Bodyguard. We're going to quest for one, and then pass turn. Adam's still rating that he can go quicker than Paddy can in this match. Going to make him go on the back foot, even though we do have several cards out onto the board. I'm not sure if Paddy's just trying to out-aggro this game and put Adam under the pressure, but the board state is really starting to match itself. We're going to be boosting the Bambi one single time there, and then are we going to be challenging to take out the David? I think realistically we have to, but the issue is we've not got enough damage on the board to be able to take out anything unless we're given the support with the Fauna. Looks like we have done that. We're able to take out one of the cards and then I think that's all he can do, really. 3-1 deficit so far. Definitely very tight so far. Randall going in to think, well, another Boo coming onto the board so far. Do we have that 5 ink? Got 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite yet. So Boo isn't getting the extra questionability yet. But I do think we're exerting. Paddy just having a little bit of a rethink about what he wants to do there. Structured his turn correctly. Only 1 damage on the Bambi, so that's going to live a little bit longer. Request for the 1, and then it looks like we're going to be passing turn over to Harlan Sweet here. Getting a wide board. Managed to get rid of 1 of the bodyguards so far. Paddy doing a solid job, but how wide can he go? If he has the Dale enhanced that he does, it might be a good idea to play that out. Exert the Pluto, play the Dale out for 1 cost less, and then you are going to have some very high static characters on the board, especially with the David bodyguard being a 4/4 when Dale is on the field. That is absolute nuts, and also a great bit of protection for later in the game. But Harlan, of course, on the deficit here, only 1 law so far. Not often that you see the Amber Emerald player in this position where they're having to fight from behind. Not loads of control in this deck. Not loads, but there is still a tiny bit with some high fighting cards. The Pocahontas, if you get that shift out, that could be really useful. Looks like potentially Ursula is going to stick into the Inkwell. Thinking against it, though. Harlan's just in a little bit of a challenging situation, realizing that on the next turn, these Boos are going to be questing for a total of 3 each. If we don't take out anything on the board so far, that's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 law that Paddy can get on the next turn, taking him up to a total of 13, meaning that Adam's going to be very, very far behind. Definitely a tough position. I think it has to be Dale that comes out. The Ursula perhaps go into the ink, or we just exert the Pluto and save it for a little bit later. We do decide to challenge him. We take out the Boo that's on the board, the Queen and the Pocahontas. We still have the Dale and the Pluto left to use. Going to ink the Ursula. David and Pluto are going to quest up to 3 altogether. We spend out 4. We get the Eleanor, very nice. And then at the end of the turn effect, we do 1 damage. We're going to take out the fauna on the field. We're going to gain an additional law and draw a card. Really strong sequence in there from Adam. Thinking carefully about what he needs to get out. Very strong player, showing the quality of his game here. Taking his time, not rushing. We've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards on the board for the Amber Emerald player. Not rushing whatsoever. Got Sully and Dale there in the hand for Paddy. 4/4 together. Obviously, this is from the boost effect of the Bambi exert, and then you get to draw equal to the cards underneath it. Now, the issue that we've got for Paddy here, apart from Bamboo, we've not really got anything that can do much challenging on this board today. It looks like we're going to be inking. Is that a Woody there that goes into the Inkwell? And then Dale comes out onto the board. So now, all of a sudden, the Grandmother Willow and the Boo are a lot stronger. Boo becomes a 3/3. Looks like we are going to be going in. We take out the Dale, and we take out the Pluto as well. The David, and then take out the Pluto. So 3 cards still remaining on the board for Adam. Now, is this the right time for him to get a Dale down himself? Dale really shown strong prominence in this meta so far. Obviously, Under the Sea, a good answer to that. We get Grandmother Willow out, then Nani as well, able to search top 4 cards of your deck, bring a less than 3 cost into your hand, I believe. Looks like we're going to be bringing Todd into the hand. The rest go on the bottom of the deck here. Now, if we exert everything, we are going to be able to get the Eleanor effect this turn. Only need 3 cards exerted to be able to gain a law, draw, and deal 1 damage. Going to send both of those cards into the Bambi. Take out. Stop the card draw from going there. Fiona 5853 just saying 1 damage on the boot. I think there should be, because it's challenged into the David, so there should be 1 damage on there. Not sure if our players have noticed, but of course go check that in a second for you. Paddy going up to a total of 9 altogether. Boo really been in a bad position, and that is it. We're scooping in that game. 1 damage wouldn't have mattered anyway. Nothing that Harlan could do to manage that board state. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 42 minutes left on the round so far. These 2 players have absolutely smashed this. 2 games in the space of 13 minutes. That is absolutely unreal. It, of course, is going to be Adam on the play this time, though. This deck can go very, very quick. We saw what happened when Adam was on the play previously. If he's able to close this game out nice and quickly, we're not too sure what Paddy will be able to do, but Paddy played very, very well in that game, showing the great control options that he has, and additionally, how quick the deck can go, especially because of those cards like Boo, the deep and depth searches, because of the Bamboo. Got Burger2582 in the chat saying Harlan cooking, and I like it. Harlan is absolutely cooking, my friend. Absolutely smashed this deck. And if you want to learn how to play it, I believe he actually has a guide on YouTube on exactly how to play the list. So make sure to check him out. It does great on Twitter, great on YouTube, really solid lads as well. Big shout out to both him and Ali. Pleasure to have both of them in the tournament here. Once again, Harlan going to be going first here. Obviously looking for the right curve, does want to go as wide as possible. I see a Bobby Zamaruski in the hand, really good for getting cards into your discard, a little bit of a searching card. Now, this deck is mainly functioning off going as wide as possible and then using as many draw cards as possible, like the Mike Wazowski, to be able to refill your hand, keep constantly going, Eleanor drawing cards into your hand, just constantly putting out an impossible board state for your opponent to deal with. Obviously, has the bigger benefit when you're on the play because it makes your opponent chase you. But when you are going second, as we saw in the last game, it can be really difficult to fight against this. Not a lot of options to be able to take out unless we got the Dale on the field to beef up the characters. Both players quite even for most of the game there, but then there was a certain swing point where Paddy was just able to turn things around. Adam couldn't do anything more to say in the game. We're going to go for the Ursula into the Inkwell. Pluto comes down the field, same play as the previous game. Pluto able to exert itself and then play a card for 1 cost less on the following turn. Paddy's going to be inking the Mowgli here, goes for the Fauna, and then we're going to pass in Fauna 2-1 stat line, has the ability to support, and going to be able to take out that Pluto for free if it does exert. However, we could go for the David here, which I do believe he has in hand, ink an additional card, and then spend out that. That will, of course, protect the Pluto, and then could cheat out another 1 cost like Todd on this turn as well. We are going to exert the Pluto. We're going to spend out. We get the Todd onto the field. 2-2 stat line here. We're going to ink an additional card. Looks like we're going for the Aurora into the Inkwell, but thinking second of it, a nice, easy way to be able to get the Queen out onto the board easy. Looks like we are going to be spending out on a Vixie. 1-3 stat line with evasive. Quite a hard card to deal with. I've not seen many evasive answers in Paddy's deck. This could be something which sticks around for quite a while. However, no protection for Pluto at the minute, meaning that this could be taken off the board straight away by the Fauna. Going to be inking the Surface Stitch, then going to spend out for the Grandmother Willow. Another Fauna comes onto the board, taking Pluto off the field. Really good start here for Paddy. Both players are a complete stalemate early in the game, but board's getting wide very, very quickly. Looks like we have another Todd in hand. I see a Nani Stage Manager and then in hand as well. I believe that is a David, the final card in his hand. Could stick that down, try and get a bit of protection, just try and get a bit of aggro going, but it depends how much he wants to control the board state here. Is it worth taking out one of these 4? Looks like we're going to go in with the Vixie. 2 damage coming back, but still protected. Hans just put down 3 damage on there, but it should be 2 damage back from the 4. Not to worry there. I'm sure both players will realise that in a second. He's not really in a position where he can exert that Todd. This doesn't look like the best start for Harlan here. A little bit slower than we've seen in the other games. We are then going to be questing with the Todd, going up to a total of 1. Now, oh, very nice. We have the bodyguard coming down onto the field here, and then it looks like Aurora as well. So on the following turn, we can use Aurora's ability to exert and then bring out a Queen or Princess for 1 cost less. Really good way to be able to get out the Pocahontas or the Eleanor onto the board. Board getting quite wide for our Amber Emerald player. Augustin Madrigal coming out onto the field. 3-6 stat line, able to quest and give support. We are going to be challenging in, but we can't do that because David is on the field. No luck yet, Paddy. That was a clutch play from Harlan, keeping him in the game so far. It looks like we're not going to be able to do any challenging, which is going to let Harlan get a far wider board so far. Paddy's just going to have to pass turn there. Not the best turn for him. Only the Augustin on the board. Just going to have to stay non-exerted. With that bodyguard, great bit of protection there. If he has the Eleanor in hand, this could be a really strong start. And then get rid of the Fauna, the trigger. But the question is, does he have it? No. He's going to spend out on the Nani Stage Manager and we'll search the next 4 cards of the deck. We'll see a Queen, I see an Aurora. We've got a signed Aurora Epic coming out onto the field there. Nope, looks like it's just the one that he's taken in hand. We're then going to be exerting everything. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going all the way up to 6. This is looking like a really strong position for Harlan right now. Slow start at the beginning, but really got that whiteboard going. And all of a sudden, putting so much pressure on Paddy, it's going to be very, very difficult to fight back from this position. Paddy only on 3 ink, nowhere near that 7 for the Hades. He's definitely going to want to be saving them for the Eleanor as well, but I'm not too sure what he does from this position. Of course, questing here and giving the support onto the Grandmother Willow, able to then take out the David Bodyguard. That's a nice start here. Not got anything for the evasive threat with Vixie yet. We've still got the Todd exerted, and I believe that is an Aurora exerted as well that he could still challenge into, but it means that Fauna is going to be coming off the board as well. Not a character that he wants to lose. He wants to get his board a little bit wider to be able to deal with the threats here, but Harlan already on 6, able to go quite quick in the future, especially if he's able to get down another Bodyguard. We are going to challenge him with the Fauna, take out the Todd, and it looks like nothing else he can do. He's going to be inking Randall Boggs, spending 3. No, he decides against it. Going to be keeping that for a later turn. Really difficult position here for Paddy. We go for the Bambi into the ink, exerting all 4, decides against it. You can really see how hard he's having to think here. Goes down for the Randall Boggs, and then we're going to be sticking the Willow into the Inkwell here. Really nice play there. Get a little bit of ramp going, smart. But once again, the board state's just looking so wide. If Haaland's able to get some more aggro cards down here, if he's able to get some more draw cards, I can only think that's going to go really, really poorly for Paddy. We are going to get the Eleanor down -2 because of the 2 Auroras on board. -1 for each one for playing the next Princess or Queen card. Only had to spend 2 for it. Nani Stage Manager is then going to question as well. Got to a total of 11 so far. Vixie exerted 2. And then looks like we're going to be passing turn. 1 damage goes onto the random box because of Eleanor's effect. We gain a law and we draw a card. 11-2 deficit. We're going to exert. We're going to put it onto the Eleanor. And then we stick down the Gaston, taking it straight off the board. Strong play here for Paddy. Really good start here. Able to take out another card as well with the random box. But we're not able to get much down there. Paddy on a total of 4 altogether. At least he's been able to stop the threat of the Eleanor, but we still have 3 cards on the board for Haaland here. Can quest for a total of 2, 3, 4 this time, going up 15 altogether. If he gets another bodyguard, I can only think this is going to become even more difficult for Paddy. Clutching on for dear life, trying to go for anything that he can get on the board here. Try and control a little bit, but once Haaland's draw kicks in, it's going to be awful. We get Nani Stage Manager come in. We see a Mike Wazowski in the hand. It looks like a Pocahontas as well. Have just a little think about what he wants to take in his hand here. Does go for the Pocahontas. If he gets the Pocahontas onto the board and finds the shift line, I think that will be game over. If the shift Pocahontas comes down, no characters challenged in on your turn, it means that you are able to stop your opponent from challenging in. That will just lead it straight to game. We're going to quest out. We're going to 14 altogether. Paddy on 4 currently. 4 to 14 deficit. 3 characters on the board. Looks like we're going to quest the Nani as well. 15, and we're passing turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters on board for Haaland. We have game state on board. Paddy is going to need a miracle to come back from this. He doesn't have anything for the evasive character either, so we definitely have a minimum of the 2 quests on board. If he's not able to get rid of the 2 non-exerted characters, that's 4 law gained, even if he gets rid of the other 2, meaning an Eleanor off the top is going to win him the game. Looks like we're going to be given the support. We put it onto the Pocahontas. Gaston comes down. Pocahontas goes into the discard. We've got 4 characters still remaining. Gaston's then going to challenge in, take out the Aurora. Random box takes out Nani Stage Manager. 3 cards on the Paddy. 5 law total. Going to be inking the Bambi. Haaland can get to a total of 18 this turn. Going to be quest now. Goes to 18 altogether. Plays down the Dale, making these characters even bigger. Vixie is now a 3-3 evasive. Nani still a 3-3. Going to stick down the Mike Wazowski. Both players reveal top cards of the deck. Draw for both of them, but this is not something that we want to give the Amaral player. Another Mike Wazowski comes down, even more draw. Paddy desperate to find any single answer that he can find. He needs to take out the Fixie, needs to get rid of the evasive or find a way to get rid of the Dale. Going to be taking out the Nani here. Going to quest out, goes 7. It looks like that's game, ladies and gentlemen. Haaland Sweet is taking it. A 2-1 thriller of a match. That did not take long whatsoever. What an absolute game from these 2 powerhouses of players. What a thriller. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get Haaland straight into the booth words in a second. Stick words for just a couple of minutes. We're going to have a player interview. Haaland can talk us through how he's playing this deck, his choices for today, and how quick that match was. That was mental. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live in the booth with the one, the only Harlan. First of all, pleasure having you on the channel for the first time, my friend. What an absolute game. That was so quick there. Tell us about what happened.
Yeah. So, hello, everyone. It's really nice down here at the store today, by the way, to get a good event on. But I played against Paddy. Paddy will be on soon. I know him well. He always brings something very spicy. Yellow-blue is out of the realm of possibility for him. I have to read all his cards, but I play a lot of blue steel. I don't feel like I want to play blue steel in this room of all purple all day because it's really hard to play into purple. So I like aggro decks and I like playing quick. Like I think that was probably one of my slower matches of the day as well, to be honest. But yeah, it's been good. Like the deck's just been fine. Like you either win or lose very quickly. It still has some ways in. Like I'm not going to scoot straight away. That game 2, I needed like Mike Wazowski or something. Like not like if anyone saw the game 3, like I didn't find the Eleanor till later on, but play the night, play 1. And I kind of figured out as well, he probably can't answer evasions. So I used my new option, which is Todd and Vixie, which, again, no one's really respecting evasions right now. They're really play. Besides that, like I think the only card I put in like, is Green Rapunzel. Insane. It won me my game 1. Like today, I thought I was going to lose. I had Amber Steel. I was ready to just go to McDonald's and have like a milkshake because I was like, all right, this is not my day. But I got it, bounced something back, full quested and won the game. So yeah, I really like aggro decks. It's been really fun. Surprising amount of control in the deck as well. Like the thing that made me think so much in that game too, and as I played an Eleanor down, pinged his 2/1 fauna. I had a Dale where I could have played the Dale full cleared, but it's a Paddy list, so I didn't know he played Dale as well. He played he got the Dale off the Bambi and then used the booze and tipped my board out. Completely wrong decision. Very hard choice. I thought maybe should have played it safe, but yeah, it was really good fun.
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, she did fight quite hard in the second game. I think it was just very even at a point until his board started getting really wide. And then when you're on the back foot, as much as there is some the deck, I don't know about you, but whenever I've played a kind of similar list, I've just found that when you do have to work for it, it does kind of fall apart very quickly. But when you've got the benefit of all the card draw coming in, when your board's just constantly cycling, getting really wide, you can just really overwhelm your opponents. I mean, what decks are you not wanting to play against with this? I imagine Purple Steel's not the most fun match.
Yeah, I mean, my round 1 was Amber Steel, and I was like, great, play an Inca Steel card and play an Amber card. I'm like, I don't want to see this. All around my tables, like people on Amber Steel. But even that game, like you say, by game 3, I thought, I'm done. I don't even know how I won game 2. Game 1 was a complete wipeout. But I had like 2 Mike Wazowskis and they had 2 Angels out. And I just could keep littering the board so much that their 2 discards and their hits meant that they gain never any at all. They lost the 2 guards they gained from the Mikes anyway. And I could just kind of tempo them out that way. It's pretty great. I think Purple Steel, anything of Cheshire, I don't really like too much. I think that card's really obnoxious. It's really awkward for me to get rid of as well. But even like my I played against Green Yellow Songs, I hate that matchup. It's the same with Dogs at Green Blue last set. It's like it's only a top deck Under the Sea and you're gone, like, and it's just done. And it's really hard to get into. You can make resilient ball, Nani, but overall, if they Under the Sea, you're really left, and you're left at like 11. Nothing really, and they've got a full board. So yeah, probably Purple. Then again, I think the deck's power level is just so strong. And what I really like about this set is I feel any of the decks have a chance to win. There's Ruby Amethyst in that room. The testing group I play with online would say never play Ruby Amethyst. My mate Loki's playing it, and he's like 3 or 4-0 with it. So I think it's fine. It's like picking the one that you enjoy most and just getting reps of it. I keep trying other decks, but I keep coming back to Green Yellow Eleanor.
I'm certainly glad that it's working for you, my friend. I mean, Amber Emerald's decks where you do need quite a lot of skill to play. I think a lot make the mistake of it's just the aggro list, so anyone can pick it up. But it's not quite like that. You do need to work for your games. If you do a lot of coaching on your YouTube channel, and even I watch a lot of your videos, it's quite nice to learn how to play some decks. But what's your kind of advice to somebody who's picking up this deck for the first time, just staring at it going, well, what the hell is this? What do I do with it?
Yeah, I mean, for anyone else knows, like my favorite deck, the Ward Aggro Blue Steel that I had, that was nicknamed Kiwi Birds by the community. And I really like these decks because on the play, you're pretty much like locked. Like it's very hard to lose in the play. Like that game 3, I did have to fight a little bit, but if I open like 2/1 drops a Willow and an Eleanor, I don't see how I lose the game just on pure value. But that does the flip side with these types of decks is second, you're got to really fight for it, find a way in. And yeah, game 2, I made a decision. I should have played Dale, cleared the board, then play the Eleanor the next turn, knowing you couldn't kill anything, banish anything, and played it safe.
Very Disney friendly. Well done.
It's surprising as well, like how much control this deck has. I've tried adding in like Under the Seas as well. So I'm trying this green Rapunzel, which allows you to bounce things. Then Dale can make your questers into challengers and fighters. All that fun stuff. Like there is some depth to it, and I try and go. I think as well. You see how quickly these games play. The mulligan is so in depth. Like that game 3, I kept on the Vixie. Can't deal with this evasion, and it seemed to be questing for 2 every turn until the end of the game. But it's really all those decisions there, because you're generally not going to see all of the deck with an aggro deck. You're probably going to see the top 20 to 30 cards, like not 30, but probably top 20 to 25 cards. Like that's all you're going to see. So you have to work with those cards to make it win. Like Amber Steel aggro was fabled. But yeah, I think I'm not going to be here and saying like you're the smartest person in the world bringing aggro to an event, but there are levels to it. There's reasons why people do well with aggro and people don't. You know what I mean? So yeah.
For me, what I really struggle with is once you get to a point where you're not in the lead, it just feels kind of so hard to claw back. But one of the big cards that I really like for this set, and I'm pretty sure you're running your list, is Mike Wazowski. It's getting that down the field, just drawing every single time. Even though you're giving your opponents cards, it's so hard to deal with the refill. And I think the kind of big difference that we have in previous dogs is you run out of draw very, very quickly in dogs. Unless you've got the Tramp 7 down, you then get to filter, then you get another big chunk. But, they get to a point where you're just sitting there doing nothing in your top deck. And whereas with this deck, I don't know how you found any testing, but I just find that you never run out of cards with it.
Yeah. There was times where I play like 2 Mike Wazowskis next to each other, and then I've got these questers that are going to flood my loads of stuff. Or if I have a Dale, which at this point, for anyone if you're playing green, yellow, Eleanor, and you don't play 4 Dales, you need 4 Dales. Like the card is nuts. Then you can turn them into battlers, and then you can fight back, and they're going to eventually be at a point where they're going to have to quest, because otherwise you're going to go so wide. There's only so much interaction with Lorcana, really. There's only like one Thunderbolt, Strength for Raging Fire, ping certain things, but it's going to be a while when they're going to have to quest, and then you play the Dale down and you can take all the amazing challenges. Even stuff like that, like I think there's not enough time for me to explain it in a quick after-match interview. When to play Dale, like you don't want to tell them that you have one, because then they might not quest for something that you... Like I'd want them to quest for Cheshire, then I can play the Dale, and then the Whip Mike can take it out. But all those things like that is so in-depth. There's just so many levels to it, but again, I still think Green Yellow Songs or something is a bit more complicated than. But hopefully it's going well.
How would you fight up against that matchup? You said previously about the Undersea, it kind of just feels like a little bit game wrecky. Do you almost try to like hold back a little bit so you've still got the cards in your hand that you can layer out after you hit with it, or do you just kind of go full aggro, hope they don't hit you too quickly?
Yeah, so I played it against a friend. We drove up together, which is always sad, but you have to play into some of it. Yeah, it's kind of like you want to hunt for the Ursula because you just want to check. If they're doing like heavy mulligans, they might find one of the Under the Seas. There's also things like they can play a Coot to get a 5-drop. The Chernobog's a really popular card right now. So it's kind of, you want to aggro them. They unlikely are going to hit you with their things because they want to keep their singing power. If they ever do, they're in a losing spot because, they're trying to battle with a 1/4 Ursula, and take out all your stuff. So it's just hand check them, race them as quick as they can. Yeah. Know when the Under the Sea hits the Eleanor and try and get some Narnies down as well because they won't get removed. Keep some cards back. If they've got 8 Singer on board, keep some cards back because the minute they do it, you just throw it all on again. And he's like I say, if you've got a Narnie and an Eleanor, David in hand, you just activate the Eleanor straight away again and draw your cards and get your extra lore. So I think there is some nuance to it. It is the one matchup I find in Lorcana that doesn't feel like a matchup. They're just doing their thing and you're just trying to beat them before they can do it. And that is it. It's not this like in-depth trading and like, we love with like Cheshire Cat moving damage and like singing Strength for the Raging Fire. It's none of that. They will ignore you until they find and you kind of just have to hand check them every so often and try and beat them before the game's over.
Bro, well, amazing advice, my friend. Just before you go, I do want massive congratulations on the engagement as well. We had Ali on the stream. Nice having both of you down here. But yeah, really, really exciting. 2 brilliant players in the community. Great to have you here. Harlan, massive fountain. So please make sure you check out his channel. If for some reason you don't know what his channel is, Harlan Sweet on YouTube and same on Twitter.
Yeah, same on Twitter as well.
Yeah, definitely check him out. Absolute legend. My friend, best luck for the rest of the time. We're going to get Paddy on in a second. We'll have a quick chat there. And then we are soon going to be, well, I say soon. You guys finish your game in like 15 minutes, you terrors. But yeah, we will soon at some point be going into the final round of Swiss. We'll get that Paddy interview with you. So cheers, Alan. Thank you so much. Best luck for the rest of the tournament, my friend. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back fresh again. We have Paddy live in the studio with us. Paddy, what a thrilling performance. I said to you before, that game was so quick. I literally couldn't keep up with it. I mean, you know Adam really, really well. You play together a lot. Is that why it's so easy to play quick together?
I feel like he doesn't know like the matchup, but like obviously like we play so much, we know exactly what he knows his deck off by heart, and I know my deck off by heart, and it's just I feel like the game is decided on turn 3, and we both know that. So
I got really confused with your list, and to be fair, I think this is the normal conversation we have anytime I see you. It's what the hell are you playing? I don't understand why you're doing this to us. It looked like a really spicy list. I was like, oh, cool. We've got an aggro version of blue yellow. That looks fun. And then I saw the Hades come out, and I was like, what's going on? So talk me through the deck. What kind of curve are you looking for?
So ideally it's Willow on 2. Like Willow on 2 makes most decks right now. So it's like Willow on 2, and then you just kind of want to have resources in kind of like Bambi on 3, and then you can just start boosting Bambi, take away the game, and then it's all about just like playing stuff like the Woodies, Dales, like make them not want to trade into Bambi. Bambi living more turn is probably like game over. Like at the moment, games are like very resource driven. Like any card that says draw a card on it is like what you want to play. So it's just like resource your opponent. You can keep inking because you don't run out of resources. It's on Mike's, it's on Bambi's. It's 60 characters because we just always want to draw cards. So like it's just grind resources and grind people out of the game.
Nice, man. I mean, it's a really cool take on the matter, and I really do like seeing the kind of different decks that you do bring. It's something that I'm just not very good at. I can't really process taking a deck which isn't like top tier and then making it better. It just doesn't make sense to me. So what's kind of your process when you're building decks? Is there like kind of just a sit down brainstorm session, or do you just throw some cards at the wall, see what sticks?
I usually start with like what cards I think are good and what card I want to build around. I've built many Bambi decks before. I love him. He's just a great card. He is just a resource engine. And it's just kind of been like, right, how can we do what that card does? If it's a broken card, if it's a card you love the most, like how can we proc it the most? How can we see it the most? How can we use its effect the most? And just build around that. It's then like taking that initial kind of, right, here's 60 cards that like protect Bambi the best. Like if that's bodyguards, if that's Woodies to force quests, and then being like, okay, like now we actually need to look at the meta and be like, what does this like insta lose to? So like obviously like I'm on 4 Fauners, 4 Alonwes. Like Gaston is a powerhouse at the moment as well. Rocking him's great, but in like the Royal Princess kind of deck, like those are so fragile. Eleanor comes down and you basically lose everything. So it's like it's wanting to go into Boo and then playing more of a Dale line, so then you can trade up into all their characters. It's just kind of like tackling one process at a time. The deck is built to outgrind yellow purple. I thought like that was like what most people see is like, oh, it's a good pick no matter what room you go into. It just outgrinds yellow purple, which my round 1 and 2 were both yellow purple, and I just outgrind them. So to
be fair, there is a lot of yellow purple in the room today, so really good meta. But I do really like the process of pick a card that you like and then try to build around that. There was so much success in the past from DKP, obviously world champion. He had the very famous Maui Shark build. He specifically built his deck around that, completely different to the normal style, and it just became almost this like powerhouse in the format. Well, I say powerhouse, but I played it at one point and Paddy absolutely smashed me silly in a set champs. Was it Maleficent?
Yeah, I built Maleficent stuff. The whole point of that deck was to beat Shark. So it's just bounce Shark every single turn and let them never establish one. And it's like,
I had a very fun finals of I play a card, it was bounced my hand. I played another card, it was bounced my hand. I played another card, it was bounced my hand, and then I rage quit and cry. So one over on there. We did also play recently in Northampton. You had the very cool Leviathan deck. That was terrifying to play against. Like generally, I've had PTSD, nightmares, cold shivers just thinking about those turns you had against me. Was that the same process again? Did you build again, around Leviathan or?
Yep, I saw the reveals, saw Leviathan, and like, I'm building Leviathan. I don't care what anyone says. Leviathan, it went through many iterations. Like my CCQ list wasn't on retro device, and then obviously when we played in set champs, I was on retro device because I was like, Approach Device is a crazy card as well. And I think people are starting to realize that in like the green yellow kind of like, oh yeah, we just play free drop to curve into Chernobyl, curve into Milo, and it's like, yeah, obviously my Leviathan list was on Milo. Like they're just a card that is repeatedly a card that has a repeatable effect that is a good effect, like Milo, like a card at the end of your turn. Like you can just build around those. So yeah, people should deck build.
Yeah, sounds good, my friend. I mean, I do want to get your take on the current match. You know, you said you've built this to specifically beat Amber Amethyst. You know, we're seeing the consistency of that deck. That's something I'm running at the minute. I really, really love the deck. It's a shame that we've lost the Elsas, the Genies, you know, kind of effectively all the good cards on this, but I still think it's very transferable in the current set. But if that meta does change, you know, we've got bots which are coming about. We've then got Ruby Amber Boosty that's coming about. You know, obviously the dogs, well, they're not dogs anymore less. What's your kind of take for if we go in a different direction in the meta? Is there anything that you think could kind of creep up against the wall and be another good counter?
To the top 3. I think blue red is very unexplored.
Blue red?
I think blue red is very unexplored. I think the ramp decks, like obviously like, there are still some like Amber Sapphire, Samba Princess, like, you know, Besties Assemble, find your Willow, find your Ham, play Cindy. Like they still have the same process. Like I still think it's there for these ramp decks to just completely control games. Blue red can still, like Lonely Grave Ralph can still exist. Like board wipes at the moment are such a not a thing. You know, the only kind of deck that has a board wipe is green yellow songs with, you know, Philip combo or red yellow boost with Storm. Obviously a lot of yellow purples are ditching the board wipes just because they can't maintain that ink total without genies, and obviously they've lost a lot of evasive, so Dumbo as well. So any deck that like can board wipe, I think should, and once it's solved, like we will have a board wipe deck in the meta. That's not red yellow.
Paddy's one and only goal of the new meta is just to board wipe everything, ruin everyone's day. Love to see it. Yeah, I mean, thank you very much for joining us on channel today. Really good chatting to you. Any single point. Like I say, you've got a really good mind for Lorcana. I always say there's kind of 2 different style of players. You've got people who are really good at playing the game. You've got the people who are really good at building decks. Then you have the sociopaths like Paddy who are just good at playing and building, and they're terrifying to play against. But yeah, massive well done. Is that you 3 and 1 now?
No, that's 2 and 2.
2. To be fair, there's been quite a couple of IDs going on in earlier rounds, really. So you probably still have a really good shot going into the top 8. I mean, you said that you are wanting to go against the Amber Amethyst decks. Is there any other deck that you don't want to play today?
I just want to dodge Royals. I don't mind playing as anything. Anything that's purple, I can go random. So yeah, I want to play purple.
Are you last against the Under the Sea song deck, all right? You know, the circle.
If I see Mowgli's and Mike's start, you know, Mike bottom decking circles, Mowgli's hitting, you know, timing Mowgli's correctly, like I'm okay. Like their blowout is scary, but you know, I have a proficient game of like I'm going to try just consistently out resource. Like Sully's a great card. Just yeah.
Love to see it. Right, massive well done to Paddy. Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around. It's been an absolute blessing. We are nearly going to be hitting our final round of Swiss. I think we have about 10 minutes remaining before we hit that. We're of course going to let Paddy have a break before I talk his face off for another hour. But yeah, make sure to stick around, guys. Let me know any questions that you have in the chat that you want me to ask players. We can get that done for you later. Coming up soon with our round 5. Stay blessed. Be with you soon. See ya. Cheers, man.
See ya.
Ladies, gentlemen, Crawford Carnal Legend, we are back here live in Peterborough for the Angle Gaming and Pendulum Gaming Win a Case event. We are in our final round of Swiss. We have Luke versus Jordan. Many of you should recognize Jordan from previous streams. He has been here playing with us at the Pendulum events before, always top cutting there, won quite a few of them. So I'm very excited to see how this match is going to go. Jordan, a very competitive player. I've played against him many times myself. Very, very strong. I believe he's playing Amber Amethyst today. Of course, one of my favorite decks. So looking forward to seeing what he's cooked up with his list. And then Luke, I believe, maybe on Blue Steel, but I might be completely wrong with that. So we're going to have to wait and see till we get the end results there. We'll soon catch up with that once we have some cards on the board, though. But either way, two very strong players. Strong win rate so far. I believe this is the win and in for the top 8. But there's been a couple of IDs from players, which has messed up the maths a tiny bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what it goes and see if both these players can perhaps make it, or maybe only just one of them, or even if they can get in. Like I say, the IDs are definitely confusing the maths a little bit. You guys have absolutely smashed it so far. Big, massive thank you. We're up to 21 likes so far. We've got 67 of you online. Let's try and get that up to 25, please. And just double check at the bottom, see if you've hit that subscribe notification. Give us a big hand, helps us out on YouTube, helps the Angle wherever, builds the community up a little bit more. But it is a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for all your support, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute blessing to be able to cast these events, and a big thank you to Angle and Pendulum for inviting me down to cast the event. We have had some mega matches so far. We've had the likes of Harlan Sweet and Ali Sweet on stream today. We have had Colin Barker, a Euros qualified player. We've had some crazy Amber Steel lists. We have seen basically everything. A nice wide meta for the early start of set 13, Attack of the Vine. Love to see it. But a massive shout out has to go for these alien sleeves. Love to see that. Oh, would you believe it? I believe that is Ruby Amber Boost. That is absolutely terrifying. Luke is playing the most feared deck in the format. This is a really hard matchup. And if Jordan is in fact on Amber, he is definitely going to be at a disadvantage in this match. The big thing with the Ruby Amber deck is it's just so inevitable. There's so many plays to go along. You end up getting to a point where just no matter what you stick out, they're able to remove your board. But the big thing is whether he's able to find the Webby's Diary or the Medallion Weights. If he's not able to find the items, he's going to really struggle with his draw, and that means Jordan is going to be able to get ahead very quickly. But once again, I think this match is definitely going to be a hard one, something that Jordan is going to have to fight really, really intensely to be able to get himself through. But a very experienced player. He's played a lot of Amber Amethyst previous sets. So if anyone is going to be able to do it, it's definitely going to be Jordan. Two absolute titans here for our final round, round 5 of Swiss, before we go to our top 8. Just as a reminder for everyone, it is going to be 70 minutes timed rounds for the top 8 and the top 4. We are then going to be untimed in the finals. We are in 55%. 55-minute rounds as we are in the final round. My producer just walked. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Looks like we had a Besties Assemble played immediately. We're going to be drinking an Augustin Mango back in hand. And then going to pass it. So it looks like Jordan is on the play here. Unless I've missed something, I do see an ink there down for our Ruby Amber player. Apologies, just a little bit behind there. We had a couple of tech issues, but we should be back now. 2 goodies today. Well, look like Aries coming out. Not the ideal play for Ruby Amber. They're definitely be looking for the Scrooge duck. And coming up on turn 2, 3, you still get an additional boost there, build up this strength for it. But need to be really careful because Amber Amethyst does, of course, get gas on and criminal minds. It's going to be looking for a little bit of ramp here to be able to get out some quicker characters, but we'll have to see what he's drawn into. I'm not too sure what he'll have. Aries, really good for getting a little bit of protection on your boost characters. Whenever you boost a card, you're able to then ready and exert a character during your turn. Jordan is going to be inking, playing out Junior Woodchuck Guide, but not an ideal start for him either. Both players looking like they're struggling a tiny, tiny bit. Got Burger2582 in the chat asking if we'll be able to get the last game's blue-yellow deck. I'll have a chat with Paddy and see if he's happy for his deck to be released. If it is, I'll stick it up on the channel and give you guys a link to it. Obviously, a lot of these players are going to be prepping for the Euros coming up, so maybe a little bit private with their deck list, but I, of course, will ask the question for you, my friends. Now, it looks like we do have that Scrooge McDuck coming down, and we're, of course, able to boost that and then ready. And keep playing that. We do have the Red Alert in hand as well for Luke. Really strong card there, able to banish character with 3 strength or less. Very similar to the old Medusa, the 6-cost uninkable. Banish a character with 3 strength or less. But of course, this is an inkable action, so we don't have a body on the board. Going to be inking there, playing out the Cheshire Cat for Jordan, then pass in turn. We're keeping the Junior Woodchuck guidebook on the field. So obviously not a lot of item removal in Ruby Amber. In fact, I don't think there is any whatsoever. So safe to keep that there, get the card draw when he needs it. Probably hold off till the Raging Storm hits and then get the card draw on the following turn. Gaston's going to be put into the inkwell. Red Alert's going to come down, take the Cheshire Cat off the board, and then looks like we're going to be quest now and then passing there, going up to a total of 1. Obviously, Ares not able to quest because it has Reckless. If Luke is able to go into his Aladdin, he's able to boost that, and then his Reckless characters are able to exert and gain lore. A little bit different to questing. It's exerting, but you still gain the lore nonetheless. Jordan on 4 ink at the minute, inks the Elon Wheel, plays out the Augustan Marriage Guard, then we're going to be passing turn. Could be really nice to be able to set up to be able to get the guest on here, wipe out the Scrooge McDuck, something that we don't want to keep around. Obviously, if we go into the Webby's Diary, that's going to be really, really difficult for Jordan to deal with because we're going to get constant draw for Luke. I don't believe there's any item removal either in Jordan's deck, so something that he's going to need to be very careful for. Scrooge's Counting House going to go into the inkwell there. Another great card that works brilliantly with Webby's Diary, but the more you boost it, the more lore and the more willpower that it has, so it can stick around for a while, and after a Raging Storm can be extremely debilitating. We're going to be questing the Scrooge there, going up to a total of 2, and then we're going to boost the Aladdin, and then we get to ready the Scrooge, protecting that from being challenged into. Very sensible play here from Luke. Jordan now on a total of 4 ink, able to ink once for this turn, going up to a total of 5. Game's certainly starting to look in the favour of Ruby Amber. A really slow start for Jordan. You really need to go quite quick in this match and try and put the pressure on them. If you are too slow, it ends up being that they just remove everything that you've got. Jordan now going to be popping the guidebook, getting a little bit of draw. Still got 3 cards in the inkwell. Can ink again, play out a 4 cost. Not too sure if he's going to be going for the Criminal Mind here, if he does have it, but he will need to quest with Augustan, boost up the Scrooge, make it a little bit stronger, and then go from there. Now, Luke only on a total of 2, so not too far ahead. But once again, once the draw engine starts to go for the Ruby Amber deck, it puts you in a really difficult position if they just find all their removal cards. They have Red Alert, they have Maleficent Dragon, they have Raging Storm, they have Criminal Mind. There is a lot in there to be able to get rid of your cards. Bagheera goes into the think, well, we're going to have Mowgli. We've got Raging Storm and Ohana Bean's family. Interesting here. Looks like we are going to get rid of the Raging Storm there, keeping the Ohana Bean's family. A good signal for Jordan to not exert his Augustan there. Now, getting rid of the uninkable card is smart, but that is 1 board wipe down. So a great play here from Jordan. Obviously, if we're able to get to that turn 8 for the Ruby Amber deck, it's going to be really debilitating, wiping away all of Jordan's card and all the hard work that he's doing. We are going up to a total of 6 inks so far. Looks like we are going to be boosting a card. Decides to exert both characters first, going up to a total of 4 altogether. And then when we boost, we're going to be able to activate Ares' effect and then ready one of those characters. Going to make sense to keep the one with the most willpower on the board non-exerted, which is going to be the Aladdin. But both of them are 4/4, so not too different. But if we do challenge in there, it does mean that Scrooge is going to be able to challenge into the Augustan on the following turn and then pop off the Ohana Bean's family there. Quite a strong play here from Luke, really playing quite cautiously and smart with this deck. Setting up for the Ohana turn will give him a bunch of draw, but something that Jordan's definitely going to be aware of. Now, if we run Augustan and Mowgli into this, we do take it out, but it means Scrooge can then take out the Augustan on the following turn, challenge it, stack that damage, and then get a total of 3 cards drawn in hand, which is exactly what he's needing at the minute with barely any cards left in his hand. I think it may only be the single one. 2 cards on the board state along with Junior Woodchuck guidebook, so he could pop that, get some additional draw, but I think it may be worthwhile holding on to that a little bit longer till he's absolutely desperate. But it really does depend for how many cards that Jordan's got in his hand at the minute. We can't quite see. He's just fiddling about with his ink there. I think he's got a couple of options. Looks like he is going to be inking a card. Interesting, goes for the Sven here, takes out in 1 shot. Really, really great play here. And we get one of the Maleficent Dragons gone as well. This is a really good hit so far for Jordan. Played cautiously, played smartly, taking advantage of the game, not falling into that Ohana trap. We are going to pop that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, get the additional draw as well. We have used all of our ink, I believe. Going to ink the Demona, then we're passing turn. Yeah, great play there. Really, really nice. And then we're in the difficult position with Luke, as if he boosts this anymore, he's in position where it could be taken out by a Gaston. And then, of course, Augustan, if that quests anyway, can once again take it out with the Gaston. So yeah, really nice position here for Amber Amethyst to be in. Once again, 0 lore, but he just wants to try and strangle Luke's game a little bit, try and stop him from getting any card draw going. Card draw is kind of key in this game, and if it stops, it's great for you. However, Medallion waits, really nice play coming down there, able to give +2 strength to a character for the turn, and when you challenge into another character, you are able to draw a card. Now, this can also work really well with Criminal Mind and also the Gaston. You can exert it, give the +2 once per turn to one of the other characters. For example, the Augustin on the other side of the board, hit down the Gaston, and then pop this immediately. And then any characters left exerted on Jordan's side of the board is now going to be giving Luke additional draws. So something he needs to be a little bit wary of. Luke looks like he's just corrected his lore total there on 3 altogether. I think Jordan's finished with reading that, so we are going to be on to Jordan's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink altogether. So we could have got the Demona out on the previous turn, but we did ink that there. Got 93 of you live watching at the minute. Big shout out to all you watching. Really appreciate you staying with us. Let's try and get up to 100. Let your friends know if they're fans of Lorcana. Get on the stream, get loud in the chat. Let us see who you think is going to win this matchup. Going to be inking another Demona there. That's 2 into it. And then Stitch is going to be coming out onto the board. Really nice card here. Something I'm running in my Amber Amethyst deck as well. When you play it down, if you have 2 characters or more on the board, you're able to draw 2 cards. Keeping that card draw going is really essential for this while we're setting up for the Raging Storm term. We are going to ink the Sully and the Shift. This can be really nice to be able to keep Sully repeating back into your hand. The Amber 5/5 stat line, 4/4 stat line, Bodyguard, and then when you play it down, you get to bring a card back. With the Shift line for the Sully and Boo, any cards that are underneath it, you get to play again from your discard when it's banished. Best Assemble is going to hit down, going to be searching another 4 cards here for Jordan. I'm sure he definitely wish he did have some item removal in this deck, but unfortunately none of it. Had a chat with Jordan before this matchup. He said the Best Assemble is probably one of the best cards in his deck for him. Just means you can search specifically for any of the threats coming out, something that he really, really wants to see. We are going to bring another Stitch in. So multiple surface Stitches in Jordan's deck here. Looks like he's going to go full out with another 5. Going to get Hades looking for a deal, targeting the Scrooge McDuck there. Really nice play here. Makes Luke decide whether Jordan gets to draw another 2 cards or he's going to pop it immediately. He's decided that he's just going to let Jordan have the additional draw. Luke, of course, going to be trying to set up towards the Raging Storm here, but needs to make sure that he is getting these boost characters still on board, so when he does hit the Webby's Diary, that he can start taking over there. Producers just mentioned we now have 100 of you live on the stream. This is a record for the channel. A massive shout out to all you. Really, really glad that we can make this goal together. We've got an epic Tigger going into the Inkwell, and then Mowgli comes down, rips the Ohana Means family out of the hand. Great play here from Jordan. Love to see that. Mowgli really showing its value here, getting rid of the actions from the deck. Jordan looking like he's in quite a comfortable position. We're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink for Luke, and he is top decking, of course. If he gets the Raging Storm, he's not going to be able to play it straight away, so another Mowgli will be able to rip that out of the hand. He's going to need to try and get some ink, get himself set for that 8, and then start challenging in. Now, Stitch is a 4/8 character, so I don't believe that Jordan is running any of the Dales in his deck. We're going to see an Ink the Maleficent Dragon there, and then we're just going to be passing turn. Scrooge, obviously not strong enough to be able to take that out. Luke just having to think if he does want to do anything, but he says, nah, you're all good. Just keep going, mate. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board altogether. If we get the second Stitch down on the board now, that could take us to quite a lot of cards in hand. We're going to be questing with the Augustin there. We're going to be targeting the Scrooge. And then are we going to hit the Gaston? 5 ink exerted. I think it has to be. Yeah, we get the Gaston down. Really nice play here. That is the big draw engine effectively gone for Luke now. He's not going to be able to do anything to deal with this. Medallion Weight's, of course, going to let him have some additional draw, but he's not going to be able to take out that Surface Stitch with any of the cards currently on board. Ares being a 3/3 stat line can only go up to 5 total. Put him in a really difficult position. Jordan really putting on a masterclass here for a match which genuinely is quite difficult to play against. Dumbo comes out onto the board here. If we do get the Horseman Strikes on the Ruby Amber board, they can of course pop that, but we're going to get a bit of question done now. Jordan saying, yeah, go on, have your card draw. I don't care if it's taking your card off the board. Now, to be honest, I'm not too sure if I would have exerted the Mowgli's there, but already Luke's just saying, scoop it up. We've got a win for Amber Amethyst against probably one of his worst matchups. Jordan playing an absolute blinder here. Really, really surprised. This is one of the matches that I really struggled playing against because I didn't find the inevitability of Amber Amethyst. I've tested cards like Ring of Stones to be able to get additional lore after you keep being hit near to the end of the game, with the Storms, with the Mali Dragons, with the Red Alert. But we're doing quite well here, holding on. Really glad to see that. Jordan really doing something quite impressive. So this time it is going to be Luke on the plate. Now, I do have to admit, I think Luke bricked quite hard in this game. And I think this is one of the reasons that puts a lot of people off playing the Ruby Amber deck. When it works, it's fantastic. Similar to Green Blue in the last set, a brilliant control deck. And if you hit your control cards, it's so hard to deal with. But just not hitting anything that he needed. He missed the early Scrooge. He did get the Ares out. He lost his Ohana Means family. He lost his Raging Storm. He was top decking for a lot of it. No Webby's Diary whatsoever. If you don't get card draw with this deck, you completely fall apart. A big, big, massive risk and an unlucky play for Luke. Let's see if there's anything he can do on the play, see if he can stand up against this match a little better. Luke just doing a little bit of search here on his mulligan. Guys, you are absolutely smashing it. That's 106 of you live and watching so far. That is absolutely mental. I can't believe we've got so many people watching on the channel. Really glad for this. If you are new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button for me. Help us out. We are nearly on our way to 1.5k. We are certainly making it there. If you've not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Let's get those likes up to 30. Leave some comments in the chat for me. Let's keep this going. We are live in round 5 of Swiss, the final round of Swiss here at Angle Gaming Feet Pendulum for their Win a Case tournament. A nice big tournament at the start of set 13. I do see a Webby's Diary in the hand of our man Luke here. So he's got the better start here. If he's able to get this draw engine going quicker, he could really put on some pressure and make it a lot more difficult for Jordan. We saw at the start of the game he was controlling well, but he just eventually ran out of steam. Now he has more of that inevitability. As long as he gets the boost character down, he can keep drawing additional cards every single turn. And once he gets to the point where he has plenty of ink, that's when we're going to start seeing the mass removals. We saw 2 Raging Storms gone early. We saw 2 Mally Dragons ink before. We will have to rely on a medallion weights, but of course Jordan not exerting any of his characters. We do have the turn 1 here. Looks like it's a Hercules coming down on board. Now, this is a 0-3 stat line, and it's boost 2 to bring it to 3-3 strength. But we're absolutely fine with this. The main point of it is to give additional boost cards for your Webby's Diary. But it is a nice bit of control at the start if Jordan does exert early. Jordan's once again going to be playing down Besties Assemble, searching top 4 cards of his deck for a character card, able to bring that into his hand. Once again, at the start of the match, Jordan said to me this is probably one of his favourite cards in the deck, bringing in the Augustan Magical. He just thinks it's so useful being able to have that filter to bring the exact card that you need. Think of it like Vision of the Future in the past sets, where you're able to search 5 cards. This, able to search 4 cards, but 1 cost less, so a little bit better. And a good way for you to be able to get your ramp if you need it at the start of the game. Looks like we're sticking a red alert into the inkwell, but a bit of hesitation there from Luke, thinking second of it. He's seen that Augustan come into hand, maybe wants to pop it later, but decided we're just going to stick it in the inkwell, boost up the Hercules, 3-3 stat line now, and then we're going to be pass and turn. 1 law on the board for Luke altogether. Jordan, no carrots on board. 1 in the inkwell, going to be inking again this turn, perhaps looking for a Grandmother Willow, maybe something like a Ham, maybe a guidebook again. Obviously not the best start for Jordan in the previous game either. Having a bit of a think about what he wants to use for his ink here. Epic Tigger going in, then Grandmother Willow goes out, and we're going to pass turn. Now, I think this is a smart play, not sticking an additional 1-cost character out with Grandmother Willow. I find that you run out of cards way too quickly with the deck if you stick out the 2 cards with it. You do not have enough draw at the start of the game to be able to last yourself if you get rid of the additional card. But Webby's Diary does come onto the board for Luke. A nice start from here, able to get the additional draw by boosting his card. He is going to be exerting the Hercules again, going to 2 altogether, meaning that Jordan is not going to be able to challenge in here, being a 3-3. On the following turn, I imagine he's going to start using the Webby's Diary effect. Obviously, you need to play 1 extra with the boost. We get Augustan Magical down, and then we're going to be passing turn. If he did have that red alert, that would have been a really nice card to play on this turn, but perhaps he has another one. No, he decides to boost the card, pays 1 for the boost, pays 1 for the Webby's Diary, gets to draw the additional card. That is the draw engine online, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really threatening here. If this keeps going, Luke is going to go through a large portion of his deck for the game. Going to be inking that Sully and Boo shift card, and then going to be passing turn. Now, with the Augustan Magical there, if he does have the Criminal Mind, he would be able to pop this Hercules immediately, which would be really good for him, but he needs to stop this draw engine from getting too out of hand. We notice there Luke also has the Evasive Pop. We know that Jordan does run the Dumbos in his deck. Could be risky if we lose that Dumbo early, so I don't think he's going to want to play it this early. Looks like we're going to be spending 1 altogether, going for a 2-cost character, Mowgli, and then we're able to rip an action out the hand, a non-character card, so Red Alert and Horseman Strike. He does decide to get rid of the Horseman Strikes instead of the Red Alert. I think that's a sensible play, able to pop the Augustan Magical on the following turn. Jordan going to be very aware of that. A shame that it's going so early. Really is a massive shame, but not too much for threatening position yet. Going to be questing for 1 altogether, going up to 1 total for Jordan. Now, he's not put that on his lore tracker yet, but don't worry, they do have their notepads with them, so I'll keep track. But we do get the Criminal Mind. Let's go, Jordan. Beautiful play there. Gets rid of the Hercules. And it was a raging... No, it was an Ohana Means Family and a Maleficent Dragon underneath it. So gets rid of a good bit of card draw there, but I did think it was a Raging Storm, which would have been a really, really good hit for him. We do still have that red alert, but it means that there's going to be no cards on the field once again if he does get rid of that Augusta Madrigal. I'm not too sure if he's going to want to get that Aladdin down onto the field and then boost and get the additional card draw. He is going to be inking one of the Aladdins, just having a little look for his discard. Is he perhaps going to be going for a Sully to bring an additional card in hand? Goes for the red alert, gets rid of the Augusta Madrigal, protect the card for the following turn. Makes sense. Going to be passing over there. Of course, if he did stick down the Aladdin on this turn, we could have boosted the strength with the Augusta Madrigal, put that up a little bit too high, and then we'd be popping on the following turn where Gaston. Lumineers Vault just said he put his Mowgli in his discard, should still be on board. I think you are correct. I'll just send my producer out to just go double check with the players to make sure that it should still be there. I'm not sure that Mowgli has been challenged into yet, so I believe it should still be on the board, but she's just going to go out and have a little check. Only Grandmother Willow still on the board at the minute. We've got 5 ink altogether for Jordan, and we're sitting on 5 for the boost deck. Going to be exerting 4. We stick out the exerting 3 to stick out the Aladdin, and then we're going to boost and pay the additional 1 to get the additional draw from Webby's Diary here. Yep, that's been corrected now. Mowgli coming back onto the board. Wouldn't make too much of a difference anyway, but both players just sorting this out between themselves. Just they're aware of what's going on. There might be a little judge call to resolve this, but I think both players know each other well enough that they'll be able to sort out. Yeah, producers just popped in. That's all been sorted now. Thank you, Eliminators Vault, for passing that on to us. Glad we could get that sorted. Obviously, anything that you do spot in the chat, please let us know. Obviously, tournament judges are out on the floor, but some things can be missed, especially by the players. High-stakes situations. Like I say, this is the final round of Swiss, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a challenging time. Mistakes can be made. I know I make plenty of mistakes under pressure. So, at the minute, Webby's Diary on board, as well as the Aladdin as well. Been boosted. Got the Grandmother Willow exerted, and then we've got the Mowgli as well. Looks like we are just going to be passing turn there, moving back onto Jordan. So we are going to be exerting 5, and we go for the Hades. Sorry, exerts 4 there. We've got Grandmother Willow on the field. Hades comes down looking for a deal. Going to be targeting the Aladdin. Looks like we do say, yep, no, I'll stick that on the bottom of deck. I think that's the smart play, not giving Jordan too much card draw. Once again, too many cards in hand for the Amber Amethyst player can be really detrimental. I think our Ruby Amber player is just going to be trying to set up for that Raging Storm. But 5-2 deficit at the minute. Not too far ahead, but Jordan is slowly creeping away from him. Looks like Olaf's been put into the Inkwell as well. Really, really strong card here, able to minus lore from your opponent when it's played down for every action you have in your discard. You pay -1 for the cost, a 9 cost card, altogether 4/4 stat line. We saw a lot of play with this in the Ruby Sapphire decks of the previous sets, but still quite useful in the Ruby Amber decks. A little bit slower than the other decks in the meta, just to make sure that your opponents don't get too far ahead of you. Aladdin's going to come down off the board again, pay 4, and we're going to be boosting, pay the additional 1 to then pay for the Webby's Diary, get the additional card draw in hand. Looks like we're sitting on a total of 6 ink, going to ink the Gaston. I do see a Raging Storm in hand here. If Jordan is able to find that Mowgli, get another one in hand, that could be really, really strong for him, being able to rip that already. If he's not able to get this board wipe off in the next couple of turns, Jordan could be in a really, really strong position, especially since Luke has had to ink the Gaston here. Once again, Mowgli is really powerful in certain matchups. They're only a 1-2 stat line, which doesn't feel that great, but if you can rip strong songs, strong action cards, or a location from your opponent, it really does help you out in the game. We saw how much of an issue it caused in the previous game when we had the Ohana Means Family and the Raging Storm. And had to get rid of the Raging Storm early. Obviously, the Ohana means family, not able to do much later on in the game. Once again, big thank you to Lumina as well. Very kind chat. Appreciate having you here, my friend. Great support there. Right, moving back on to Luke's turn altogether. So Aladdin got 2 boosted cards underneath it. Looks like we are going to be inking another Olaf. I don't like to see that. Jordan is getting quite far ahead. It's risky to do this, and then we're going to be getting Sully come out onto the field. So not too bad here. This means that he's going to be able to bring back a character from his discard, and he'll be able to play out something else. He's got the Maleficent Dragon in there. Might be nice to be able to get that for later in the game, but is there something he wants to play this turn? Maybe something that he can start boosting along? Looks like he is going to be bringing back the Hercules. Once again, another boosting character, perhaps going to be searching for additional draw, and then are we just passing straight away there? Yep, just going to be passing on. So I think we are trying to set up for that Raging Storm on the following turn. Jordan aware of what's going on here? No, we are going to go for the challenge. Going to be taking out the Mowgli. 1 damage going to be going back on the Aladdin. At this point, with so much ink, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got the 8 ink altogether. Jordan is going to be aware that he needs to start questing. He doesn't want to put himself in a position where he's not getting value off the Raging Storm. But once again, if Hades exert, it's a really difficult position because, well, now Hades coming down looking for a deal. If we get rid of that Sully there, it means he's not going to have to worry about any Ohana means family. Interesting, he does stick that on the bottom of the deck, but of course he does have that is a shame. He's had to challenge in there. We've got an Ohana means family and a Scrooge McDuck going. Then we're going to be questing for 1 bay. It's going to be a Storm coming this following turn. But only 2 cards on the board for Jordan. So it's got to feel like there's not a lot of value going on there. If you do hit it, it's going to give Jordan a chance to come back because he does have a few cards in hand. Going to draw for the turn anyway. Luke having a little bit to think about how best to structure it. I think maybe getting some characters down, then try to get some more action going on Webby's Diary. That is what he goes for. Goes for the Hercules, obviously brought back from the Sully. We're then going to pay 1 to boost that, pay 1 to draw from the Webby's Diary, see what we draw in hand. Another Scrooge right now could be really nice to get some more boost going on. We still have 4 ink remaining, and we have not inked for this turn so far. Total of 4 ink spent altogether. 1 for the Hercules, 2 to boost Hercules, 1 to draw off the Webby's Diary. Looks like we've got the Horseman Strikes in hand, a Raging Storm. I think I see a Gaston in there as well. Nothing that's really a good option for him at the minute. I mean, you could play down the Horseman Strikes, try and get a little bit of additional draw into your hand. No, he's going to go for the Red Alert, banish the Hades. Yeah, nice play there. Just controls the board a little bit, stops Jordan from going too far. But Jordan is now going to be able to re-ready the Grandmother Willow. Sticking down, it's going to be able to pay 1 less for the next character that he plays this turn. Can't help but think Demona could be quite nice right about now. Obviously, you don't need to worry about exerting the Hercules, but just to get some additional card draw. If he's able to layer his board a little bit, get some more cards out, play down the Demona, keep the draw going. Puts Luke in a more difficult position when he is forced into playing that Raging Storm. We are going to spend 1 for the Louisa. Of course, no cost there because the Grandmother Willow. Jordan has exerted his ink there. I think that's a little bit of a mistake for him. It's going to be ink in the Criminal Mind, and then he's just going to be passing. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. No effect has been changed. But once again, not a good board for Luke to be able to wipe. I think at this point, Luke's probably just going to get an additional boost, which he does. Going to spend the 2 to boost it, and then the 1 to use the Webby's Diary. Sully comes out onto the field, once again, bring another character back. Now, does he go for the Scrooge, or does he go for the Maleficent Dragon? He has gone for the Maleficent Dragon. I can't help but to think might have been better getting the Scrooge McDuck out onto the field than getting the additional draw, keeping his hand nice and filled, putting the pressure constantly on Jordan. Maleficent Dragon is a very nice card to be able to banish a card, but we've got the Grandmother Willow and the Louisa. They're not really too much of a threat on the board state at the minute. Now, I'm not too sure if... I think we've just had a scoop there. I'm not too sure who it was from, though. It looks like both players are packing up. I'm assuming that means Jordan's went, no, I can't win this game. I'll let you have it. Obviously, not seeing the cards that he needs to. Jordan looks like he's reshuffling there. I'm really surprised that they finished this game a little bit early. Now, to be fair, I will say that it can be quite a slow and grindy matchup. Jordan perhaps realising that it's just going to go eventually in Luke's favour. There's not much that he can do. He's not got a draw engine online. So Luke's just going to inevitably be able to come back. If they want time for the 3rd match, the first 2 games have taken a little bit of time so far. So maybe just try to stall it out to be able to get that definite 3rd game in when he is on the play. But I don't think that was over and done with for Jordan. I think there is still a way that he wins that game. I really don't think he was too far behind. Massive shout out to chat. We are up to 113 watching live. That is a humongous record for us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Like I've said before, if you haven't already hit subscribe, hit the like button, hit subscribe, be vocal in the comments. It's great to have you here. We had a previous record of 60 before today, and then we have a total of 113 with us right now. What an absolute legend of the community you are. I can't help but to think that I've got a little bit lucky with Gen Con not streaming their CCQ, but I'll take all the luck that I can get. Big shout out to you all. We are in the final round of Swiss here, Pendulum Angle winner case event, right at the start of set 13. This is round 5, the final round of Swiss. We have Ruby Amber Boost on Luke, and then we have Jordan on Amber Amethyst. This is 1 game each so far. Jordan is going to be on the play after conceding the last game. Obviously, just try to go for the most time available to take over in this game here. 25 minutes left remaining on the round, so there's enough time to play a set, but I think Jordan's perhaps realised that if it does go on too long, it's going to be difficult for him to take the win in the final round, perhaps feeling a little bit more comfortable whilst he's on the play. Both players sorting out the mulligans here. Looks like Jordan is going to be sent back 2 cards altogether, so quite comfortable with his hand. Looks like we've also got mainly a comfortable hand for Luke as well. Big thank you to everyone in the chat. Up to 27 likes. Let's see if we can squeeze that up to 30, ladies and gentlemen. Getting really, really close to that target there. You are absolutely smashing it. Now, once again, massive shout out has to go to Luke. Absolutely love the Toy Story sleeves that he has. I believe they are Japanese exclusive sleeves. So perhaps he has a mate over in Japan that's been able to get them for him, or he's just met a reseller, but definitely really lovely sleeves. My producer is almost in tears in the booth with jealousy. She really wants a set of the sleeves. I would love to buy her some, but you know what? Unfortunately, I'm just not that nice, ladies and gentlemen. But to be fair, lovely sleeves. I don't think I'd be brave enough to play them without the over sleeves. So well done for Luke for giving them a bit of protection. But I find that I can't really play with the outer sleeves because my hands are a little bit too small, so I can't shuffle them. Tragic story, really. Now, looks like we're going to be getting the Grandmother Willow out on the turn 2 for Jordan, and then we're going to be questing for 1 with the Louisa Madrigal. Once again, I like this, not overcommitting to the additional 1 cost on the board to make sure that he doesn't run out of characters. No characters played on the first turn for Luke, but we are going to be sticking out Hercules, then passing turn over to Jordan. Not too sure if he does have the Webby's Diary with this game, but obviously the best bit of card draw, I do see it in hand. Looks like we've also got the Ohana Means family as well, so a good starting hand for Luke here. This is definitely going to be a challenging match. We've got Tigger come down to the board, Hercules comes straight back, then we're able to quest out 3. Really strong start to Jordan here. If he's able to stop the cards from coming out, stop a board from starting to build, he could put Luke in a really poor position. Augusta Madrigal going into the Inkwell there, and then we're sticking out the Webby's Diary. No characters played, so Jordan's going to be able to quest for another 3 this turn. This is definitely the start that he's going to be looking for. Quest with all 3 characters goes to 6 altogether. Ruby Amber not able to do anything so far. Going to be inking an additional card this turn. Can then pay a 5 cost character because of Grandmother Willow's effect. Mowgli goes into the Inkwell, and then we're sticking out Dumbo, and then we're going to be passing turn. If there's no Horseman Strikes, it means that Jordan's going to be able to get some nice additional card draw here. But once again, playing down the Horseman Strikes means that there's no characters threatening the board state. We do get 2 characters coming down here, so a good play here from Luke. But the card draw from Dumbo is going to be really, really vital. I don't think I see Horseman Strikes in Luke's hand at all, so this Dumbo could stick around for a little bit of time. Now, Dumbo's something I'm not really brave enough to play against Ruby Amber players because I feel like it's always going to be removed by the Horseman Strikes. But if they don't find it, the evasives can be really, really difficult for them to deal with. Luke, at this point, is going to have to hope that he's able to get up to that magical number of 8. But we've already got a Demona out on board, going to be exerting everything here. Surely Tigger's going to be going in for a challenge. Takes out the Aladdin. And then Dumbo's going to take out the Hercules as well. Quest to 8. No board state whatsoever for Luke. Jordan is playing an absolutely prodigical game here. This is crazy. What an absolute hero. Demona on board, Louisa, Grandmother Willow, and Dumbo. Still haven't found that Horseman Strikes here. Only a Webby's Diary on board. We're up to 6 ink altogether. Aladdin's going to be coming out. We're then going to be boosting, gain the additional card draw from the Webby's Diary. That's all ink used altogether. That's 2, 3, or 5. Jordan can go up to 13 on the following turn. This could be a very quick game 3. Obviously, we know the Raging Storm is in there, but Jordan has enough card draw because of the Demona and because of the Dumbo that he will be able to gain cards back quite quickly into his hand and then replay the board, force him under pressure. Unless Luke has 2 Raging Storms, he may be in a really poor position in this game. Going to exert the Dumbo there, gain a law, draw a card, 9 total altogether. Still have another 3 characters that can quest, but need to be careful of exerting and then getting value from the Ohana means family, I believe we'll probably quest the Demona and then the Louisa Madrigal, not put at risk the Grandmother Willow. We do still have another 2 turns before Raging Storm, so perhaps want to stick out a few cards on the board here. Isis Vanderchill going to exert the Aladdin. We're going to take it out straight away. Jordan just not letting Luke have any card draw whatsoever. This is really smart. We then quest out for another 2, go to 11 altogether. On the following turn, I'm going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Going to go to 17. 17 before a Raging Storm can even hit the board. This is absolutely phenomenal from Jordan in a match that normally he should lose. Ruby Amber definitely has the advantage in this. Scrooge's Counting House can be going into the Inkwell. That is us on 6 ink now. We still need another 2 turns to be able to get into that Raging Storm. He's not going to be able to get there. I don't think Aladdin comes out onto the board. He needs another character here. He's going to stick down the Ares. We could do a tiny bit of board control, but nothing yet to be able to take out that evasive threat in Dumbo. Now, this is going to depend on how many cards that Jordan has in hand. If he has more than 3, Demona is not going to be able to ready. It looks like he does, which is a shame, but we're still going to be able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, going up to 15 altogether, with still an additional turn before the Raging Storm come down. This is really, really strong position for Amber Amethyst. Jordan is absolutely working this game. 2 cards in hand for the Ruby Amber player. If we have a Mowgli come down, that could rip the Storm, and I think that would be absolutely game over. 108 live in the chat right now. Thanks for sticking around with us, guys. We're nearly on our way through for the final round of Swiss. Jordan in the play in this one, he's going to be exerting 1, gains a law and draws from Dumbo's effect. We then have an additional 5 ink remaining, but because Grandmother Willow wasn't on the board, we can get a 6 cost character down. If he has another Demona, he'd be able to play it. Going to be exerting 3 here. 4 looks like a 5 cost character. Going to get the Hades, looking for a deal, targeting. Luke is going to have to let him draw here. He can't afford to get rid of this character. He does let him draw the card, but did you see that there? That was a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. He doesn't have any of the support effects on the board, so we can't get rid of any of these characters, but this could be useful for a little bit later in the game. Looks like Hades and Isis going to exert. All of them going to exert. We're going up 16 altogether. 15, because Hades just been played. Only 5 law remaining for Jordan to be able to take this game. Luke under a lot of pressure. He still isn't able to get the Raging Storm out on this turn. He's going to be able to get rid of 2 of the characters, perhaps. He could run into Mona, get the additional law stop there, but this is definitely going to be a hard one. He's going to need Criminal Mind. He's going to need Gaston or something, and he's going to need Ink to be able to carry on. We are going to get the Grandmother Willow out. Really smart to do that because we're not a Raging Storm territory yet. Just get as many threats on the board as possible. Bring him up as close to game. We had the Ares. We had the Aladdin. Now, if we boost, we'd be able to challenge twice with Aladdin. So we could go into the Grandmother Willow, and then we could take out the Demona as well. The Ares could go into the Louisa Madrigal. That still leaves us 1, 2, 3, 4, bringing us up to a total of 19, meaning that you'd only need to get a single law through the game. Olaf might be able to save him a little bit if he's able to minus the law, but I think he needs to hope and pray to get to this Raging Storm. But this is an awful, awful position for Ruby Amber. I cannot believe this is going so poorly for him. Luke has just not seen any of the answers that he needs in this game whatsoever. He is going to be exerting the Aladdin. He's going to challenge it and takes out the Grandmother Willow. That is 1 damage back on the Aladdin altogether. Looks like we have 2 cards left in hand, I think it is. Aladdin has challenged in. If we boost, we're able to do it again. But perhaps he's wanting to get another card on the board. If he boosts, he may not be able to play out a bigger, stronger character. And then once again, if it does go into the board wipe the next turn, are you just delay the inevitable? Perhaps Jordan has done enough already to be able to take this game. Once again, the final match of Swiss here at Angle Gaming for their winter case, co-sponsored by Pendulum Gaming. Luke thinking through every single option here, counting up the amount of law on the board. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 law available from Jordan. We're going to need to take an additional 3 law off the board just to survive the turn. To survive the turn, we need to take off 3, meaning that we're going to have to take out this Demona and the Louisa, or it's going to be automatically game for Jordan. We're going to boost the Aladdin here. We're going to get to ready that with Ares effect, and then we're additionally going to be able to draw from Webby's Diary here. We still have a couple of options left. If he has the Criminal Mind, or if he has the Red Alert, that could be really, really strong in this situation. Maybe a Horseman Strike to get rid of the Dumbo. We are going to be challenging with the Ares. The Ares takes out the Louisa Madrigal, and then we can still challenge in again with the land. But I think it's going to have to be into the Demona. Going to spend 3. World's Greatest Criminal Mind takes out the Demona. That's really nice so far. And then we're going to take out the Isis as well. Only 3 laws still on the board for Jordan. And we are, of course, going to be in Rage and Storm territory on the following turn. Only the Ares still on the board. I do not think that Jordan is going to challenge on this turn. It wouldn't make sense to. He needs to get as much law as possible. Try and get himself over the line here. Dumbo going to be able to exert, gain a law, and draw for him. Still having a little think about what we want to ink here. We're going to ink the Ares. We keep the Ohana family, and it looks like we are passing over there onto Jordan. 3 law available. Another card able to be drawn from Dumbo's effect. We have 3 cards in total in hand. Draws up to 4 altogether. There is nothing in the deck to give him instant law. He cannot win on this turn, but as such a deficit, is there anything that Luke can do to even come back? We're going to exert, gain a law, draw with the Dumbo, going up to 16 law altogether. We still have another 2 that we can quest with, and another 6 ink that we can play with. Plenty of cards in hand at the minute for Jordan. He's not going to want to waste anything too much because of the Rage and Storm, but if he doesn't have it, he needs to at least put himself in a position where he has game on the following turn. If he doesn't play anything out, the Ares would be able to challenge him, take out the Willow, and a Horseman Strikes or a Red Alert would be able to take out the Dumbo, meaning he would not have game. Again, he is going to be exerting. Looks like 3 ink altogether. He goes to the guide, but gets the immediate draw. This is really smart. Keep the draw going. Keep your hand filled. If you do get hit with the Storm, then you can just replay your board. Hades is then going to challenge it, and we get the Enchanted Ohana family. What a play here from Jordan. 3 cards drawn extra in hand, really keeping himself in a good position to survive from the Rage and Storm, which is going to have to happen for Luke to stay in the game. Going to ink the besties assemble, and then we've got 1 card remain. We're going to stick down the Louisa Magica. We got 17 altogether, saying that you're going to need to hit your Rage and Storm or you lose, but plenty of card options in hand for Jordan there. He has 4 law on the board. We have to hit the Storm. Nothing is going to be on the board for Luke here. Really, really strong position right now. 17-0 deficit. Scully and Boo going to be sent into the inkwell here. We do hit out the Rage and Storm. All cards on the board wiped. Luke can stay in the game for a little bit longer, but once again, Jordan can reset his board. Luke is going to have to hope and pray that he has another Rage and Storm in hand to be able to nullify this deck somehow, but at this point, Jordan seems absolutely inevitable. Sully is going to come onto the board, able to bring a card back from the discard. We're going to bring back Grandmother Willow, going to spend that out, 2 cost, the epic Grandmother Willow, beautiful card, and then 1 less for the next character if he wants to play it. Plays down the Elon Wii. You don't need to exert that, Jordan. You've already had the card on board. Plays down the Elon and Wii for the effect. Everything's been sequenced correctly there. This is a really, really strong board state. It has to be Rage and Storm or you lose. Even Red Alert is not going to win a minute here. Does he have the Storm? He's exerting. I see an Ohana family. Is there a Storm in there? Can he take this set? Moving his ink to the side here. Just try to see if there's anything else he can do. Going to spend 1, gets the Hercules on the board, going to try and boost, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is game here. I think Jordan is going to take the win. I do not think there's anything else. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. What a win in the 5th round of Swiss. Massive, massive performance for Jordan with 13 minutes left. Not long whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get Jordan into the booth straight away. We're going to get an interview for you. That was one hell of a matchup in a match which is extremely, extremely hard to pilot for Amber Amethyst. Ladies and gentlemen, I've played against Ruby Amber many times, and it is my least favorite matchup. It is so hard due to the inevitability, but Jordan played that perfectly there. No Raging Storms in his deck whatsoever. Big use of Besties Assemble to get the additional draw. He got his Dumbo out to the field. Great use of Willow. A phenomenal, phenomenal performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have Jordan with you in the next 60 seconds, so do not go anywhere. You are going to want to hear this interview. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the booth. I have here Smith, the Jordan here with me. My God, Jordan, that was a crazy game. You absolutely destroyed that 2-0 against Ruby Amber. That's 2-1. It's honestly took my breath away. That was absolutely terrifying to watch. What a game plan. That is a match that I really, really struggle with. It's so hard to play against, but you played it like a pro. Talk me through the game.
So game one was kind of just, he was slow to start, never established the webbies, so I'm just going to keep drawing cards and make him deal with the stuff that I've got. Game two, he opened the webbies up very early, got his engine online. There's a lot of game left to be played, but you don't want to draw. So then game three, exactly the same. I kind of saw the line with the demoter and just went, we can just go for it here. I mean, the fact he missed the one drop, so the Tigger just became huge there. Then he set the webbies up and just quested away. And then finding the ISIS to take out the boosty character to stop his draw again, leaving the demoter on 4 damage. I mean, it did lock it, but if I drew a Hana, then that's a draw 4, and I knew he was going to ignore it for a while. So I could have gone more aggressively with that, but yeah, just keep drawing.
It was absolutely phenomenal, my friend. I think one of the most clutch turns that you played was when you got down the Mowgli. He had the Ohana family and he had the Raging Storm in his hand. And that was a really difficult position for him to come back with afterwards. He lost his board wipe and then he was effectively in a position where he's top decking. He didn't get his diaries early and he just couldn't do anything. But in that third game there, you were just so quick. I really like how you're able to remove literally everything that he played down on the board. He just couldn't stay in the game whatsoever. I'm not sure if Webby's diary on the turn was it for misplay, just since he had nothing down there to try and combat against you. But, were you expecting to just go for law until you hit the Raging Storm, then go again?
Not really. I mean, that wasn't the plan, real. Game 3 definitely was, just because of what I had, and when he missed the drop, I went for the Tigger and just kind of lined out there. But the plan that I've not only played the match a few times, but the plan is obviously getting good value, making sure that you don't play into any other Hanas, can make sure they play into yours. And yeah, like Hades is good. I mean, I will shout out Besties as a card. We've talked about it a little bit earlier today. So the Besties on turn 1 sometimes it's helping find the Willow. If I already have the Willow, it's potentially just find something else, then I can go Willow 1 drop on the turn after. But the fact I can find cards like Surfer Stitch, Bell, Gaston, but I can find what I need at that point. And the fact that the card adds anything to hand is just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Vision of the Future, but just cheaper, which is really nice. I mean, a Vision on absolutely crazy. We had a little bit of a chat about being able to find the ramp for the turn 2 immediately, really useful for that. You can find any kind of immediate threat that you need to keep yourself in the game. It's a little bit difficult because it's another card that can be ripped by Mowgli, of course, but if you are getting the value for it, it's just such a strong addition to the deck. I mean, you're not running anything like Second Star, I don't believe. No. So your main draw cards today, you have Demona, you've got Hardemin's family. We saw the enchant of that, and we've also got the Besties Assemble. Do you think that's enough? The guidebook as well. Do you think that's enough draw for the deck?
Yeah, so I've literally just been testing Surfer Stitch as well. Comes out, especially in that matchup, like, you bang a Surfer Stitch down, it's like the old B-prep situation, play the Surfer Stitch, draw 2 cards, it dies, so well, you've got your card draw. And then into other matchups, it's such a big body, it's so scary, it can turn sideways into a lot of this 4-4 meta. So yeah, Surfer Stitch has been great.
Now, in the game 1, I believe turn 2, you had went for the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Was that a case of you'd bricked and you didn't really have anything else, or were you just setting up for the additional draw to keep going?
Yeah, no ramp, and I had a Mowgli, but I didn't want to commit that early. Like, there's lots of actions you could have had. I was told that, so yeah, that's all it was.
I think hold on to the Mowgli for later on in the game is definitely the place to go for. I mean, it's when they're literally at the precipice of hitting that Raging Storm, what's going to be in their hands. So being able to rip that, stop and get the board right is really, really strong. But even if they do hit it, it was really smart how you're able to just keep the draw going. So even when he hits, you've got plenty of cards in hand that you can just relayer, put the pressure on. And in that third game, it was literally a case of you're going to need 2 Raging Storms if you want to stay in the game, and unfortunately, you didn't have it. So yeah, massive well done to you, Jordan. I mean, talk to us a little bit about the matchups for the deck. What's your kind of preference that you want to see against? What's the kind of matches that you want to stay away from?
I'll be honest, like I said, I've not done too much testing, unfortunately, this set at the minute, but I played Purple Yellow. I was actually quite worried about the Red Yellow match. I played it a couple of times now, and I don't think it's as bad as I initially thought. Amber Steel, weird because I beat it twice today, but Amber Steel can just pop off and win the game from there. I haven't actually faced Green Yellow yet, so no. I know the list. I know what he's intended to do. I know what I probably need to watch out for, but we're just winging it, to be honest, today.
I think the big issue with Green Yellow is there's just so many versions of the deck about in the meta at the minute. It's I'm not too sure which is the better one to go into, because the aggro list, if they're going first, with the queens in there, that's really, really strong. And it's just so hard to kind of fight back against them constantly. But then once again, similar to the Ruby Amber, the inevitability of the Circle of Life one can be really difficult. You do at least have your Mowgli's, and you're going to be hitting quite a lot of the time in there. But, in contrast, they've got cards like Lenny that can pop your Best Assemble, can pop your guidebooks. So which would you rather play against, the aggro list, the Circle of Life, the Under the Sea deck?
Probably the aggro, just because of the way my deck's teched. It's a bit more low to the ground and can deal with that. But like I say, the song version, I'll just be Mowgli and Tigger Mowgli, not putting Mowgli in my discard. I don't know why that happened or how. But yeah. Whichever version, like I say, just winging it for the minute now. I've not played Purple Steel yet either. Like, I've literally not played many games, but that's an interesting match. Like, I feel like with the bot version and stuff like that, Gaston and stuff are going to be huge in that matchup. So,
I mean, at least for me, I think the Maleficent Diablo probably a little bit more in your favor to be able to go against. You've just got so much removal. They've got way worse draw than you do. The Maleficent shift, that's really good. They get a couple of draws from that, but they will run out of steam quite quickly. And because they don't have the giant cobra that they used to, they've not got that, quick kind of lore game, so you don't need to worry about that. The bots are a little bit difficult in the side of Syndrome, just constantly recycles everything. So even if you do get the Gaston, it's, there's no point popping the 8-8s. It's just coming back down onto the field. So if you can stop that Syndrome, then you're absolutely fine. But if you can't, then, it's almost like an impossible matchup. So, I mean, have you done any testing at all into Purple Steel, or is it just completely blind for you?
Completely blind. Like I say, I've done a couple of sessions. There's a couple of locals that I play Purple Steel, but they're not exactly meta as such. And yeah, I've played like 3 local tournaments at the minute, so I've done quite a lot of yellow purple practice, like Myth the Mirror. So that maybe helped in the red yellow because it's very similar. Like, you can't turn sideways and give them a good harness trade and stuff like that. So,
bro. Now, last thing I do want to Jordan, obviously not a lot of time before we're going into the top 8, so I won't keep you for too long, but I believe you are prepping for the LCQs, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So I'd said this year I'm going to go to Euros regardless. So I've not qualified yet. I've had a couple of good DLC runs, but I'm locking in, doing my best. Worst case scenario, I'll be playing side events at the weekend. Partner's going, she's going to be in Disney for 4 days, so she's happy. And then we're all going to go park on Monday. There's 5 of us going together, so worst case scenario, nice Disney trip, even though I don't like rides and I don't like people in costumes. I was going to say, but I bought a VIP package and I'm going to get to meet Sorcerer Mickey, which I think I'll be sending the girlfriend for that if I can.
That's fair. I mean, you may be terrified of him, but it will still be an experience, I certainly root for you on that one. Jordan, just talk me through your mindset a little bit when prepping for the LCQ. I mean, it's obviously the pods are a little bit different this time, but going into those pods, it's such like high pressure, making sure that you're constantly winning. What kind of prep are you going to be looking towards the LCQ? Do you just kind of spam matches on duels? Is there certain like testing groups to go for? If somebody's currently sitting watching just now going, you know what, I really, really want to make the Euros, what do I do? You're a very well accomplished player. What's your advice to them?
I kind of said this last time, really, but one of the main things in the game, just don't give up. But as for the testing side, I'm going to be doing it all online and what I can there. I'm trying to like look for what the fairest deck might be in a way. So I don't necessarily want to go into the event and knowing that there's a deck that can high roll me, or I didn't high roll, so I lost. I kind of want to go in with the intention of like feeling like if I lost, I lost because I either didn't do something wrong or the other person outplayed me. Not just a case of say you take Amber Yellow and your first round's against Steel Song. That sort of thing. The aggro version, anyway. And then you just feel like you just lost out because they're a bad matchup, So, yellow's that deck or not, who knows? But it's definitely a deck that I enjoy and really enjoy.
Brilliant, mate. Right, Jordan, we are going to have to cut it there because, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into our top 8 already. God, you guys took long on your match, didn't you? But yeah, massive shout out to Jordan. Massive congratulations to him. Make sure to give some love on the chat. Fantastic player and a brilliant lad as well. Great having you on the channel again, my friend. Best luck in the top 8, and let's see if we can get you in that finals. Cheers, mate. Right, guys, we're going to be back for you soon. Literally give us less than a couple of minutes. We're going to go onto the weight screen for you in just a second. Then we're going to be right back live for our top 8 match. Going to be a good one. Stick around with us. Cheers, guys. Ladies, gentlemen, Crawford Carnal Legends, we are back for the top 8 of the Angle and Pendulum Win a Case event. This is going to be a good one. We, of course, have a return on the stream here from our first match on Amber Steel. I'm not too sure what our other player is playing. However, we do need a moment to shout out fantastic hey he has on his shoulders. And not just the hey, we've also got one fabulous Stitch match, which I have had to stop my producer from stealing in the middle of the match. She is obsessed with Stitch, but it's a gorgeous mat. I can see why he's playing it. Looks like we're going to be having Amber Steel versus Amber something. I'm not too quite sure what Amber it is. I believe it may be Amber Emerald, but we are soon going to see in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 70 minutes for the top 8, going to be 70 minutes for our top 4, and then we're going to have our final. Once again, as a reminder, there is a case on the line for the winner of this tournament. For those of you that are interested in the other standings, we do, of course, have Jordan, who has made it into the finals. We've got Andy, who we saw on the stream earlier. He's made it into the finals. We also have Paddy, who played against Harlan Sweet earlier, and Harlan Sweet as well, the crowd favourite, has made it into the top 8 too. Certainly going to be a stacked event. Looking forward to see who is taking the case home with them today. Now, this is Seed 1 against Seed 8, so our Seed 1 is going to be on the play here. I'm just going to find out in a second from our producer who is the higher seed for the event. But we did have a couple of IDs in the final round, so of course that will have affected the standard somehow. Looks like we are going to be playing against the... I think that's going to be the Speedy Amber Emerald version that Harlem was very similar to. Got the Pocahontas into the Aurora, and then we're passing over to the Angel. So predominantly, Steel Song should have the advantage in this matchup. However, we've seen in quite a few CCQs recently that Amber Steel is still beatable by these Amber Emerald decks. Looks like we're going to be inking a David there, and then we're going to be spending out 2, sticking out the Earth to see any songs in hand. We've got the Thunderbolt, we've got the Strength for Rage and Fire. I think realistically, you need to take the Strength there, keep the Uninkable in the hand. Not too bothered about that sticking around there. We do go for the Strength for Rage and Fire. Really, really great start. And I think we're going to be passing turn there. No need to exert the Aurora. Put that in a position where it's being challenged out. Pass over onto the Steel Song turn. We have Malin Lee in hand. Going to be really good on the following turn. Search for more songs. Predominantly at the minute, we're going to want to get some big singers on the board. We want to try and be able to get this Thunderbolt out of the hand, deal with some of the damaging characters. I think realistically, he's going to want to try and get rid of the Eleanor when that comes down onto the board. The Royal Queen, she can be a massive, massive pain, and it helps the deck go really, really quick. We do have Snowboard Stitch going into the Inkwell here. It looks like no other 2-cost characters, unfortunately, absolutely bricked for the Steel Song player. Really, really unlucky. I think at this point, this is the sign for the Amber Emerald player to put the foot on the gas and really accelerate through this. We've got the Pocahontas come down onto the board here. Allows you to play a 1-cost character 3. We're going to stick out Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid. Allows you to search top 2 cards of your deck, put one into your... draw another card, put 1 card from your hand into your discard, and then keep 1 card there. Looks like we're going to be getting rid of the Ground by the Willow, get rid of the uninkable card here, and then we're going to be inking the Mickey Amber Emerald Champion. The Mickey Amber Champion. We're going to exert 1 for the Aurora. Gains 1 more, and then we're able to pay a Princess or a Queen card for 1 less. We're going to spend that 1 to then spend out for another Pocahontas, which would allow another 1 cost if he has it. I'm not too sure that he does have it here. I think that may be it for John. Gains 2 from the Ursula, and then we're going to pass turn. That is 5 characters on board already for Amber Emerald. This deck goes so wide so quickly. Really, really strong start for the deck. We're going to be incompletely sticking out the Malin Lee. It will search top 4 cards of the deck for a Panda card or a song. No hits in the first 3. I think that is all misses. No, we got the Final Platinum, but we're not going to really need to use that in this game. I imagine that's going to be going straight into the ink later on. No items being used in Amber Emerald at the minute, unless we're on the bigger songs version. We might have the Retro Evolution device, but not going to be much for use here. We're going to challenge in, take out the Aurora here, 1 damage back coming onto the Angel, and then Malin Lee not able to challenge on this turn. Really, really poor start for Josh here on Steel Song, not having the luck that he saw earlier in the day when he played on stream in the first match. Still have 4 characters on board for the Amber Emerald player. Looks like he's using the Ursula sleeves from the Ursula's Return game. We're then going to be sticking out Mickey Mouse, Amber Emerald Champion, and then we're going to be able to quest and minus the strength by 2 each time you quest on one of the characters on the board. So we're going to be able to reduce all of the strength on all the characters on board here, meaning that no challenges are going to be able to happen. He's going to get quite a bit of lore this turn, and he's going to put them in quite a difficult position. That's -4 now on the Malin, then another -2 on the Angel, another -2, -4 on each characters. Obviously, we don't go below 0. But we have challenged in, taken out the Angel there, so we can't get any songs sung by her on the following turn. Now, I think Finding More Flatlam's probably going to be going into the Inkwell here, unless we're saving up for an aerial on a couple of following turns, get a boostage, can at least sing something, even if it has no effects, get more card draw. But realistically, Josh is going to find a way to try and clear this board, but this is not going the way that he needs it to at the minute. Amber Emerald really showing why it's quite a difficult deck to play against. I believe at the minute, Harlan is currently playing against the Ruby Amber boosty deck that we saw playing in the last match. So I believe he will have the advantage in this. So we may be seeing another Amber Emerald going into the top 4. But Angel comes down and then going to be discarded. Finding More Flat, we're going to do 2 ping damage onto, I imagine it would be Bobby potentially. Is onto the Bobby, takes 1 card off the board. So reduce the characters on board. But once again, we've got the minus strength on the Malin Lee that's on the board. So that can't even challenge it at the minute. Just need to try and be able to sing some songs. Grandmother Willow going to be coming down onto the board. Once again, we're going to minus the strength here after we quest the Mickey Mouse. So you need to quest the Mickey Mouse first. And then afterwards, each time you quest, you're able to minus the strength. So we're going to go 2 here, minusing 4 off of Angel, and then we're going to do the final 2 off Malin Lee. I mean, these cards are not going to be able to challenge again on the following turn. Looks like we're up to a total of 5 there. I think we should be a little bit higher than that, but once again, both players have lore pads at the side of the table with them, so I'm sure they'll correct that momentarily. But all the scores are being kept track on the visual counter and in the books as well. Mainly going to be searching for some additional cards there. We've got Akuda and Moody. Looks like the only song to be able to bring in hand. So we could get a bigger card out for cheaper there. Could be useful, but I'm definitely going to want to using the Thunderbolt with the Angel there to take out probably the Mickey Mouse Amber champion, just so we can't do any more of the minus in there, just so you can start challenging again. But once again, the Amber Steel player quite a bit behind. We are going to be singing the Akuda Etamoody there, so -2 for the next character played. We've still got 1 ink there. We can ink again for this turn, so we could get the aerial out. No, we're going to go for another Malin Lee, try to get more songs into the hand, try to find more answers. Strength for Rage and Fire could be useful. Unfortunately, it's not a hit, a complete brick. This is not what you want to be seeing at all. An absolute nightmare for Josh currently. You've got a feel for the man, not seen any of the cards that he needed so far. Really fallen behind quite quick in this game. Now, the Ember Emerald card player, I believe, doesn't have any more cards in hand, so that's at least a solid, but he's up to 10 lore altogether. It's a 10-0 deficit this early on in the game. Josh really, really struggling here. He can, of course, sing the Thunderbolt, get rid of something else, but he's not going to be able to do any more challenging this turn, and I think that's all he can do with his turn. That means that our Amber Emerald player is going to be gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 lore on the next turn, going up to 14 altogether, and that is all the damage reduction songs we have. We are going to discard the aerial there, going to be able to ping damage and get rid of the Grandmother Willow. So 3 cards still on the board here. Now, if we're able to top deck the Pocahontas and shift that, that's going to be really, really strong for Amber Emerald here. Meaning that the opposing board is not going to be able to do any challenging whatsoever. But I did not see it in his card draw. I don't think he has it whatsoever. Perhaps he's just going to decide to not exert here, try and not lose any more characters, try and build the board up a little bit wider. Josh doing very well to come back here. He did play a comeback game in his first match when he played originally on stream earlier on today. We're then going to be spending out on Rapunzel, a nice tech card for this. I believe when you discard a card with Rapunzel, you're able to give the card evasive for this turn. My producer will just search that up for you so we can make sure we get the right details there for you. Of course, the blessings of a brand new meta, brand new cards that you haven't seen quite yet in play. Always good to get that extra bit of information there. Looks like 3/3 stat line, 4 cost to play out. Has the effect, the Fates design. When you play this character, you may choose to discard a card. If you do, return chosen character to their player's hand. So that's really nice, but of course, haven't really got the option there to be able to get rid of anything. But we're getting quite a wide board here, 4 altogether, but we do have the Shift, Lilo, and Stitch on the board now. That is going to be a lot of questing power in the following turns. And of course, if we do have another Mickey Mouse coming out, we're going to be able to use the support to get around that. So really, really strong. Amber Emerald here going to be going for an okay, we get the Eleanor down, so we can get the additional lore at the end of the turn if we quest out, deal an additional damage to a character, and then draw a card. This could be a way for them to go back into this game, but I'm not sure if they're going to want to do any challenging. It looks like they're saying, no, we're not going to be doing it. That's 4 additional lore. They're going to go to 14 altogether at the end of the turn, draw an additional card, go up to 15, and then do 1 damage. So only 5 lore remaining for the Amber Emerald player left to take the game. Looking in a really promising situation for them. Lilo and Stitch is great to be able to quest with, but they need to be able to do some damage and take out characters on the board. Benefit is they're at least able to do some challenging now. If they're able to empty their hand, the Angel could go in, take out the Rapunzel, and still stay on the board because it gets resist 2 when there are no characters in hand for the turn. We also have 3 copies of Malin Lee, and then we have a copy of Lilo and Stitch that's able to give support onto another character. So we can take out 4 characters on the board, I believe. No, not quite, because the Pocahontas is free willpower as well. These characters, very strong willpower, are going to be sticking around on the board a lot. We're perhaps going to have to discard a card with the Angel to be able to do 2 damage into one of the Pocahontas. Josh just thinking here, if he can afford to get rid of this, get out onto the field, I think realistically we need to go for the discard, try and make sure to wipe the board again, try and stop them from getting any other intrinsic value. If Elna is able to get its effect proc again by 3 cards exerted, it's going to be really, really dangerous for him and stop him from being able to take the game here. There is a total of 5 cards on the board for the Amber Emerald player. Josh taking his time here, making the correct decision, making sure that he doesn't put himself out for a position of where he can win the game. Only on 4 lore so far. He needs to work, needs to try and find a way to minimize this board state. Otherwise, it will be game over on the following turn. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available, plus 1 because they are in effect. That's 6. If a Pocahontas is left on the board, we could shift Pocahontas and have a quest for 2 there, which also would take the game. So we're going to have to get rid of quite a few characters. Josh doing quite the sensible thing here, just line the characters up you want to take out, but it looks like Lilo's going to be supporting the Malin Lee, challenge into a Pocahontas. Angel takes out another Rapunzel, and then the 2 Malin Lees goes into the Ursula, both of them being able to stay on the board there, keeping his characters around. I think that's quite smart, and then we're at least going to be stopping the Elna from getting the additional value on the following turn, not being able to exert all the characters. Unless we go into a bodyguard like David, which would allow him to get another exerted characters, and then gets the effect of gain lore, deal 1 damage, and draw on the following turn. 15 lore to 4 altogether. Josh quite far behind, moving his characters around, trying to find any way to stop the Amber Emerald player from not winning in the next turn. And this is the difficulty with the deck. You're in a position where you just try to stop your opponent from not winning next turn, instead of trying to build your board, try to draw more cards, try to gain more lore. Really, really difficult situation to be in. Josh has moved these cards around at least 3 times now. Looks like we are going to be discarding the Ariel. We're going to put 2 damage onto the Pocahontas here. Now, that Angel does have resist. That's going to need to challenge into Rapunzel. Otherwise, you're going to be losing characters. We are going to go into the Pocahontas. We take that out. Looks like he's deciding against it, though. We do make that challenge. 2 damage coming back onto the Malin Lee. No damage manipulation around the Amber Steel deck. Nothing like Cheshire Cat or Louisa Madrigal for them to use, but we do have quite a few characters on board at least. Angel looks like he's going into the Rapunzel. Lilo and Stitch are going to be quest and then give him support to something. I think Josh currently just decided whether he wants to support one of these characters to take out the Ursula. Could ram both the characters into Ursula to take them out, but I really think you can't afford to leave that Pocahontas on the board. We're going to challenge in there. We take out the Ursula using both cards to do the challenge. Both cards staying on the board, and then Angel's going to be going into probably the smart play, getting rid of the Pocahontas, stops the shift line from... Right, he's protected himself well this turn, and then the Lilo and Stitch are going to be going in, takes out the Rapunzel, only the Elna left on board. So valued, not questing there, just taking out as many characters as possible. This means that Elna's not going to get any additional value this turn. Really, really smart play from Josh here, really making his way through here like a complete pro. The same as we saw in the first game, started from a behind position, a really troubling position where he was falling behind, but he's been able to catch up in the game. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more available on the board for Josh. If he doesn't challenge, he can go for a total of 7 or up to 11. We do have the Pocahontas though, so Amber Emerald player would have been desperate to get that shift out, stop the other characters from being able to challenge. If he was able to get that shift, he would have had game on board, and that would have been a win, but not being able to get it so far. We do still have 3 lore available. Good spot there from Berger, 2582. Lilo and the damage on it from the Rapunzel. Our producer is just going to go out and sort that now with the players. Yep, correct. The 2 because the resist. Yep, really good spot there. Well done. So 15 lore to a 10 deficit. Then Mike Wazowski comes down. Oh, That is not what you want to hit off the top of that. You need the character to come into your hand. That's more draw for the Amber Emerald player. And then Nani stage manager, they're going to get to search even more cards there. Massive, massive shame. Amber Steel players worked so hard to keep themselves in this game, but it looks like we once again get inevitability. Looks like Todd going to be coming down onto the field there. We don't have enough ink to be able to play it. It doesn't look like, but we do have 4 lore available. Eleanor's gone now, so we can't get that additional at the end of the turn. Just going to be counting there how much lore the Amber Steel player can get on their side of the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So not quite game yet for either players, but they are both floating around game state. I don't think you can really afford to challenge with the Emerald deck, but by not questing here, it means that you are not going to be able to put yourself in a position of getting game on the next turn, whereas the Amber Steel player is going to be able to have game on the following turn here. Completely out onto the board, we got Triple Balin Lee, we have Angel, and we have the Lilo and Stitch. Now, no 2 willpower cards in the field at the minute. Josh just going to be having a little look for the discard, see what the odds are of them getting certain cards. It's really smart to do, find out what your opponent has, see if there's any way for them to play around you. But I think realistically, Josh just wants to quest out here, put as many threats on the board as possible. And then from that point, the Amber Emerald player can't win on the following turn. Just get a big quest out. Looks like we've got 1 single card in hand. Looks like he's going to be playing it, hesitating around it though. I think you really need to play it, Josh. You can't afford to be discarding this. Get it onto the board, see what you can do. Get Angel onto the board, and then simply just going to be questing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 altogether. Goes up to 18. That is game on board for the Amber Steel player. Looks like they're about to take it off the Amber Emerald player. Doesn't look like they have any inevitability. Get a quest from the mic. Goes to 16 altogether. Both players reveal top card in their deck. Looks like we have another Mike Wazowski and then an action card that's going to be going to the bottom of the deck, but it doesn't matter. There's not enough to be able to challenge. Get rid of these characters. Only 2 lore needed for the Amber Steel player. Once again, playing another Mike. Adele comes in hand. This can make it stronger to take out more characters, but there's not quite enough. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we have had a win for Amber Steel there. Once again, Josh fighting from behind. Really great resilience from this man here, really fighting his way through this matchup. We saw the exact same thing in the first match from him that he was on stream. Really, really struggled to stay in the match until he eventually started being able to clear the board. Have to say the resilience of the Amber Steel deck is showing a lot of promise today. A lot of people have said that this is a really fun deck that they want to be playing, and I can see why. Keeping you in the match against really hard matchups, and especially a list like this where inevitability seems like it is so quick. They fill the board out so much. Josh has had to work really hard on just controlling the board state, stopping developing too many characters. Unfortunately, the mic didn't come down a little bit earlier. I feel like that could have been really positive for the Amber Emerald player. Keep that draw going. They did get that lucky hit where the Amber Steel player, Josh, only saw into the Ohana Means family, couldn't add that in. But at that point, it was just that close that he wouldn't be able to get anything. Amber Emerald, Harlan did say that in his matchups, he feels there's a lot of control there, but John was not able to get the Dale down early on, meaning that he wasn't able to do a lot of challenging in. And of course, Josh wasn't exactly exerting his characters either till later on, meaning that the only thing that Amber Emerald player could do is quest. But I think they really had to quest on that previous turn there where we said that they shouldn't have just left everything exerted because they couldn't have the win on that turn. He hesitated, and I think that unfortunately is what cost him the game. Now, of course, Amber Emerald is going to be on the play here because they lost the match. So going first, definitely going to have a strong advantage that Josh is going to have to work against. But once again, we've not seen a more resilient player on this channel so far. Looks like we do have the Mowgli in hand. Not going to be very good in this matchup. Not a lot of actions in the deck for the Amber Emerald player. Predominantly, it's just going to be characters in there. Now, the risk is as well, do you keep the songs in the hand hoping to be able to get around and then do some additional damage, or do you hope that they don't have the Lenny and the Mowgli, try and rip them out your hand? Really tricky decision. I feel like at least having a couple of options put you in a position where you can then get rid of the non-needed actions, something that you don't need as much, but you do need to keep that removal along, try and stop them from getting too big. If you don't find the songs in the middle of the game after getting rid of them on your mulligan, you're just going to put yourself in a position where you can't win whatsoever. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the top 8 of the Angle Gaming Feat Pendulum Win a Case event. A case is on the line. We do have additional prizing for our top 8 players and the top 4 players. So each player wanted to do as well as they can in these matchups. And of course, walking out with a case for a total of £25 entry is certainly a good deal. Big shout out to Angle Gaming and a big shout out to Pendulum Gaming as well. Please make sure to check them out at anglegaming.co.uk and pendulumgaming.co.uk. big thank you for inviting us down today to cast the event. Now, Amber Emerald going to be on the play here. We're going to be inking, it looks like the Aurora, then spending out on a Pluto, something that we saw Harlan quite often do in his matches. Pluto's going to be able to exert on the following turn, then get another character out for 1 cost less, which is really useful. We are going to be inking the Pleakley and playing out on the Stitch here, and then pass and turn. Do we have the Shift Stitch in hand? I'm not too sure that I saw it. It would be quite nice to get that out early. That would be able to get you quite a lot of lore very quickly against the deck. Ursula is going to come down. So we have the double Akuda and Moody. So this works really, really well. We're only losing 1 Akud here, but we don't have the Singer on board. We didn't have Angel in the starting hand. That would have been the ideal card to have because the underdog ability. Get that out into the field earlier and then Singer 3 on the board. Now, Aurora coming out onto the board here because of Pluto's effect, and then we're going to be passing turn 3 cards on the board in contrast to the 1/3 stat line of Stitch, the sole card on the board of the Amber Steel player here. John, of course, on the Amber Emerald build, and then Josh on the Amber Steel build. Quite funny that these two are playing against each other when I got Josh's name wrong at the start of the day. Calling him John for the whole match like an absolute sausage I am. Turns out we're not going to see that match till later on. A little bit of spoilers, but we don't mind, eh? Completely going to be going into the Inkwell. Ursula going to be coming out onto the field, and it looks like we're just going to be passing turn there. Stitch not able to take out that Pluto straight away. So 3 cards on the field. We are going to be able to get an Elena down if we have it in hand. -1 from the Pluto and -1. The Aurora effect, if it quests, means you can get out, but a bodyguard wouldn't be a bad hit either. However, if Josh is able to top deck into a Thunderbolt that he's able to sing with the Ursula, that will be able to wipe the Elna off the field straight away. Something that John is going to be very, very cautious about. We're going to be inking the Todd there. We quest with the Aurora, -1 going to 1 total, and then we're going to spend out. We do get the Elna on the board, so we're going to be able to deal damage here and draw and gain lore. We exert the Pluto effect, then be able to get a Queen on the board as well. We quest the Ursula, going up to 2 altogether. Then at the end of the turn, get to deal a damage to 1 character, and we get to draw a card. We're up to 3 lore total because of the additional effect there. Really nice play from the player. Now, moving on to the Amber Steel player here. They could sing Akuda and Moody to get a big card on the board, such as the Stitch. That would be quite nice to have out there. They do have the Shift line available as well, so we could do a little bit of work here, give support to the Ursula, get that to challenge in. That would not be an awful position there. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit of tech issues there. But don't worry, we're watching live with you. We're back here live with you at the Angle Winner Case event. Now, we have got the Shift out, and then we've been able to sing World's Greatest Criminal Mind on the Elna, being able to pop that because of the support there. I really like that play. Getting the Elna off the board is really, really essential in this matchup. She really steamrolls, gets additional cards drawn, and gets additional lore, so she can be quite a threat. And the constant damage pings can be quite annoying. Mike Wazowski comes down the field. Both players reveal the top card. Stitch goes in hand. That's a good hit for the Amber Steel player. If that was a song, that would be a massive, massive negative for him. But the Amber Emerald deck is looking very wide at the minute. We have a total of 6 cards on board, is it? No, only 5 cards on board so far, but we are going to exert the Pluto, pay 1 less for the next card, another 2 for an Ursula, get to rip the second Akud out the hand. Very strong play there. Really, really nice to see that. Only a Malin and a Stitch so far, but Malin, of course, is going to be able to allow a little bit of digging on the following turn, allow him to dig for that Thunderbolt to be able to try and take out that Mike Wazowski. We don't want the Amber Emerald player to get too much card draw off this. Of course, every time it quests, alongside the on-play ability, but we go straight into the Ursula there, value in not quest, getting rid of the Singer threat. Really, really nice here, but we do still have a Singer on board with Lilo and Stitch, but I imagine they're going to prefer them singing with Lilo and Stitch instead of questing, because that's a total of 3 lore, which could go to them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards on the board against 1 for the Amber Steel player. It's looking like a very good position for the Amber Emerald player, but not over yet. I think on this turn, we're definitely going to be sticking down that Malin Lee, try and get it onto the board, get a search for some additional songs. You can then play that down the following turn, take out another one of the cards. At least Mike is going to be able to generate a card into your hand as well, but you cannot afford to let their board get too wide. He could really deal with something like an Angel to go down onto the board or something. to be able to do a little bit of damage ping, to be able to get rid of the Aurora, get rid of the Pluto, or even the Queen. Once again, big shout out to everyone that stayed the whole day with us on chat. 94 you watching at the minute. We were up to 113 earlier, which is a personal best for the channel. You guys are absolutely smashing it. We are 1 like away from hitting 30. If you're somebody that's not liked the video yet, make sure to hit that like button for me. Get us up to 30. Let's see how far we can get on today's video. We have just found the Thunderbolt though. We're going to be sticking that into the hand. Now the question is, do we sing with the Thunderbolt or do we hold it on for the next turn? If the Amber Emerald player is able to get another Ursula, that'll be absolutely backbreaking to lose that. So it's a little bit risky, but you do want to be gaining some additional lore with the Lilo and Stitch. We do decide to sing it immediately. We get rid of the Mike Wazowski. I think that's the safest play and the smartest play. Really well done to Josh here, keeping himself in the game. But once again, having to fight himself back from being quite far behind this game. John really got quite a stellar board at the minute. Once again, Josh just taking his time here. He is going to be passing turn there. So the Amber Emerald player is going to be able to quest for a total of 5 on this turn, going up to 8 altogether. And then some other options in hand. Now, it looks like they do have the Ursula that they do. So it's a good thing he played down that held his Thunderbolt on that previous turn. If he kept that and tried to be a little bit smarter with it, he would have lost that. 3 Ursulas back-to-back. That was absolutely backbreaking, but an unfortunate miss there for the Amber Emerald player there, John. Total of 6 cards on board now. We are going to be sticking down a Bodyguard. This is really nice, good bit of protection. And then we're going to be questing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 altogether. Looks like we're going to be going for a total of 8. Really nice position to be in, getting really close to that game total. 7 it looks like he's went for. Perhaps used the Pluto effect to cheat a card out early. Looks like he's done that. Yep, only 3 cards into the Inkwell. So 7 lore against 3. Deficit for the Amber Steel player. Thank you to whoever's just liked the video. That's us up to 31, guys. Absolutely smashing it so far. Let's keep the likes coming. Let's try and get this up to 35. You would not believe how much it helps the algorithm on the channel. Really helps us to grow and build. And the more we grow, the more videos we can bring to you. So a big shout out to everyone supporting us so much so far. Absolutely love to see the Lorcana community absolutely smashing it. Get a Stitch coming down onto the board at the minute. Really not looking too great at the minute. We're going to have to quest with the Lilo and then put the support onto Malin to be able to take out this David, but I don't think we're going to have enough to be able to take out the rest of the characters on the board at this current time. We are going to quest. We go to 6 altogether. The support goes onto the Malin Lee, has to take out the David Bodyguard. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards still on the board at the minute, and then we're going to be passing turn. We can go to a total of 13 on the following turn, and then we can still play more cards. Something like a Mike is going to be really strong if you can get that down. And Emerald player John is going to want to get a little bit of additional draw. Mike Wazowski, the exact card he needs to come down. Both players view the top card. It looks like a David Bodyguard and an Angel, the 2-cost Angel, both revealed, so both players are able to draw additional cards. Bobby Zimmerowski allows you to draw an additional card, then discard a card of your choice. John just going to have a little think here about what is less valuable for him. He gets rid of the Pocahontas, and then we're going to be exerting the Pluto, and then we get to play down the Todd as well. Very massive board state. That is 9 cards on board altogether. Amber Emerald looking really, really strong in this matchup. We know that Josh can certainly come back from a deficit, but I'm not sure what he can do from this position. It's going to be going all the way up to a total of 12, I believe, because of Pluto's effect. Exert instead of gaining the additional lore. And then on the following turn, we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore altogether. So John hasn't updated his tracker yet, but once again, he does have the paper next to him. It should be 12 that he's on currently. So we are going to have to do quite a bit of challenging with Josh to be able to stay in this game. Otherwise, that is going to be game over. We have several characters on the board, but unfortunately, the Stitch only has 1 strength. The Ursula only has 1 strength. The Malin Lee only has 2 strength, and then the Lilo has 3 strength. So it's going to be very difficult to take out these characters. We can, of course, get rid of the Queen, and we can get rid of the Aurora by direct challenges there with the Ursula and with the Stitch. Now, I don't think there's any song cards in the hand for Josh, but if he does have them, it's going to be really, really strong for him to be able to fight the board state here. But once again, 9 cards on board, ladies and gentlemen. It is really, really difficult to fight back against. Really going to have to work for this, Josh. I'm not too sure what you can pull up your sleeve to be able to keep this game. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this might be going to a 3rd game in our top 8 match. Amber Emerald from John against Josh on the Amber Steel, our favourite from the first match earlier on in the tournament. He's going to make the trade in with the Lilo, takes out Aurora, 1 damage come back, still on the field, stays there. We're then going to be taking out the Queen with the Ursula, 1 damage back. Once again, both cards still on the field. We still have a total of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore altogether, so we don't have game yet. Malin Lee is then going to be making the challenge. We then have Lilo, which we can make another challenge with, try and take the Ursula off the board, or perhaps the Pluto, which is allowing him to cheat out characters cheaper. If he does get some more card draw, because the mic, it could mean he's getting some additional characters. I think we do need to get rid of the Pluto, but I imagine Josh is definitely going to be wanting to quest and get some additional war lore on that Lilo and Stitch, bring them up to 9 total to get them closer to game. But once again, I think we're at a point of inevitability where it's just a couple of turns, it's going to pass by, and then Amber Emerald is going to eventually take it. But we have the strength for Raging Fire. What a fantastic play from Josh, exactly when he needed it here. Taking out the Mike Wazowski, meaning no additional card draw on the following turn. This is really, really strong here. 6 to 12 deficit, only 4 cards left on the board after 9 cards were on the board, ladies and gentlemen. That is a really strong comeback from Josh. Once again, I don't know how he does it. He is able to keep clawing back into these games. What an absolute titan of Lorcana, really showing us the benefits of Amber Steel and how well it does in the current format. 1 single card in hand, and it looks like we're going to be passing over. Amber Emerald can go to a maximum of 16 on this turn, unless they have an Elder in hand. Play that down, they can go to 17 and draw an additional card. I can't help but to think if he does have the Elder, he's going to be exerting the Pluto straight away, playing down the Elder, but it looks like he doesn't have it. We are going to be making the challenge. Ursula's going to get rid of the Malin lead. John valuing clearing the board a little bit just to make sure that Josh doesn't get too far ahead. Todd having to make a challenge as well, taking out the Stitch. We then have 2 cards remaining on the board. Looks like we're then going to be questing. Perhaps we go to 14 altogether, then we have 1 card remaining. We play out the other Todd. Not the best card off the top for the Amber Emerald player, John here. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board, so he does not have game. Once again, we're going to be drawing for the Amber Steel player. Did he get any songs? Did he get any form of removal? Could be really useful to get rid of some more characters. We get the Akuda and Moody. We're going to be playing that, hard casting, next character, 2 cost less play, and we got to draw a card. Going to be playing down the Angel, a really nice singer there, and card left in the hand. Is it a song or is it a character card? It looks like he's trying to keep hold for a little bit. Josh just doing the maths, seeing how much cards are still on the board, how much lore can still be gained from the Amber Emerald player. It is a total of 5. They do not to a total of 10 altogether. So Josh would not have game on the next turn if he doesn't challenge. He is going to have to make these challenges here. But unfortunately, once again, it just means that he's not doing anything. And on 6 lore altogether, it's really not the best spot to be in. He needs to be a little bit closer to be threatening. Otherwise, the Amber Emerald player can just keep playing cards, keep threatening, and get closer and closer each and every single turn. 1 card left in the hand for Josh. I think 1 ink still remaining on the board for him. Realistically, I think we're going to want to take out the Pluto and then maybe go into the Bobby Zamaruski or the Ursula. That still leaves 2 lore on the board for the Amber Emerald player. They can go to a total of 16, but I believe they are top decking. But you are going to have to make these challenges, Josh. Otherwise, it's going to fall away from your grasp. You need to control this board state. Need to get it out of the way. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a little bit of a lag there. Just missed the part of the game there. Stick with us. We're on 46 deficit. Still looking in the favour of the Amber Emerald player. Looks like we've got Pluto come down onto the board there. Double Pluto, Todd, and a Bobby still on the board. I think Josh had to do some challenge on the pre-turn. We are going to get rid of that. Bobby Zimmeruski, 1 damage back, coming onto the Angel. Still got the Lilo and Stitch on the board there. Going to be able to quest for 3, going up to a total of 9. No song in hand. Looks like it's left. Got 115 of you, 116 live in the chat right now. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have the Thunderbolt there in hand. Really, really nice card there. Top decking for the Amber Emerald player, though. Once again, Josh has found a way to come back into this game. This really is quite impressive. He's going to be exerting both, then spends out for the Pokemon. It's a nice 2 quester there. And then we're going to be passing back over to Josh. Drawn off the top of the deck, 2 cards still remaining. 4 ink altogether. What does he have in hand? Surely he's been holding something back each time for Josh. Perhaps it's switch that he's wanting to get out. He could ink and then play. Looks like we have the Ohana Means family. We're going to play that down, remove the 2 damage, going to draw an additional 2 cards. A nice card to hit there. Both cards being drawn into the hand. Looks like we've got a Lilo, I believe. Not quite sure on the other card that was drawn. Then Ursula's going to be played out onto the field. I think then we challenge. We take out the 2 Plutos. Makes sense, especially since the Amber Emerald player is still top decking. If he's able to get rid of these cards, he's going to be able to start questing properly on the following turn. Pocahontas is not going to be able to do much in the deals of damage. 3 strength altogether for her. If he's able to shift Pocahontas onto itself, it's not going to be the best, but it does stop Josh from challenging on another turn. Could give him a little bit of leniency, but I think this is really starting to look in the favor of the Amber Steel player. Once again, Josh had a comeback in the first game, able to take it, and then we are going to be challenging. We take out the 2 Plutos, and it looks like that's going to be a passive turn. Top decking for the Amber Emerald player, gets the Grandmother Willow, not exactly what they're going to be wanting. We are going to quest with 2. We are going up to 16 altogether, and then we're going to be pass and turn. Now, if we give support onto the Angel, we can take that up to 5 strength and then run the Ursula in to take out the Pocahontas afterwards. I feel like that's probably the best play. You at least quest in there, going up to 12, then removing one of the bigger cards on the board. Not as difficult to then get rid of the Grandmother Willow. Of course, we're not going to be able to quest if we are John, because if we exert that, we're just going to be able to run it in, take out on the following turn. Really is going to be quite dependent on what John is able to draw on his top deck here. Going to be exerting 3. We get Lilo. We're now going to be able to challenge ready characters. This is becoming a whole different game, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Challenger as well. We are going to quest, give them the support to Angel, and then we're going to be able to run in, take out the Ursula, and then we're going to exert, going to 13 altogether. Only 1 law still available on the board for the Amber Emerald player. I think Josh has somehow find a way to keep himself in this game. Absolutely mental performance from Josh. Really performing quite well on stream today. Not letting nerves get the better of him whatsoever. 13-16 deficit, only a Grandmother Willow on the side of the Emerald player. If we quest out on the following turn as Josh, we go up to 16, 17, 18 altogether. There is 2 turns left on the clock for the Amber Emerald player to win it, but I do not think there's any instant law in the deck apart from the Elna. He's just had to pass turn. Going to be going over to Josh now. We do have another Lilo and Stitch. We're going to send it out. Quest for 3, 6, going up to 90. And that is game, ladies and gentlemen. Massive congratulations to Josh. Humongous win there. Coming from behind in a really, really challenging matchup. What an absolute thriller. Josh really clawing from behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get Josh in for another interview. That is the first match of the top 8. Next, we're going to be going into our top 4 matchup. But first of all, we are going to be hearing from Josh, our winner, straight into the top 4. Fantastic performance. Let's get Josh back in the booth. I'll be back with you in 60 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is I, Zach Crawford-Carner, back with you live in the booth. You may be thinking that we are missing a certain Josh in the studio, and you would be quite correct, my friends. We are missing Josh right now. Poor man had to go to the toilet. He's been absolutely bursting. Just had a quick chat with him. That was wonderful of a match. He is going to be joining us for the interview. Don't worry, he is going to be right here back with us. Certainly going to be a good opportunity to get to chat to him about that matchup. I know he was a little bit nervous, but to be fair, I don't blame him. I said to him, me sitting in here, my heart was beating like a woodpecker. It was absolutely crazy. This is the really good thing about players like this, though. I really like the ability to come back from a game, really fight your way through and try and keep up, even when you look like you're far, far behind. We saw the exact same thing going on in his game 1 on the stream and then his game in the top 8 on stream as well. Just that massive resilience to keep himself going. And it's weird seeing the Steelsong deck played like this. With the Lilos in there, you expect them to be playing quite quick. You expect them to try to aggro the board, put pressure on the opponents, and then start to close it off with the songs. But Josh has went for a completely different strategy. He's making sure to focus on being slow, taking his time, controlling the board as much as he can, and then taking over from where he can. And this has worked really, really well for him, especially against these more challenging decks like Amber Emerald. Now, we did have 2 of these decks in the top cut, so that's one of them gone. I'm not too sure how Harlan's doing in his match. I think that's him just finished. But we do have Josh ready and round for us. Come take a seat, my friend. We're excited to have a chat with you. Josh, tell us about that game. My God, I was nervous for you, sir.
Yeah, it was mad. It was a mental game, that one. I didn't expect to win it. We met earlier in the round of Swiss, and John just wiped me out completely. I think I learned from my mistakes in the first game, which was quite nice. Taking out the Eleanor, stop that draw, and getting rid of that damn mic was much needed. I had enough of seeing my songs put to the bottom of my deck. So, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I really think Thunderbolt in the mic was like the exact play that you needed. And just before you said it, I was like, you really find it. You know, it's the big issue with this deck is they go so wide and then all of a sudden they refill the hand. They just go even wider again. And I keep saying on stream about the state of inevitability in this game. It feels like no matter what you do, they just keep getting so close. You just need to hold them back. And it's difficult with your deck. You know, with the other decks, the purple decks, you've got Cat, you've got Louisa, you've got ways to ping about that damage. You don't really have a way to control their board. You know, if he got that Shift Pocahontas out, stop you from challenging, you didn't have the songs. You were just dead in the water. But what I really did like seeing was when you played down the Thunderbolt, I think you would hard cast it, and he had the Ursula in hand, he had the third one. And I said on stream, I was like, that would be crazy. If he hit that, that would have ruined the game. But I mean, what's the strategy going forward? You know, what's your take on this matchup now that you've beat it?
I don't know. I think like that's the honest answer is it's got to be prioritised the stopping their draw, the Eleanor. There's an element of me that thinks going second is of benefit in this matchup. Weirdly, getting the Angel out early on, if I can get the Nakud off of that and then get another Singer down, even the big Angel and throw a few snowballs around. That's a big game changer. I think in the first game I managed to get an Angel out early, chuck a few snowballs, and that slowed their pace a little bit, which was kind of key. So, yeah.
Once again, though, there's still a massive risk to that play. You know, Angel really is the best way to control in your deck, at least. But, you know, you have to discard cards when you're playing it. And it's, I'm sure, as you know, with Steelsong the way it is at the minute, there's not a lot of card draw going. If you get stuck and you can't get up to your Stitch where you're getting the additional draw, if you can't get your Akuds off, they start pinching with the Ursula. You end up with no cards. And then because of Angel being on the board, you know, yes, you get the damage, but with no cards, you just can't develop your board state whatsoever. They can quite comfortably play on 3 ink, whereas I feel like your deck, if you just stay on that 3 or 4 ink and don't get up to maybe like 6 or 7 at least, you're just going to slowly start to fall off.
Yeah, I think you're comfortable sitting on 3 or 4 ink as long as you've got them characters out that can do the singing. You know, even like having the Pleakley out lets you draw and play. It can then sing Strength for your next turn. Angel with the snowballs you can sing Thunderbolt with it. So I think as long as you've got them out early on, you can probably slow the amount you're inking to keep that hand advantage. And that lets you chuck as many snowballs as you like then. So yeah.
Now, one thing I did want to ask you, there's a bit of a heavily debated topic with this. So we know Ursula's in the deck, and Ursula is like the worst card for you to see when you're playing Amber Steel because it's just going to rip a song out your hand, and they get to choose, unlike the Mowgli as well. So is there a point where you go, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of the songs, I'm going to get rid of the actions in my hand so I'm not in position of being ripped, and then I'll try and draw into my songs later? Or do you still hard mull for them and just hope that they don't have the Ursula?
I think there's a part where I kind of like debate them into using it early on. If I've got, I think the second game I had 2 Akuds sitting in hand. I knew he was going to bring one out. So I was like, you can get rid of that Akud. I've got a backup anyway. That Ursula's out the way. I'm good to go. So there's a point where you almost sit there and go, maybe a mulligan and keep like one in hand, hopefully hit another, let my Ursula away. As long as I've got a backup, it's fine. Go for it, you know?
I mean, the deck really has performed well today. What was your Swiss today?
We had 5 rounds. I was 3-2. I managed to squeeze in 8th. So, yeah.
So was that Amber Emerald on the play against you in both games?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
That's absolutely mental. It's now I do respect the strategy you're saying of going second, you at least get the angel out, but I really feel like that's one of the decks where if they do go first, it's almost like a guaranteed win. And it's something that I chatted to Harlan about earlier. You know, it's when you are on the play, it's kind of like his Kiwi decks. It just feels like you've got that automatic lock in. It's like, cool, I've got the free win. Let's see what we can do on the rest of them. So, you know, being able to go toe to toe with that, 2 ice on the draw. Absolutely crazy, my friend. I mean, we're not too sure who's still in the tournament. You know, I know we've got the Amber Sapphire deck. I know we've got another Amber Emerald deck. Do you have a preference for who you've seen in the room? I think we've got quite a lot of Amber Amethyst left.
No, I don't mind. I lost to an Amber Amethyst earlier, so if I can avoid that one, that'd be great. But no, I don't mind. Let's just play the game and see what happens with the new cards and new decks. It's quite fun. So, yeah.
One get at a time. Absolutely loving it. Now, not to put the pressure on you anymore, my friend, but I will just remind you there is a case on the line today. Let me know, is there any chase cards that you're looking for? And you are not allowed to say the Iconics because that's cheating.
The Iconics are a given, but for me, it's I want that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. I love that card. And to run a Ruby Amethyst with that would be really nice. They could have swapped the stat line the other way around, would have made it great for us, but you know, we'll take it. So, yeah.
So if you're currently playing in this tournament and you don't want to have to play against this man on Amber Steel again, just let him get the case. He'll get his Peter Pan, and then you'll never have to play against him. Actually, get him straight onto Ruby Amethyst. Do you think that's going to be decent for the rest of that Ruby Am, or do you think you're going to be sticking with Amber Steel?
Oh, I don't know. I've got about 4 or 5 decks that I'm playing around with at the moment. I think everybody, to be honest with you. I'll probably switch to Ruby Amethyst for a little while. It's first time playing Amber Steel Song, so I mean, it'd be crazy to put it down after having the record I got today, but we'll see.
Fantastic. Well, best luck for the rest of the mounts, my friend. Really, really good luck to you. We shouldn't have too long left before we get started, but it was quite a quick game, I'll say. 2-0 is quite impressive to do. But yeah, we will catch you hopefully in the finals if we do see you there.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be too far away off you. We're going to have the top 4 matches come with you soon. Make sure to stay on the channel, drop us some likes, get active in the comments, let us know any questions that you want to hear from the players. And of course, going to have a little scroll around, see who's still in the tournament for you, get some extra information. Once we are back and done now, once we're ready for the next round, we're going to have that all set up for you, ready and round to go. We'll get this going. This has been one hell of a tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a case on the line in the top 4. There is more prizing to be after, so these players are going to be working for this. It's not going to be a free win for them. It means a lot to get all the way to that final. And if they can get that case, walking out with 4 booster boxes for 25 quid. My, oh my, what an absolute bargain. Thank you to everyone that's stuck around with us so far. Can't wait to see you soon. We'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here live, Angle Gaming in Peterborough, Feet Pendulum Gaming for their winner case. We are in semi-finals. We've seen them both today. It is Adam, otherwise known as Harlan Sweet, against Jordan, a big fan favorite from the Pendulum streams that we've had in the past. This is certainly going to be an interesting match. We have Amber Amethyst against Amber Emerald. I'm looking forward to see who's going to come out on top with this game, but I can't help but say I think Adam might have a slight advantage in this game just with how quick his deck is. But if anyone's going to be able to find an out to it, I'm sure it's going to be Jordan. We have the other semi-finals match going on as we speak. That is Amber Steele playing in one. That was Josh, who was just in the other round. And then I'm not too sure of the other player that's in the top four. I didn't quite catch before I walked into the booth, but I'll check in with my producer once she gets back into the booth and we'll let you know. But we are live here for the top four. Ladies and gentlemen, try to get 35 likes. If you haven't hit like yet, just hit the like button for me. Just need 2 more of you to help out with that. We're really hitting the goals. We smashed it today. Over 1.2k views so far. We've had a peak of 118 of you watching at one time. It has been an absolute blast. This is the semi-finals. I am very excited to see what way this is going to go. For Harlan on the Amber Emerald deck, he's going to want to go as wide as possible, constantly putting down pressure, getting out the Eleanor as quickly as possible. Jordan is going to utilize cards such as Tigger to bounce cards back in. He's going to want to get his Willow to ramp. He's going to want to use Augustine to boost the strength up of characters and then hit down the Gaston or the world's greatest criminal mind to be able to pop the more challenging characters. Harlan needs to try and get his bodyguards, protect his outs, try and keep the card draw going, and make sure that his board goes as wide as possible. The wider it goes, the more difficult it is going to be for Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. He does not have Raging Storm in this deck. He does not have that as an out. However, this probably works in his favor, as most of the time you are not able to get off Raging Storm in this matchup. Not quite enough, just because of how quick it is. If Adam is on the play, he's certainly going to be zooming. Jordan is going to have roughly 6 to 7 turns to be able to get himself all the way through and get himself into the game. We're going to be inking the Bagheera, sticking out the Elon Wee, so Jordan on the play here at least has some salvation. We see a Dale going into the Inkwell for Harlan, and we're then going to be spending out on the Aurora to be able to cheat out the Elon Wee nice and quickly. Hades going into the Inkwell. We're going to be sticking out the Grandmother Willow, get the Louisa Magic out. Normally, I say not to get the additional card out with the Grandmother Willow, as you want to make sure to be keeping cards inkable in your hand. However, it needs to be doing a lot of challenging in this matchup, so it's certainly the right play to get Willow down, then get Louisa a nice challenger body. We're going to be inking the Vixie there, and then we're going to be sticking out a 2 cost. We go for Pocahontas, and then Queen play a 1 cost for free alongside of it. This is a nice play. You are able to play a 1 cost for free whenever you play her. Now, if we get the shift Pocahontas, it means there's not going to be any challenging available on that following turn, but we're not exerting anything yet. Jordan Dumbo, 1 less because of the Grandmother Willow effect. Nice to see that. I've just had a quick chat with my producer. It's Kieran in the other top 4 match, another Amber Amethyst in the top cut. So make that as you will, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 Amber Amethysts. We have 1 Amber Emerald. We have 1 Amber Steel. Amber certainly dominating the show. We're going to be questing out with all 3 here, going up to 3 altogether. Then we spend down on Elna. We're going to be able to do 1 damage. I imagine that's going to be going on to the Yulonway. We take that off the board. We gain a law and we draw a card. A really nice start here for Harlan Sweet. Passing over to Jordan here. 3 cards still on the board. The only JP1 just said in chat, oh, was a hyper aggro player. You know what? Love his that. We had a chat with him on stream earlier. Feel free to rewind that. Have a look at the interview. But yeah, he does like his aggro. Plays his Kiwi Birds, a really nice deck, but I think he's really loving the way that this feels in the current format. We do have Hades looking for a deal, coming out very quickly for Jordan here. Nice to see that. Try to work out if we're going to get rid of it. I imagine it's the Eleanor, but we're just waiting on that decision. I think Harlan's just going to say, go ahead, draw your cards, mate. I'm not too... And that really is the correct decision there. We don't want to be losing these cards on the board. Need to make Jordan challenging at every single given opportunity. I don't think it matters too much how many cards it has in hand. That's why we play Mike Wazowski in this deck. It's fine for them to draw while you're drawing at the same time. Dumbo is going to be exerting. Looks like we're going to be taking the challenge. We take out the Pocahontas, stop that shift line. Smart play there from Jordan. We still have the Queen, Aurora, and Elna on the board. We're then going to make the challenge. We take out the Aurora, and then that just leaves the Queen left. sitting on their own the board. So we aren't going to be able to get the Elna trigger coming off on the next turn unless we find a bodyguard for Harlan. If he does get that down, I imagine we're going to be sticking that damage onto the Dumbo there. Remove the evasive off the board. Mowgli comes down. Looks like no answers there. We've got Augustine, we've got Louisa, and we've got Demona. I imagine that Harlan's not going to be too fussed about Demona. He just stick all his cards out onto the board as quickly as possible, and then hopefully he does get the bodyguard down though, so he is going to be able to get the trigger off. We're going to be able to get rid of that Dumbo. Really nice. Queen goes in. We take out the Louisa. Then Elna is going to exert. We do 1 damage onto the Dumbo, taking it off the board. We draw an additional card. We gain all the way up to 6. We have 4 cards on the board for Adam. Really masterful performance so far, keeping Jordan on his toes. This is a game that I've been looking forward to see all day. I've been hoping the two of these would play against each other. So now is the time, if anything, to see it in the semi-finals, the top 4 of this tournament. Grandmother Willow on the board alongside Hades. 4 ink on the board for Jordan. He can ink this turn, play out the Demona, but I don't think it's going to give him much benefit. He also had the Augustine in hand. That could be useful to get down on the following turn, set up, then maybe get the Gaston onto the Eleanor, but we don't want Harlan to be getting too much lore here. Otherwise, he can just really take over the game. 6-0 deficit as it is. Jordan having to really quite think about what he wants to do. Even if he's bouncing cards back here with a Tigger, it's not going to feel the best. But if he does at least bounce back with the Tigger, you could send back the David and then challenge him with the Hades and the Willow to take out the Elna. That leaves only 2 cards on the board, but I don't think he has the Tigger in hand yet. Now, I don't believe that Harlan is running the Amber Champion Mickey in his deck that minuses strength. I didn't see it in the previous games, so it might be quite useful getting out the Augustine just so we can give the support onto characters. Either get rid of characters on his side with the Criminal Mind or the Augustine. The Criminal Mind or the Gaston, but we're going to be exerting 2. We go for the Cheshire Cat, 1 less, and then we're going to be able to move that down, which we take out the David. Yeah, really nice play here from Jordan. Not quite enough to take out the full board state, but we're doing at least a little bit of damage. Augustin Madrigal is going to be going into the where we spend out on the Louisa, and then we're going to be passing turn. Keep the Willow non-exerted. We want to keep the cheap characters come out nice and quick. 5 ink altogether. I think there's only 1 card left in hand. A Demona on the following turn would be really nice as long as Adam doesn't completely empty his hand. That is going to feel absolutely dreadful if we do refill his hand for him, especially being the aggro deck. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just hit the 35 likes on the channel. Thank you very much for everyone who's liked so far. Let's try and push up to 40. Let's see how far we can get. We still have a finals and the rest of our top 4 to get. If you haven't liked, subscribe yet, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's keep pushing and see how far we can get. You guys are absolutely smashing it. Adam having a little bit of think about what he's wanting to do for the rest of his turn here. I believe it has passed on to Adam. All cards exerted for Jordan. We're going to be spending out 1. Looks like we're going to be going for the Bobby Zimmerowski spray cheese kid. Draw a card, then send a card to your discard. Looks like we get rid of the Aurora there. 3 inks still remaining. We're going to be inking additional card, it looks like. And just having another think about what he wants to do with the rest of his hand. Going to be inking the Aurora there, and then we're going down with Dale. All characters on board a little bit stronger now, challenging with their willpower. Mowgli a 2-2, Elna a 4-4, the Queen a 2-2, still looking not too bad. Looks like we're going to be questing for the 2, and then we are going to take out the Hades because of the boost from Dale. 3 damage back onto Elna. We then get to deal a damage onto the Grandmother Willow, and it looks like we're going to be passing turn there. Go up to 9, draw an additional card. Quite strong there from Adam. Now, of course, we are going to be able to move that damage across from the Cheshire Cat onto the Elna if we so choose to. And then we could challenge him with the Louisa, take out either the Queen or Mowgli. And then we can challenge him with the Cheshire Cat for the other one as well. Now, I'm not too sure if we would value taking out one of the additional characters and Grandmother Willow just challenging in straight away. Cheshire Cat could go into the Queen, get the 2 damage back, then move that, take out the Bobby Spray Cheese Kid as well. We're going to see how Jordan wants to structure this turn here, but I do see the value of keeping Grandmother Willow on the board. Grandmother Willow, Cheshire Cat, and Louisa Madrigal on the board so far. We know there's a Demona in hand. We know that's an option, but Harlan has 2 cards in hand at the minute. So we could exert, we could try to take out the Dale perhaps, but it doesn't feel too great giving Adam an extra card. Jordan, of course, going to be thinking this through. We're going to use the Louisa to take out the Elna with value in, keeping that along. Oh, wow, we have Sven coming down. That's going to go into the Mowgli. We still have 2 remaining. We're then going to boost the Cheshire Cat. 2 down. He's going to move across, take out the Queen. Really nice structured turn here, and Grandmother Willow stayed safe for another turn. Really well thought out for Jordan, keeping his best cards on the board. And this evasive card is going to be a bit of a threat for Adam to try and deal with. He's not really going to have an answer for this. We know he does run the Vixie, but now even if he plays it, Jordan is going to be able to take it out. Only 9-0 deficit. Jordan is hanging in here quite well. It doesn't seem like it's game over yet. We're going to stick out the Mike Wazowski. Both players reveal top card of the deck. That looks like another Mike that's going into the hand. I imagine we're going to be playing another one of them if he has the ink. We do also have the Nani Stage Manager, but I think he's going for the Mike. The constant card draw could be really useful for him. Exerts 3. We're going for the Nani Stage Manager. Going to search 4 cards. We got the Eleanor. Oh, shit. It's a shame. He really would have wanted to have that in his hand. We do have the Grandmother Willow. We have the Ursa. I don't think Ursa's very good, but it is an inkable card at least. So potentially going to be shoving that into the inkwell. I don't think there's any songs in the deck I need to worry about. Yep. Ursula. And then I think we hold fire there and then just pass turn. Try and build a little bit of a bigger board state. Don't rush too much. Try a quest out when you don't need to, especially with the Sven on the board, which is Challenger 3, going up to 5 damage altogether, which could go run shot and take out that Dale. Adam is going to need to protect that Dale as much as possible. Try and keep that on the board. Keep his characters protected. With that Dale on the board, Mike becomes way more of a threat. The Mike becomes a 4-4 in a challenge, which is really, really useful. Grandmother Willow, Cheshire Cat, and Sven on the board for Jordan here. Going to be sticking down the Elon Wee into the ink for Jordan. We're then going to be spending out everything. This is the exact time to play it. Very well done, Jordan. 1 card drawn for Adam, but we are now going to be able to run that Sven into the Dale, take that out in one go, and then start to deal some damage into the other characters. Dale is now off the board. I'd imagine we go Cheshire Cat and Grandmother Willow into the Mike, try and get them off the board straight away. Nani isn't going to be able to challenge and take out the cat. Can take out the Grandmother Willow, but not too much of a threat at this point. We just want to try and control the board state. We are going to take out the Mike. We stop the additional draw for Harlan. Really nice play here from Jordan. Control the board state. We do have the bodyguard in hand for Harlan here. Looks like he's drew into another Mike Wazowski. That will be 2 Mikes that he could play down the field. That will be a lot of additional draw each time he quests. Going to be spending out the 2. We go for the Mike Wazowski. We draw an additional card. Ursula. Looks like both players. No, Jordan has hit an action, so that's going to be going to the bottom of his deck. Then stick out the other Mike. Another Ursula goes in hand. Surely we're going to be inking one of these Ursulas here. And then does he want to play out the evasive? He does decide to put out the evasive now that we have lost the rush evasive in Sven. We are then going to be, do we quest, do we challenge here? Get rid of the Cheshire Cat, could be quite useful for him, but it does mean you're losing 2 characters. Yeah, we do decide to take out the Cheshire Cat. Board manipulation damage gone. Harnamede's family and the Louisa magic on that. That could be really nice if he ran into something with the Demona, get the additional heal from that. Some additional cards. It's looking quite good in Adam's favour so far. Double Mike on the board and the Vixie. So going to be able to quest for 2 with that. Another 2 from the Mike Wazowski's, another 2 cards each time he quests. Demona's going to be able to take out one of them when they're exerted, but Dumbo coming down is quite nice. That is additional cards able to be drawn for Jordan. He's going to be exerting another. Gets the Bagheera onto board here. Nice big stacked character, 4-4 stat line. That's going to be able to go one shot into the Mike straight away. We're then going to be questing with the Demona going up to 2 altogether. It looks like we're going to be passing turn there. Going to be a double draw on the side for Harlan if he decides to exert both of the Mikes. I think realistically he needs to get one down one of the bodyguards. It does look like he has David in his hand though. Pass turn over, draws a card. Looks like we've got another Vixie. I'd like to see Vixie and a bodyguard coming down, or if we see it, double bodyguard could be really, really strong. Perhaps quest with the Mikes first, see what cards you get the poke on, it's in hand. Mike is going to be questing as well, going up to 11 total. Grandmother Willow goes in hand. A lot of options in the hand here. We do have the David. That could come down onto the board. Grandmother Willow would be a smart choice as well, minus the cost of characters. Vixie's going to quest going up to 13 altogether. Only 7 law remaining for game for Harlan. 7 needed to take the first game off Jordan. Jordan, of course, who was on the play on this game on Amber Amethyst. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, we are live for the semi-finals of the Angle Gaming and Pendulum Gaming Winner Case Tournament in Peterborough today. Looks like we're going to spend down 2. We get out the Grandmother Willow. 1 less for the next character we play. Going to spend 1 to play out the bodyguard. Is it surely? Decides against it. Recounting. He moves it back. We are going for the bodyguard, moves it across, got a little bit of protection for the characters now. This is going to be really good for giving a little bit of protection for Mike, keep it going a little bit longer. We get the Vixie down on the board as well, double evasive. Jordan's going to need to find some answers for this, try and answer this quickly. Otherwise, these evasives could get out of hand. He does have the Dumbo, which can take out one of them at least. But first of all, we need to prioritize taking out the David. I think realistically, we're going to go Bagheera into the David, and then we go Demona into Mike. Elon, we can't boost up enough for the Grandmother Willow to take out the other Mike. Hits down the so we've got the Bell, Accomplished Mystic, and Augustine in hand. Now, Bell could be quite nice here if we can stack up a little bit of damage. But of course, the Dale is no longer on the board, so we're not going to get those additional damage counters. It's not looking like the best board state for either players. I think this could be any person's game at this point. It is looking slightly in the favour of Haaland just because of board state. We're going to be exerting there, give the support, and then we're going to be taken out. Now, because of this, we get the additional damage on Bagheera. This is very, very clever here because now he can manipulate damage with the Bell, move that across, take out the Vixie. This is masterful from Jordan. Completely love to see this. I have never considered giving the support onto another character, challenged into it for more damage, and then using Bell to manipulate that. That is a phenomenal play. Jordan absolutely on fire today, really coming from behind. We take out the Mike Wazowski, only one more Mike left to go. We don't have enough left to take it out this turn, but this is still looking like a really good position for Jordan, and his board state getting very, very wide. If he can start questioning the following turn, Adam is going to be in really on the back foot here. Not a lot of cards left. Jordan's still thinking about what he wants to do for his turn. Going to quest out with the Grandmother Willow as well. 5 altogether. We still have 3 ink remain. We ink again. We put the Augustine down, and then Isis. We're going to exert another card. Doesn't matter which one it is. We're going to be passing turn over to Adam. Only one single card in hand. Certainly not what he's going to be looking for. He is going to be able to quest for the Mike. Goes to 14. Draws an additional card here. We get David. We get another bodyguard. That is at least a nice start for him. Can go up to a total of 16 altogether here. But I can't help but to think this is going to be Jordan's game here. The cards are going to be wiped. We do have the Dale though. Dale is really, really nice for the Mike. And then the bodyguard come down as well. Does he exert it? Looks like he's decided not to, but we do at least have 4 on the Mike. So if he runs in, it's going to be losing a character. I think realistically, challenge him with the Demona, get that on the Mike Wazowski, and then we challenge him, take out the other cards, quest with the rest. Demona has to be the one to get the battering ram here. If we can find a Cheshire Cat, this could be really useful following turns, but this is looking very, very tight, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters on the board for Adam. We're going to exert gain a law draw with Dumbo. 1 card drawn in hand. We still have a mass of ink still available. Jordan, count out how many he still has. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 4 cost. Is it going to be a Sven? It's an Isis. We exert the Dale. Really nice here. So if we take out the Dale, the other cards are way less threatening right now. Really, really strong position. I think at this point, Jordan's potentially going to be taking it. 160 live viewers right now. Thank you, everyone who's joined us so far. Demona is going to make the challenge. Jordan hesitates just slightly. The Dale needs to come off the board state. Adam just sickling there. Go into the Mike Wazowski. I do love a little bit of gamesmanship. Now, a lot of hesitation here from Jordan, but I really think Dale is the one that we want to be going into. Get rid of the additional damage. Dale does exert, Demona does exert, gets 4 damage from challenged into Dale. The rest of the cards are a lot weaker on the board now. We then take out the Mike Wazowski, one-shotted by the Bagheera, a really strong card to be in the deck. We still have 3 cards remaining on the board. We are going to exert with the Yolonwe. It looks like we're going to be questing an additional one. And then we're going to challenge and take out the Willow with the Willow. And then Isis going to take out the other card. Quest for 2, going to 9 altogether. This is looking absolutely phenomenal right now for Jordan. Haaland can go to a maximum of 17 on this turn. Got another Cheshire Cat coming down onto the board. Absolutely brutal. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 law available. Jordan can go to 19 on his next turn. And it looks like that's going to be a scoop. Adam says that's enough. We're going to have Adam going first on this game. That is 1-0 to Jordan in the definitely hard matchup for him. Jordan fighting really well today. Took out Ruby Amber in a disadvantaged matchup. And now taking down Haaland Sweet in a single matchup here. This is looking really, really positive for Jordan Stocks. Great performance so far. Adam going to be on the play in the next one. Can we take this to a best of 3 in the semi-finals? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of time longer here. 70 minutes for the semi-finals. When we get to the finals, that is going to be untimed. We have another Amber Amethyst deck in the other bracket, the semi-finals, going against Amber Steel. So in the finals, we know we are going to have at least one amber deck. Well, it's going to be all amber decks: amber steel, amber amethyst, and then an amber emerald. Let's see who are going to be the two to get through to the finals. Got Dylan Shergold 8797 in the chat. Hi, I've just gone to my locals place. It was pretty good. How do we enter to win a case? Lorcana, I'm kind of interested. Good to hear. The winner cases are really, really fun tournaments to be a part of. They are just standard tournaments which are put on by stores. So have a little look on the Ravensburger Play Hub. Have a look at tournaments which are within your area, and then stores may occasionally be putting on for the tournaments. Just have a little travel around, get over called stores, any tournaments that you see. Most of the time they do have really good prizing, but they will often specify in the title if it's going to be a winner case event. So just have a look on Play Hub. Do a search in the local area. Best way to find it, Dylan. But I hope you find something that you can play in, and I hope you enjoyed the next tournament that you get to enter. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the second game of the top 4 now. We are live on the Lorcana YouTube channel here for the Angle Game, Pendulum Game winner case event. Disney Lorcana tournament. This has been an absolute blast so far. 2 Titans going head-to-head right now. Harlan Sweet against Jordan Starks. Amber Emerald against Amber Amethyst. Harlan going to be on the play here. Both players just have a look through the hands, see what cards they're keeping, just sort the mulligan out here. Now, Adam did say the mulligan for this deck is really, really difficult. You need to think quite hard about what cards you want to keep. It does have some defensive lines. It can control the board a little bit, but you do still want to try and get wide as possible. Got YouTuber 2025V2. Make sure you get Jordan's list lot. Yeah, to be fair, it's a phenomenal list. It looks really similar to a list that won a CCQ the other day, especially with the best assemble. But I think the Bagheera itself is a fantastic bit of tech added in there. Really like to see that. And to be fair to Jordan, he is piloting this better than any other Amber Amethyst player that I've seen. This has been an absolute masterful performance from the lad. Absolutely smashing it today. He always smashes at Pendulum when you see him there. It's great to see him performing so well and as well. Right, we are nearly sorted and nearly ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting the final cuts done on the deck. Once again, a case is on the line. That's 4 booster boxes for the winner of the next match. Whoever goes through from this round is going to be playing in the finals for that case. 4 whole boxes, only £25 entry. What an absolute steal for today. Make sure to check out www.anglegaming.co.uk and www.pendulumgaming.co.uk as well. Give them a search on Google. They've both got Facebook pages, fantastic stores, great communities there. Certainly somewhere that you're going to love to be part of. Now we're going to be inking the Mowgli, playing out the besties assembled. George just looking for the ideal card that he wants for his hand. He said earlier he does tend to look for ramp in the opening matches. Perhaps a sign that he's not seen it, but he does get the Hades here looking for a deal. We're not going to be seeing that for a few turns yet, but not ideal that he hasn't got the 1 cost out. He's going to want to be able to do some challenging. We're going to play down another Aurora because of Aurora's effect. We then spend 2 to get David out with the bodyguard. Really nice start here. 3 counts on board already for Harlan Sweet. Big benefit of this Amber Emerald deck. It'll spam out characters very, very quickly and put a lot of pressure on your opponents. We do get the Grandmother Willow, but we do not, unfortunately, have that additional 1 cost character to play down with it. Willow's not going to be able to do anything on this turn. We're going to be going up to 4 total on this turn for Adam, and then we're going to be spending down. We get the Elna out. This is exactly what you want to see so far. End of turn effect, we're going to be able to put a damage counter on Grandmother Willow, really putting the pressure on Jordan. I don't mean to say that I predicted the game already, but I think this is going to be Adam's game. Just looking at the start of things, it's going to be really hard for Jordan to be able to try and combat this, try and stay in the game with such an explosive start from Adam. Surfer Stitch going to be going into the Inkwell here. Sven comes down really nice. We're going to take out that bodyguard straight away. 3 cards still remain on the field. 1 damage going to be back on Sven. And I think you can't really afford to exert the Grandmother Willow there. You don't want it to be challenged into. You need to try and hope that Adam's going to put the damage ping on it. I think we're going to have to be pass and turn there. The Dale in hand does look quite tasty. That looks like a really nice play for Adam if he gets that down on the following turn. Still 3 cards though, still a lot of options available. And of course, with 3 cards exerted, he'll be able to get the Elna ping off, taking out the Grandmother Willow, draw a card and gain lore. He could go to a total of 9 this turn if he so chooses to exert everything. Going to be drawing a card here for Adam. 3 cards into the Inkwell. We can -2 with the effect to get a princess out with the abilities of Aurora. Looks like we've got the Mike Wazowski there. Not a bad play to get that either. Also got the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion there. So we can minus the strength of another character if we decide to play it. Mickey Mouse comes in exerted. Now we're able to quest for 2. We're going to -4 from the strength for Sven. And then we're going to take the rest off Sven. No, we put the additional onto Grandmother Willow. We take the minus off Sven. That's -6 off Sven, getting rid of his challenger ability completely. We put the damage on Grandmother Willow and then pass turn. That's 9-0 already. Really, really perfect start here for Adam. Really smashing performance. Sven is not going to be able to do any challenging whatsoever. -6 takes away all his challenger ability. He needs to get something on the board, but there's not really a lot that he can do from this position. Mickey Mouse coming at this point in time really is completely clutch, stopping the Amber Amethyst player from being able to do anything whatsoever. Jordan have a good think about it. If there's anything he can do, he's probably going to want to try and set up for a following turn, try and get himself back in the game. But not being able to take out anything from this means that next turn he can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 lore altogether. Adam can go up to 15 altogether on the following turn. This is going to be really, really difficult to deal with. Adam having a shuffle of his cards, seeing if there's anything else he wants to do on the turn. We've already exerted the analyst, so we will have the damage ping at the end of the turn. Of course, with both analysts exerted, if we have a princess character... No? Is that the players scooping already? I think Jordan's just said, I can't take this. We are scooping already, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a 3-set thriller for our semi-finals. You know what? Good for you, Jordan. I appreciate you not putting yourself through the torture of going through that anymore. That board state was just going to get wider and wider. I'm not too sure there was anything you could do from that position. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's better for us watching, better for the audience, better for me commentating. We get a 3-game set between Jordan Stocks and Harlan Sweet. But Jordan is going to be on the play this time. We saw that Jordan was able to take the first game on the play. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold that record and still take it away from Adam. Or is Adam going to have a really explosive start on this turn as well? Got Holla to Full in the chat saying, let's go Harlan. Love a bit tweet here. I'm sure Ali will be absolutely delighted to sit in just a couple of spaces away from the table. Hopefully tune into the stream. If you are watching Ali, hi, hope you're having fun watching your boyfriend, well, your fiance now, should I say. God, they've upgraded, haven't they? Poor Jordan doesn't have Beth with him today, doesn't have his usual supporter. Beth and Jordan, an absolute power couple in Lorcana, absolutely destroying the scene at Pendulum. Massive wins between the two of them. Always a pleasure to have Stream Queen Beth as well as Jordan Stocks in our tournaments. Great, great players. But one game left for the semi-finals here, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan Stocks on the player against Harlan Sweet. Let's see who can make it into the finals, who can get themselves in a position to take this case home. 4 whole boxes of product. Absolutely love to see it. And if there's any iconics pulled, I of course will be crossing my fingers that they'll kindly donate that to the Lorcana channel. I don't think it's likely to. There's no harm in asking, is there? Looks like both players nearly saw it with their mulligans there. Now, once again, taking their time with this. They've been really quick the first 2 games, so it makes sense to use all the time they can. Really making sense from the mulligans, making sure you've got all options possible. It can be a really nerve-wracking situation, especially when there's so much product on the line. Looks like we're just about ready to go. Adam's just going to shuffle the rest of the cards into his deck. So Grandmother Willow into the bottom there. So it looks like one of them went back at least. I think realistically, he still wants to go as wide as possible. Once again, Jordan does not have the Raging Storm in his deck, but if he's able to get that Mickey Amber Champion, that can do really well for minusing the stats on Jordan's board. Cheshire Cat could be absolutely destructive in this matchup, though, if he's able to get onto the board. Jordan is going to be inking to start with. Does he have the 1-cost character here? He didn't have the turn 1 play or the 1-cost after his Willow in the previous game. Let's see what he's able to get onto the board. Going to ink the Dumbo, and then we're going to spend out for Louisa. We do have the turn 1. Nice start here from Jordan, and then we're going to be passing turn over to Adam. Now, Ursula's going to be straight into the inkwell there. We're going to be spending out on a Pluto signature play that we saw a couple of rounds ago from Harlan, able to minus the cost of another character by exerting itself. Jordan looks like he's going to be inking again. We ink the Bagheera, going to be spending out. Do we have the Willow? We get the Willow for the 3rd game in a row. This is exactly what we see. Does he have the other 1-cost? Another 1-cost could be brilliant for him. Really start challenging the board, put pressure on Adam, have the wider board state, then the aggro deck. We do. We have the Elon Wee there. Going to be great for the sport. We're going to exert, gain 1 lore, and then we are passing turn. Not the start that Adam wants to see for Jordan, but this is exactly what Jordan is going to want to see. Pluto on the board here. We do have the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion in hand, but Adam's going to need to go wide very, very quickly and contest it. Otherwise, Jordan is going to start putting him under too much pressure to be able to exert. He's going to exert the Pluto here, going to spend 1, going to spend out the Pocahontas, gets player 1 cost for free here, going to spend out on the Aurora. And then we're going to spend out on the Todd as well. Nice start here from Harlan, being able to keep the board state nice and wide, matching up against Jordan. Both players just having a conversation with how he's got so many cards out so quick. Question I often ask, but because the Pokemon is being played, you get to play the one cost for free, and then after that, spend the rest on the Todd. So really nice play there. Love to see that. Stitch going to be going into the Inkwell there. 3 ink available, can get 4 cost character out because the Grandmother Willow. Isis might be coming out, potentially do a little bit of challenge and get rid of the Pokemon. It's that shift line is absolutely diabolical, stopping you from challenging on the following turn. That will be exactly what Harlan's wanting to see. But if Jordan can find a way to stop it, he can put himself in a really, really good position. He's going to send the Elon Wii into the Pluto, gets that off the board straight away. No more minusing with that. We then get the Augustin Magikarp coming out to the board. Then we're going to be passing turn. This is really useful because if we do get the shift Pocahontas out, he's then going to be able to exert this and then play down the Gaston, take out the Pocahontas, which stops the threats at least a little bit, leaving only 2 characters on the board state. But once again, still not the ideal position. We don't want Adam to be able to develop his board anymore if we are playing as Jordan here on the Amber Amethyst build. Adam's just want to go as wide as possible, really put on the pressure. Last card in the ink was the Surface Stitch there. Got the Mickey Mouse Amber Emerald champion. Looks like it's going to be going into the Inkwell. Are we going to be favouring to go for the 1 cost, get a wider board state? We're going to spend out on the Nani Stage Manager, search the top 4 cards you deck, bring a 2 cost character or less into the hand. What we're going to be bringing here looks like Bobby Spray Cheese Kid, Bobby Zimmerowski, able to dig into your deck. Next card, bring into your hand, discard a card. Really useful card to be able to get into play there just for a little bit of filtering. We're then going to quest with the Aurora. 1 cost less for the next queen you play. 1 cost queen comes out free. Pocahontas is then going to make the challenge, takes out the Elon Wii. That's 2 damage back on her. She still survives for another turn, and then we're going to be passing turn. 5 cards on the board for Adam so far. Really, really good start for him. Controlling well against Jordan, who has had a very good start himself. Jordan is now going to potentially going to be able to get rid of this queen if he plays down the Gaston, but I don't know if he's going to want to get rid of that, save it for a later date, hold off on the Gaston. But once again, bodies on the board are really, really important for this matchup. 3 ink available, -1 because the Willow. He can play down a Hades looking for a deal. He could play down a Bell, move some damage across from the Pocahontas, take out another card. He's going to exert all 4. We get the Hades looking for a deal, and we are targeting the Nani Stage Manager there. A little bit hard to see because of the glare. Adam then gets the choice. It either goes onto the bottom of his deck or Jordan gets to draw 2 cards. I think it's a card that he really wants to keep on the field here, so I imagine he's probably going to let Jordan draw. But once again, you don't want him to get too much drawing advantage against you, especially when his board is nice and wide. Jordan is able to get that draw, though. Adam says no for the deal. We are then going to be doing some challenging with Louisa Magical. Look, Louisa could rush in, take out the Pocahontas. Does decide to do that. Stops the shift line coming out. 2 damage back on the Louisa. We are then going to use Augustin to take out the Aurora. 3 cards left on the field for Adam, in contrast to 4 for Jordan. Now, of note here, the aggro deck that Adam is playing only on 1 Lord, the same as the more controlled tempo deck that Jordan is on here. So, not able to aggro too successfully yet. This is probably looking in the favour of Jordan. He's not been able to go too wide against Jordan so far. So, Jordan's going to be quite happy with the performance so far. Looks like Bobby Spray Cheese Kid coming down onto the board. Dale in the hand. Not going to be able to get that out this turn. Can ink 1 more time. Have 3 ink remaining left to play. Ladies and gentlemen, this is looking very tight. Once again, this is the final match. The game 3 of the semi-finals. We're going to stick out the Nani Stage Manager. We're able to search for some more cards here. Really nice. Todd going into the Inkwell there. Goes to the Bobby Zimmerowski again. Once again, doing a bit of search, a bit of filtering in the deck. I have to think that he's potentially going to be looking for Eleanor to start doing some ping damage, take out some additional characters, but not quite seeing what is needed yet. Queen looking to do some challenging, takes out the Louisa Magical there. Playing really defensively at the minute. Harlan Sweet on the defensive, trying to control Jordan's board. This Augustin Magical is going to be really, really hard to get rid of, but he also needs to be too careful about allowing damage to stack up on Augustin because Jordan can play down Ohana Means family, get a lot of draw off the top while healing and protecting the character. Hades looking for a deal. Augustin Magical and Grandmother Willow on the field for Jordan. For Adam, we have Todd, Nani Stage Manager, the Queen, Bobby Zimmerowski, and can't quite see because the glare, the other card, but both board states looking very, very well. So on to Jordan's turn, we have a total of 4 ink spend at the minute. Can ink again for this turn. We can get a 6 cost card out. We could get Demona out if we so choose to. Wouldn't be a bad play right now, but there is only 1 card in the hand for Adam for Harlan Sweet, meaning that it's going to be given an additional 2 cards, which Jordan is not likely going to want to do. We do have the Louisa. It looks like we've got a Sven in the hand as well, which could be quite strong. Bit of a rush in to take out the Queen, not letting the damage stack on your other characters. We're going to quest for the Augustin. We get the support, and then we're going to hit World's Greatest Criminal on the Nani Stage Manager, get that off the board. Remaining 4 characters still there. We're then going to spend out 3. The Sven is going to come in, rush and take out the Queen. 2 damage come back on Sven. No evasive answers on Adam's board at the minute. And then Louisa Madrigal going to be coming down. This is looking in the favour of Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Adam is going to have to really, really fight to stay in this. Couple of cards still in hand, but not the best answers whatsoever. When you're looking down a more control-based deck with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards on the board, certainly hard to be able to deal with. We get Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Trees Kid down on the board, able to draw an additional card, discard a card. Then we get the Vixie down, the evasive threat. So that can challenge into Sven unless Jordan is able to get down the Bell Accomplished Mystic or a Cheshire Cat, move that damage about. If he's able to move the damage off Sven, I think it's potentially going to be game over from Adam here. Adam very quickly running out resources, hasn't seen the Elders, hasn't seen the Mike Wazowskis, but we do get the Cheshire Cat, 1 less because of Grandmother Willow. We're then going to boost the damage off of Sven. We move that, and then we take out the Todd, leaving only 4 characters left on the board for Adam, still only on 1 law altogether. Jordan's board even wider than the aggro board right here. This is looking really in favour for Amber. They're going to quest out for 2, quest for 3 with the additional Sven, coming up to 5 altogether. 5-1 deficit, Jordan in the lead, and it looks like we're going to be passing turn there. 1 card in hand, he decides to ink the Tigger and pass, leaving him at a total of 5 ink, meaning a Demona on the next turn can come out straight away because the Grandmother Willow. Adam only got the 1 card in hand, but he does have the Eleanor. Not too bad. A little bit late to be able to get it, but it can give him a chance to get back in the game at least. Now he needs to be so careful here, because if he exerts these, really just gives Cheshire Cat. With no cards in the hand for Jordan, I imagine he's probably going to want to keep that Cheshire Cat on the board as much as possible, pinging damage as much as he can. Going to exert 3 cards here, going up to 5 altogether. Quest for 2 with the Vixie, quest for 1 with each Bobby, matching it 5-5. Nani Stage Manager, wait and see if it's going to exert. It's going to deal 3 damage into the Hades, and then we're going to gain the Law from Eleanor, and then put the additional damage on Hades, taken out, draw an additional card. Really strong play there from Adam. 38 likes on the video so far. Got 119 in chat words. Be vocal in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and get up to 40 likes altogether. Absolutely smashing it so far. One hell of a semi-finals. Let me know who you want to win. We've seen a lot of support here in the chat for Haaland so far today. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that is it. I think Adam has scooped. Jordan Stocks is going on to the semi-finals. What an absolute blinder of a performance, cooking himself all the way through to the finals with Amber Amethyst, really fighting out against Adam. You know, massive congratulations has to go out to Haaland. Really fought well today, really put on a great show with this deck, showing how quick, how lethal this deck can be. But yeah, what an absolute Titan performance. Love to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We are going to be back with you soon. We are going to have the finals coming up nice and soon. I'm going to nick outside. I'm going to find out how the other game's going on at the minute, and we'll let you know who it looks like we're going to have in the finals. It's either going to be Jordan versus another Amber Amethyst match in a mirror, or it's going to be Jordan on Amber Amethyst versus Josh on Amber Steel. We'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with you soon. Stick with us. Ladies, gentlemen, Crawford Carner Legend back here live at Angle Gaming, Feet Pendulum Gaming for the Win a Case event. This is the finals going on. We have Jordan, who was able to beat Harlan in the previous round, going up against somebody we have seen on the stream before today. We have an Amethyst mirror going on, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be an absolute delight. Take that as you will, but we had 3 Amber Amethysts in the top 8, and 2 of them have made it into the finals. That is a very strong conversion rate. This really feels like it could be one of the decks to beat this set. Jordan versus Kieran. I believe Jordan is going to be on the play as the higher seed. We will have to see who is going to take this. Let me know in the chat who you think is going to win this one, but this is certainly going to be an interesting one. Interesting as well that the predicted deck to be best of the set, Amber Emerald, has been knocked out of the top cut. Both players beat by Amber Amethyst players, both Amber Amethyst decks knocking these out the tournament. Really interesting to see. Kieran taking on Josh, Amber Steel deck in the semi-finals, able to clutch through against him. So now Amber Amethyst mirror in the finals with Jordan on the play. I don't know which way this could go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 very different builds, 2 very different players, but I'm very excited to see who is going to be taking home the case. We're going to be sorting out our mulligan. This is an untimed round, so make sure you have all snacks with you, get your drinks, get your bickies in. This is going to be one that you don't want to miss. If there's any of your friends that aren't watching this right now, make sure to let them know, get them into the chat, get them watching. Let's get this built up. Let's have a massive finals, and let's see who's going to take home the case and the trophy. The big win for the Angle Gaming Feet Pendulum Winner Case event live here in Peterborough. While you're waiting for the game to start, make sure to check out www.anglegaming.co.uk and also check out Pendulum Gaming online and on Facebook. 2 fantastic stores with fantastic communities, really looking after Lorcana. Of course, both of these stores are going to be playing Store Champs once again, which we will be back here for, so look forward to that on the channel. We have a close working relationship, so glad to be the named caster for both of these stores. You are live here on YouTube with me, Crawford Carner. We are in to our final match. Both players finalizing their cut. That should be us just about ready to go. Almost ready to go. Jordan on the play here. Now, realistically, in this game, Raging Storm could be a difference maker, but both players are not playing Raging Storm. Kieran has this Stitch in his deck, the 5-cost Stitch, whereas Jordan has the 7-cost Surfer Stitch. So very different decks, very different strategies, but we've seen that Jordan has been able to go quite quick, especially against the Ruby Amber boost deck that he played against previously in the final round of Swiss. I wonder if Jordan is going to be able to go a little bit quicker than Kieran can and just get the advantage straight away. Dumbo's going to be coming down. We get Jordan's favorite card, Besties Assemble, allowing him to search for the next 4 cards in his deck, bring a card into his hand. Probably going to be looking for a ramp card here unless he already has it. Jordan just having to filter, see what's in hand, see what he wants to bring in. Once again, it has to be a character card that you bring into your hand. Jordan really having a good think here about what card he wants. Ladies and gentlemen, all the prizes on the line for this. It is essential to make every correct decision that you can. And at the start of this game, it's essential to pick the right card. Sven coming down here could be a really nice pick for Jordan in a couple of turns, especially if he gets the ramp out. As soon as Kieran exerts the card, Sven is going to be able to rush in, take out that card, hopefully get some damage back on it. Perhaps he's going to be able to get some Ohana Means family work in and get some additional card draw. Looks like Kieran has not seen his turn 1 play, so going to be inking and passing back over to Jordan for the turn 2. Going to be inking Tigger, spending out on Mowgli, having a look to see what's in the hand. We've got Double Ham, we've got the Willow. No action cards, no non-character cards whatsoever. I can't help but to think we are probably going to be going Grandmother Willow into the Genie, into a Hades. That could be a really nice curve for him. Genie, obviously a card that Jordan is not playing, but an essential way to be able to get 3 cards drawn when you are running out of steam. We do go for the Grandmother Willow, but we do have the 1-cost character now, the Elon Wee. We're going to stick that out alongside us. Really nice start here for Kieran. Get a little bit of a wider board. Mowgli not going to be able to do too much into that, but can take out the Elon Wee if it exerts. Elon Wee and Augustin Magico are going to be clutch cards in this matchup, being able to give support to characters, boost up the strength, and then hit down an a Gaston, or follow it up with a Criminal Mind. Junior Woodshop Guidebook going to be coming out to the field here. An additional 2 cards drawn for Jordan. Value in the card draw in this map so far. Then going to be pass and turn. Only the Mowgli on the field. We are going to be sticking out the Genie here. 1 cost less because of Willow, and then we quest for 1 with the Elon Wee, looking to go up to 1 altogether. Kieran a little bit hesitant, not too sure if he wants to lose it to the Mowgli. I think personally you're probably a little bit better to just leave that non-exerted, try and get the setup for Criminal Mind or your Gaston, but Kieran clearly has a different play in mind. Looks like we do have another Aurora in hand. We are going to make that trade on Jordan's side, going to be taking out the Aurora with the Mowgli, a worthwhile trade. Genie is the provocative for Kieran to keep on board at the minute because he'll want to get the additional card draw. But the negative is it means he's losing an additional card next turn, meaning he's running out of cards. He could keep this a little bit longer. Going alongside a Dale could be quite nice. I don't believe Jordan is playing Dale in his deck. We're going to get the Tigger coming down. Going to bounce the Grandmother Willow. Really nice here. Meaning that if we do exert the Genie now, that's going to be no cards on the board for Kieran whatsoever. And of course, he's not going to be able to cheat out the cheaper card at all. The benefit of going on the play and the power of Tigger here being able to control the ramp cards in the game. Obviously, Tigger has the ability to bounce back a 2-cost character or item. This can be your own as well. So you can bounce back guidebooks to protect something. Maybe you want to protect your Mowgli or your Elon Wee. We've seen Jordan using Tigger on his own Mowgli to bounce that back, get rid of some actions in the deck. We are going to be sticking out quite a wide board here, though. We stick down Grandmother Willow into Elon Wee for 3, and then we're going to spend out on Ham as well. So an additional ramp card. We quest for 1, going to 2 altogether. We're then going to be shuffling the card into their deck. Jordan will get a cut of the deck, and then Kieran is going to be drawing an additional 3 cards into hand. Both players really working hard to keep card draw as much as possible here. Card draw really is key in these longer matchup when you're playing against the mirror. Whoever runs that steam first is probably going to be the one to lose the game. Now, we do have Demona into the ink there for Kieran. I do believe he has another one in his hand, but he could ramp twice on the following turn by exerting Ham and using Grandmother Willow's effect, meaning he could get a 6-cost character out straight away. We are going to be spending out on the Augusta Madrigal, going to be set up for that support for the future Gaston play here from playing the more traditional curve of Amber Amethyst. Kieran a little bit more teched out, more special version of the deck. Jordan playing a little bit more casual and preservative here. Going to ink the Bell Accomplished Mystic. We spend it out on the Yulonway, and it looks like that's all we're going to be doing. I'm not too sure we want to exert our characters here, but it could make sense to exert the Tigger and force something to get rid of itself if it challenges in. Tigger is going to quest going up to 1 altogether, and then we're going to be pass and turn. 5 ink altogether for Jordan, 3 characters on board, 4 ink altogether for Kieran, 3 characters on board, but able to ramp twice effectively on this turn. Now, with a lot of cards on Kieran's hand, a Demona really makes sense to play. Would be a little bit of a negative for him, not getting any additional card draw. The risk of Ham, of course, to use the ramp effect means that you have to exert it. I mean, it is vulnerable into a challenge. Might be quite nice here to exert the Elon Wee, give support onto the Ham, take out the Tigger, try and get an additional card off the board. You still have the ramp with the Willow, but you do still need to control Jordan's board state. You don't want it to go too wide. You saw what happened when he was playing against Harlan Swede. Jordan's board state got massively wide. Harlan wasn't able to do anything to keep up in that game there. Really knocked off the tempo in that third game. Both players played phenomenally in that game, of course, able to narrowly squeeze out the victory in the final set. Kieran really taking his time here about what he wants to do. I think he is weighing up whether he does want to make that challenge or not, but in my mind at least, you should be making that challenge. You do not want a board to get too wide when you cannot fall back on Rage and Storm to rely on. If he had the Rage and Storm in his deck, he could quest out here. He could focus on getting more characters onto the board, put the pressure on Jordan, and then hitting the reset button when he needs to, but of course would have to be careful of the Mowglis. We do have the Stitch in hand here. This could be a nice card to be able to get out. He could ink a card, play that out without using the Ham's effect, save Ham for a little bit later. As long as 2 cards are on the board when Snowballed Stitch is on the field and quest, you get to draw. So he is going to play down Snowballed Stitch, 1 less because of the Grandmother Willow. We are then going to be inking an additional time for this turn. Got the Demona in hand. Looks like we've got Cheshire Cat in the hand as well. We also have Pop. We do know that Jordan runs the Dumbo in his deck. Could be nice if he's able to pop that off the board. could be in a position here where a lot of good cards in Kieran's hand, and he's just not too sure what card he wants to get rid of into his inkwell. He is going to want to continue ink, and you do not want to fall behind on ink, even if you do have the Grandmother Willow on your field. Ink and draw really is key in this matchup. If you start inking too early, you're going to fall far, far behind later on in the matchup. Demona is going to go into the inkwell. That's a second Demona going down there. Shame to see that. Only 2 left in his deck. Kieran's going to need to be really careful about draw later in the game, otherwise Jordan can start taking over quite comfortably, especially with the lack of Demonas. We're going to be exerting with the Augustin Madrigal. We put that down onto the Stitch, and then we're going to be playing out the Gaston here. Immediate pop, gets rid of that. Really nice play from Jordan. And then it looks like we're going to be protecting our characters a little bit. I don't think it hurts Quest with Tigger. He does go for that quest there on the Epic Tigger, going up 3 altogether. And then I think we can comfortably pass turn there, give protection to Ilonwi. We don't want to lose that character too early. We are going to be inking an additional card for this turn. We stick the Hades looking for a deal into the ink, and then we're going to be passing turn. 3 cards still on the field for Kieran, but advantage starting to look in the favour of Jordan so far. Got a Dale in the hand here. Looks like we are going to be spending out on the Dale. And then Ham is going to be making a challenge, takes out the Tigger. Obviously, challenge with his willpower now. Ham at 3-3 stat line, make it a little bit stronger. Did not need to exert the Yulonwi to be able to use that effect. But of course, with Dale on the field, Yulonwi becomes a lot worse. Only a 1-statted character when challenging because you are challenging with your willpower, meaning the support also doesn't matter because you are challenging willpower, not your strength. Cheshire Cat is going to be coming out onto the board as well after Horseman Strikes, going into the Inkwell. And then we're going to be passing turn. 3 characters on the board for Jordan here, sitting on a total of 6 ink. Spends out 5 altogether. Going to be going for the Hades, looking for a deal. Surely going to target Cheshire Cat there. And just making his mind up on what he's wanting to target for this. Dale and Cheshire Cat, both very strong targets. Could also consider the Yulonwi as well. You don't want to be able to get that support boosting up characters, so Criminal Mind or Gaston is be able to hit. We don't want to lose our Augustin Madrigal. That is an essential card to keep on the field for Jordan. Going to be inking, spend out on the Woodchuck Guidebook here, and then we're going to be passing turn. Card drawn into the hand for Kieran. Looks like it was an Isis Vanderchill. Obviously, 1 cost less the next character we play. Going to be really helpful with the Grandmother Willow there. If we exert something, we could then use an additional 2 ink to be able to move some damage across from the Cheshire Cat. Could be quite nice there to be able to take out the Augustin Madrigal. I think that's a play I'd quite like to see. Isis is going to come onto the board here, deciding on what we want to exert. We do exert the Augustin. We're going to be doing 4 damage altogether into the Augustin Madrigal, and then we're going to boost, move the damage across, taking out Augustin Madrigal. Really strong play here from Kieran. Board as much as he can. Got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters out onto the board at the minute in comparison to the 3 cards on Jordan's side. Jordan, of course, still has the Woodchuck Guidebook there, still has a little bit of draw left in his deck to keep going. Once again, start the game, ladies and gentlemen. Very close so far, but could go either way depending on the next few turns in the game. I feel like the next few turns are really the most important turns, though. See who gets the tempo, who's able to take the advantage. I think that as soon as we get somebody start to make a bit of a snowball play, it's going to start to run away from the other player. It's going to be very, very hard for them to catch up. Jordan, of course, needs to be very careful right now because Kieran's board is getting quite large. Once again, he does not have access to the Raging Storm here, so he's going to struggle to clear that wider board state. Looks like we're going to be exerting 3 altogether on Jordan's side of the board here. Exerts 2. We've got Mowgli coming down onto the field. Got an Isis Vanchill and a Grandmother Willow. Not exactly what Jordan's wanting to hit there. He's going to be hoping to get some more actions, but it doesn't look like Kieran actually plays that many actions in his deck. So not likely for him to get the hit. Going to be questioned for on the Elon. We're going to be given support. Looks like onto the Hades, perhaps. Yep, nice. We're going to be giving the support onto the Cheshire Cat there and then hit down a World's Great Criminal Mind. We then get Bagheera down as well. A really strong card in Jordan's deck. It's been really brilliant in the last couple of matchups for him. That's going to be able to take out that Dale in one single go. Of course, Cheshire Cat was a little bit of a worry there with the damage moving ability, but because Dale was on the field, that was a 4-4 stat line and a threat that that Jordan had to deal with immediately. Dale is something that's going to be a big difference maker in this matchup. And if Jordan lets Kieran get too many high willpower characters on the board, it's going to be really, really hard for him to be able to deal with. But we are down 3 characters left on the board. We have taken out the Yulonwe on the other side. Hades exerted, no other characters exerted so far. Isis Van Chill going to make the challenge. 3 damage going on back from the challenge into Hades. Nice play here from Kieran. We're going to be exerting now. I'm going to spend out, turn a card back from the discard here. Not too sure what he's going for, but that can also come in as bodyguard, protect his characters a little bit. Could provide some protection for the Dale. I don't know if he's going to exert into bodyguard, but he does. We're going into bodyguard. I expect we're probably going to have a couple of questing going on here. Can quest the Dale and the 2 Willows going up to 2, 3, 4, going up to 6 altogether. Looks like we are going to be exerting once again. Going up to 3 here if he quests the Willow. Kieran thinking second of it, deciding against it. We are going to go to 3, but it looks like we are protecting that Dale at all costs, not risking going into it. Seems like a smart play, keep that Dale protected for as long as you can. Grandmother Willow going to be doing 2 damage back if it's challenged into. Sully, the 4/4, stays the 4 damage altogether. Bagheera is going to make that trade, taking out Sully. We still have Mowgli and Gaston on the board here. Only Gaston can take out the Grandmother Willow, but Mowgli's going to make the trade, take out Isis Vandashow. Then Gaston will now be able to take out the Willow if he so chooses to. Nice, we're going to play down to Sven. Sven's going to get 1 damage back to take out the character, and then we still have the ability to quest Gaston if we choose to. Play out the way. A nice wider board for Jordan here after controlling the board. Nice swing turn here in the matchup. 1 card left in hand. Going to need some card draw almost immediately if he can get it. Demona is going to be really clutch off the top deck if he can. Still wants to do something for this Dell. If Kieran is able to find a Horseman Strikes, it can be really useful for taking out that Sven and then get an additional bit of card draw into his hand here. Looks like a couple of options in his hand. And really thinking out his turn here, trying to make sure he makes the right play. 2 Demonas are gone from the deck for Kieran so far. Yeah, that is a very good point. Thank you, Burger2582. It should be 2 damage on the Sven because the Dale is on the board. Our producer's just going to go let them know and get that resolved just now for us. Dale's going to be exerting, taking out the Gaston. 3 damage coming back onto the Dale here. Looks like we're going to be passing turn there. Moving over to quite a lot of ink to be able to work with, but not cards left in the hand for Jordan. 2 damage now on the Sven. That's all sorted. Got the damage sorted out. 2 characters in contrast to the 4 on board on the other side. Looks like potentially the genie that's there. I can't quite make up the glare. I think it is. That's a really strong card for Kieran to have right now to be able to get that additional draw. If the Demona does come down now, that's going to be really, really useful. Now, we're going to be sticking the damage onto the Dale there. We take that out. We then stick down the Sven, and then we're going to spend out on Louisa. No cards left in hand for Jordan. Running out of steam quite quickly here. 5-3 deficit, 2 evasive characters. If Kieran's able to find any of the Horseman Strikes here, this is going to be really, really useful for him. Going to quest, sending the genie back into the deck here, able to draw 3 cards now. This could give him the opportunity to find the Horseman Strikes and pop at least one of these Svens. 3 cards drawn altogether. What did he draw into? Did he find the Horseman Strikes? It looks like Dale there. Looks like a Criminal Mind. Doesn't quite look like the answers that you need, but I'm sure he doesn't hate getting another Dale onto the board. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, card draw absolutely key in this matchup. We are doing really well so far. I've got 42 likes in the video. Let's see if we get up to 45 likes for the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and push this up just a tiny bit more. You've smashed it so far. Let's try and get to 45. get the algorithm working in our favor. We've hit down a Junior Woodchuck guide, but we're going to be drawing immediately. And then we're going to ink the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, spend out on the Grandmother Willow and the Will o' the Wisp. Really nice card here that's just going to stick around for as long as possible, constantly questing. When beaten in a challenge, going to be going back to the hand. Really, really good against Amber Amethyst, which does not have a lot of ways for getting rid of cards without challenging. Of course, we do have the Cheshire Cat, we do have the Bell, but I don't think we have the Louisa Madrigal in Jordan's deck. So it could be quite well protected here, unless Jordan is able to find a way to get 3 damage on one of his characters, move across onto the Will o' the Wisp. Could be staying for a while. Going to be questing for 2, going to 7 altogether. 1 card in hand for Jordan. Still really isn't seeing that card draw. Going to be exerting 3 here. Gets the Bagheera, nice big character on the board. Nice to get down there. Then looks like we're going to be passing turn, keeping protecting the Louisa Madrigal, ready to do some challenging at a later date. 2 Grandmother Willow, 1 Isis Vanderchill, Will o' the Wisp, and then a Cheshire Cat comes down on the board for Kieran. This is going exactly the way that Kieran wants right now. The board state is really, really difficult for Jordan to be able to deal with. Obviously, has the 2 damage on the Sven. If Kieran is able to get some damage onto one of his characters, he can move that across using the moving damage ability from Cheshire Cat by boosting, take out one of the Svens. Then he only needs to find 1 single Horseman Strike to get rid of that evasive character. Once again, with Dale on the board, all the characters are going to be challenged with the willpower on Kieran's side, meaning that everything is a lot beefier. Going to be questing out for 3, altogether going up to 8 total. Will o' the Wisp is going to be a free willpower character now. Isis Vanderchill stays as a 4. Grandmother Willow at a 2-2. Cheshire Cat as a 4-4. Jordan, desperate to find any single form of card draw whatsoever. Struggled to find it so far in the game. Just has not got the card draw he needed. He got the besties at the start. He's got the Junior Woodchuck guide, but he gets the Demona off the top of the deck. Exactly what he needed. However, Kieran only had 1 card in hand, meaning he 2 cards as well. I can only think this is benefiting Kieran right now. We are going to need to try and take out that Dale though with 1 Sven's, and I think we then need to go into Cheshire Cat with the other one, try and get that off the board ASAP so damage is not being moved across. You need to be really smart with your play here, Jordan. Do not waste it on the wrong card. We are going to go into Cheshire Cat. Bagheera takes out. Really nice card there. 3 damage coming back on that. Sven is still protected for another turn. Going to take out the Grandmother Willow, and then Sven is there ready to take out another Grandmother Willow. Only 2 cards left on the board for Kieran. I said about this earlier, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a swing turn in this game, which is going to change the tempo, change everything, and Jordan has been able to do that. Really, really strong positioning right now, wiping out quite a difficult board to be able to deal with. Going to be inking an additional Demona. Do we have another card that we can play out? No, we're going to be passing turn, moving over to Kieran. A total of 8 ink on the board for Jordan. If he goes into any of his surfboard stitches here, that's going to be a nice additional bit of card draw. But once again, if we have too many cards in hand, Demona will not be able to ready once it's been exerted. Kieran just having a quick check for his own discard, see what cards he's playing, what card he still has remaining. Pro move here made by Kieran, making sure to be aware of what's still in the deck for him. Looks like the World's Greatest Criminal Mind comes down. We take out the Demona. Really good hit on that, getting that off the board straight away. Then Sully's going to come down onto the board. We bring a card back into hand. Not too sure what it was. It may have been Cheshire Cat. It may have been a Mowgli. We'll have to see, but that is 3 cards on the board for Kieran so far. Ladies and gentlemen, going toe-to-toe here, right on the line. This is a difficult one. This could go either way. We are going to be... The Sully's going to come in exerted, keeping him bodyguard. Isis Vanderchill is going to be taking out a character there, going to be cresting with the Will o' the Wisp. 9 total to 7. Kieran slightly in the lead, going to be inking Louisa Madrigal. Then we're going to be passing turn. Jordan going to be drawn for turn. 8 ink altogether. Spending out on 5. Hades looking for a deal. Looks like we're going to be targeting the Sully. Kieran says, nope, you can draw your additional cards. I'm sure that is exactly what Jordan is going to be looking for. Wants to keep the card draw going. Does not want to be in a position again when he's running out of steam. Exerts 2. Spends down on a Mowgli. Any hits in the hand. We've got Sully and we've got Genie. No luck. Once again, that's twice that Jordan has tried the Mowgli play and not had any luck with it whatsoever. Genie going to be able to get a nice bit of card draw once again for Kieran on the following turn, but Jordan going a little bit wider with his board. Now got the Sven, the Bagheera, the Hades, Mowgli, and Yulon Wee, whereas on the other side we have the Bodyguard Sully, Isis Vanderchill, and Will o' the Wisp, but no Dell anymore. A lot less of a threatening board for Kieran. This is starting to look in the favour for Jordan. Sens are going to be hitting in with a challenge here. Takes out the Will-O-Wisp. And then that's going to be it so far. Still staying on the board. We've got 4 characters on the board compared to 1. Sully's going to be coming down. We're able to bring a card back now. Bring back the other Sully. A little bit of cycling going on here. If they keep doing this, they're going to be able to keep coming back in the game. But noticeably, Kieran has not exerted it into Bodyguard, keeping it ready. I think he's then just going to be passing it straight over to Jordan once again. Only a couple of cards left in hand. Does he have any other options he's able to put down here? Here, just having a little bit of a look through Jordan's discard, trying to work out how many cards he's played, what he's got in the game so far, what he could potentially draw into. A little bit of maths going on there. Really essential gameplay to work out what's still coming from your opponent. Hit down a World's Greatest Criminal Mind there. And then Genie coming down onto the board. I think Krim perhaps just being moved across here. Genie going to be able to get Kieran some essential card draw in the next game. On the next turn. Able to leather out the board a little bit here, looking a little bit more positive for Kieran, but once again, Jordan's still leading quite comfortably with the wider board state with the more threatening characters. The big thing at the minute is the evasive board, which Kieran has just not been able to touch whatsoever. Demona comes down onto the board. Brilliant play here from Jordan. Love to see that. All cards going to be exerted. Draw up to 3 cards in the hand. We are going to be able to exert that Genie, then challenging. Hades being boosted by the Yolonwi there. We go into the Hades. Then Sven is going to take out the Genie. Really, really nice here. Getting away that 3 drawing card. I don't think Kieran actually drew any cards from the Demona there. Brilliantly timed from Jordan, and this is the benefit of holding on to your Demonas. You do not want to get rid of them too quickly. Otherwise, you're in a position like Kieran was. Already 2 Demonas spent, only 2 remaining in the deck. It's going to be really, really difficult for him to try and get them, try and dig into it. We are going to play down Sully again. Once again, return the card into hand here. Looks like he's just constantly cycling back the Sullys, keeping the card draw going, keeping a card on play at every single point of the game. Going to be Ink in the Will-O-Wisp here. Then we're going to stick down Louisa. We're going to challenge in 2 damage, come back onto the Isis Vanderchill. It doesn't have enough ink to be able to move some damage across. A shame. He could have challenged in with the... No, the Sully was just played this turn. If he was able to challenge in with that Sully, he could then move the damage from Mowgli onto the Isis, move it all across onto the Louisa, and then deal the damage onto Demona, but not quite enough ink to be able to make that play. Jordan looking in a far comfortable position right now. Both players at 9-9. 3 cards on the board for Kieran, 2 cards on the board for Jordan. A Demona and a Mowgli on side for Jordan. Isis Vanderchill, Sully, and Louisa Madrigal on field for Kieran. Looks like we have a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. Are we going to be getting that down onto the field? Sully comes down on the field. Jordan able to return a card back from his hand now. But what does he decide for? Goes for the Gaston. Really nice. Going to be able to take out that Louisa straight away as long as he can ink another card, get it onto the field. Louisa and Demona, both very threatening cards in this game, going to be inking the Bell Accomplished Mystic. Gaston comes onto the field, and we're going to be getting rid of that Louisa Madrigal. Only 2 cards left from the field. Sully is not in Bodyguard. We can send in something to take out that Isis if we so choose to. I think surely you have to get rid of the bigger character on the board. Make sure it's not going to be able to do any damage manipulation if a Cheshire Cat does come down. Protect yourself as much as you can. Demona is going to make that challenge in. 4 damage coming back onto the Demona. We had to get rid of the Bell Accomplished Mystics. Saying we can't move that, but going to quest for one on the Mowgli there, coming 10 total. Really, really strong position for Jordan so far. Couple of cards left in the hand for Kieran. A very long and very grindy matchup this so far. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the first set in the finals of our Winner Case event. We are live here in Peterborough in the UK. Playing 6:50 p.m. here. If you're from the UK, if you're from the US, wherever you are, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being with us today. This is the final round. The winner of this match, ladies and gentlemen, whoever takes the best of 3 in this finals is going to be walking away with a full case for only £25 entry. Once again, make sure to head on to anglegaming.co.uk and pendulumgaming.co.uk. Check out both stores. A lot of product on there, a lot of Lorcana available. somewhere you definitely want to be following. Gaston, Demona, Mowgli, and Sully on board for Jordan, whereas only the Sully on the board for Kieran here. Kieran have a little bit of think, taking his time once again was turn. We're going to be sticking down another Sully, going to be return a card from our discard. Let's see what he goes for this time. It's the Stitch that he's going to go for. Looks like Kieran's going to be valued, trying to get a little bit of draw into his hand turn. Does he have enough to be able to get down the Stitch as well? It looks like he does. Everything exerted here. And then Sully's going to be going in, taking out the Demona. Kieran hesitating with it. Not sure if he wants to lose the character. But realistically, you need to get rid of that 2 quester quick. Otherwise, we're going to be in a bit of a poor position for Kieran. Jordan's board just going to get wider and wider. The negative is if he gets rid of the Demona, he's going to lose his Sully here. Think that trade is worthwhile. You do not want that 2 quest on the board. He does make the trade, going to be taking out the Demona. Only 3 cards readied on the board for Jordan at the minute, and 1 card left in hand. 2 cards left on the board for Kieran. Stitch and Sully going to be drawn for turn for Jordan. Looks like a mass of ink is about to be exerted. Do we have another Demona? We get the Surface Stitch coming onto the field. 2 cards drawn. Really nice bit of tech in this deck for Jordan. This Surface Stitch has gotten quite a lot of draw today. Really, really overperforming in his deck for him. Amber Amethyst had a fantastic performance at this event. 2 Amber Amethysts in the finals. Really shows about this meta how strong and how powerful the decks are. Going to be spending out on a Grandmother Willow, 1 less than the next character that we play for the turn. Still got 1 ink available. Can spend out a 2 cost character, or ink again, spend out a 3 cost character. Let's see if he has anything. Looks like we're going to be questing for 3, going up 13 altogether. Jordan just correcting that. We've got the Bodyguard Sully there, so that any challenging has to be on the Sully first before we touch anything. This is looking like it could be edging towards Jordan. We do have the Dale in hand for Kieran. This coming down could be really nice. Means Stitch is able to take out the Sully, still stay on the board. Doesn't need the Dale for it anyway. Stitch going to be taking out 4 damage on it altogether. Does he have any damage manipulation that he can utilize? Stitch on the board is going to be really, really hard to be able to get rid of. Looks like Sully is then going to be challenging. Do we take out the Gaston or the Mowgli? Decides to take out the Gaston. 3 damage coming back on the Sully. Anything else that he can play? He does have the Dale in hand. Now, the risk here, if Surface Stitch is able to challenge into one of these cards, it's going to get a lot of Ohana value if Jordan is able to draw into them. Kieran, of course, is going to have to be very cautious about this, but he had no choice. He had to do some challenging that turn. Looks like we are going to be sticking out another Sully, perhaps. Kieran seeing a whole mass of Sullys during this game, keeps bringing them back from the discard. We're going to stick down the Augustin Madrigal, able to give support to a character on the following turn, boost them up to be able to take out a more difficult character, or bring something up into the range being taken out by Criminal Mind or the Gaston. We are going to be questing there with the other Sully. Looks like we're going up to 9 altogether, 9 to 13 deficit, and then we are going to be passing turn over to Jordan. Three ain't going to be exerted. We're going to spend out, looks like an Isis Vander. No, it's a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We're going to be getting that draw straight away. 2 more cards in Junior Woodchuck Guidebook off the field. Still have a mass of ink available to play with. Once again, if Jordan just quests out here, he can go to a total of 17. Another Grandmother Willow coming out onto the field. 1 less because Grandmother Willow's effect. We are going to be making that trade. Mowgli going to be taking the rest of the damage off, taking out that Sully there. Then another mass for another surfboarded Stitch. Really nice there. Another 2 cards drawn into the hand of Jordan. The card draw for Jordan in this latter half of the game has been absolutely phenomenal. More damage come back onto the Surface Stitch. Looks like we're going to be challenging. We take out the other Stitch as well, trading with Grandmother Willow. This is looking phenomenal for Jordan right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be game 1 to Jordan. It's going to be really hard for Kieran to be able to deal with these 2 big threats. That's 2, 4, 8 stat lines and Grandmother Willow. We've got Louisa Madrigal coming onto the board as well. Next turn, Jordan quest for 2, 4, 5, 6, going to 19 altogether. Sully's going to be coming back down again, looking for another answer. Bringing the Sully back into the hand. Perhaps going to be spending another one. Going to be coming out immediately into Bodyguard. Dale, really nice play here right now, making Augusta a far bigger character, making it a 6-6. able to take out that Stitch in one. 4 damage coming back onto the Augustin means that Jordan is not going to be close to game on the following turn, can still quest up for a total of 4 to 17, but quite comfortably in the lead. Kieran quite a bit behind, having to work for staying in the game here. I don't think Jordan's going to want to do any challenging right now, especially with the Sully being on the board. A good bit of protection for that Augustin Madrigal, unless he's able to get something like Criminal Mind out with a little bit of support. Doesn't have yet. Besties Assembled, Jordan's favourite card, comes onto the board. 4 cards drawn, able to bring 1 card into his hand. Jordan just making his final decisions here, seeing what he wants to bring into play here. Looks like we're going to be bringing the Cheshire Cat back. Now, this is really strong. Cheshire Cat can come up damage from Madrigal, and then Louisa will be able to take out the Sully, but we decide to go against it. Stitch is going to go in, take out the Sully, gets rid of the bodyguard, and then we're now going to be able to spend out on the Cheshire Cat, boost the Cheshire Cat, move the damage across from Stitch, take out the Augustin Madrigal there. Really strong play there. 4 cards on the board for Jordan. Going to spend out on a Dumbo as well, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's going to be game so far. Going to be questing with the Louisa and the Grandmother Willow. Going up to 15 altogether to a 9 deficit. Only 1 card left on the board for Kieran. Going to hit down Horseman Strike, takes out the Dumbo straight away, draws an additional card. Got the Hades looking for a deal. I imagine he's going to be playing that, but I don't think Jordan cares too much about a deal. He'll be wanting to keep these cards on the board to keep game state for himself. Has a total of 2, 3, 4, 5 lore altogether available. He needs to keep every single character. Dale, of course, is going to be able to get rid of one of these, so he's not going to win on the following turn, but it is looking very, very comfortable for Jordan right now. Hades is looking for a deal, probably going to come down first, give the option. Jordan is not going to say yes to that. No, he decides to go for the Sully again, going to be bringing another card back. Decides to bring the Sully back, really favouring this card in the matchup so far. Then sticks down a Will o' the Wisp, going to go 3-3 stat line, Dale on board. Dale is going to have to make a challenge into something, otherwise Jordan wins on this turn. 5 lore available. Looks like we're going to be passing turn over to Jordan there. 4 lore available on the board, going to be able to go up 19 lore altogether. Jordan just having a look through the discard of Kieran for the final part of the turns, try to work out what pops are still left in the deck. Quite a lot of ink here for Jordan to be able to work with. Looks like Jordan is going to exert out here, going to be going all, just working out. Did want to quest his characters there. I think it's the right way to do. Grandmother Willow going to be coming down onto the board, and that's it. Going to be a scoop for Kieran. We're going to be moving on to game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Kieran going to be on the play here, trying to go up against Jordan. If Jordan is able to win this next set, he has won the event. Will be taking home that case with him. Does Kieran have what it takes to take the next set on the play and bring this to a 3-game thriller? Ladies and gentlemen, stick around with us. We are still here live with you. Quick drink in between the game, since we're on for a little bit of a long one here. Gonna have a drink of that, then I'll be right back with you whilst they're shuffling up their decks. Don't worry, you're not going to be missing any of the action. Stay here live on Lorcana for the finals. Got Matthew McKenna 2476 in the chat asking players today. We had 24 players here for the winner case event. Now, we did, of course, have the store champion events for Angle and Pendulum. The winners of them were able to get a round 1 bye for the event. The winner of the Pendulum Championship did not turn up today, but we did have the winner of the Angle tournament who won that event with a Ruby Sapphire deck. The winner of the Pendulum won with Amber Amethyst as well. So kind of fitting that we do have 2 Amber Amethysts in the finals with us right now. Once again, this is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Kieran versus Jordan, both players in the mirror match, Amber Amethyst. Kieran is going to be on the play in this match. Going to be inking World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Going to be sticking out Louisa Magica. Got the turn 1. We're going to be passing over. Then it's over to Jordan. Is Jordan able to return the favour with a turn 1 play? Obviously going to be looking for that Besties Assemble card that he does like to favour. Get a bit of searching going for his ramp cards. We do see the shift Louisa Magico in the hand for Kieran, though. Could be a nice card to be able to get out on the board, manipulate some damage across. Jordan is going to be inking for the turn. Does have ink. Going to be inking the Besties Assemble. And then spends out on the Louisa, elects to have the challenging character on the board. Smart, makes sense. To me, this also means, though, that Jordan perhaps already has the ramp, so doesn't need to worry about getting it on the following turn. Just does not want Kieran to get too far ahead in this game. We've got the Grandmother Willow coming out. Gaston going into the Inkwell. Going to be passing over to Jordan, who inks Cheshire Cat. Grandmother Willow coming out in return. Do we have the additional 1 cost? We do. Yolon Wee comes onto the board. Nice start here for Jordan, getting a wide board against Kieran. Only able to get the 2 characters out. 1 less for the next character, so we can get a 4 cost here. I don't think it would be a bad idea to get the Shift Louisa Magico. However, if we do have a Criminal Mind or a Gaston in the second turn after this, that would wipe her off the board straight away. Need to be really careful of that. It looks like Cheshire Cat is looking to favour down, decided against it. He had originally inked Louisa. He plays out for the Cheshire Cat, and then he's going to be passing turn. Of course, 1 less for the Cheshire Cat to come out there. Only had to pay 2 for it. Going to be over to Jordan, 2 ink fill. Going to be inking for this turn. Can get a 4 cost character out if he so chooses to. Be really nice for him if he is able to get the Isis. He gets the Tigger. Going to be bouncing back the Grandmother Willow into hand here. Stops the ramp opportunities here for Kieran. Now, Isis would have been really nice to be able to exert the Cheshire Cat, give the support onto Louisa, and then Louisa takes out the Cheshire Cat straight away. No more damage manipulation of that for Kieran. However, getting rid of the Grandmother Willow, another viable place on the board. You want to try and limit the amount of cards on the opponent's side of the board, draw as much as possible. Obviously, no Raging Storm, but it's all about tempo in this game, which links very heavily to card draw. Need to ink well, need to get lots of cards in hand. Grandmother Willow's going to be coming back down straight away. A 2 cost play down, have 1 ink remaining, can ink for this turn, get out a 3 cost character because of Grandmother Willow's effect if they have it. Going to be inking the Snowball to Stitch there. Then looks like we're going to be passing turn straight over to Jordan. This is looking really good in Jordan's favour. Get quite a wide board. Going to be developing even wider this turn. Can get a 5 cost character out. Hades looking for a deal, will be quite nice. Bell goes into the Inkwell. We do get Hades looking for a deal. I imagine that's going to be on the Cheshire Cat. Kieran says, no, you can take the card draw, take what you need. And I really think he did have to keep it on the board there. He cannot afford to lose that character. He cannot afford for Jordan to take even more of an advantage. Hades, Louisa, Grandmother Willow, Yolonwe, I went to say Aurora there. That's the dogs matchup. And then we've also got Tigger on the board against Cheshire Cat, Grandmother Willow, and Louisa Magico. Going to be exerting the Tigger there. Now, this is smart because no matter what is played, even if it's a Shift Louisa, that would take itself out if it challenges into Tigger. The only thing that can take out Tigger right now is the Cheshire Cat. And I imagine Jordan is going to be very happy if Kieran makes that trade. Got the Isis Vanderchill in hand. It's going to be 1 less to play that, so he could spend out, get the Isis, Cat challenge him with something, then move the damage across. Could be a good way to take out the Hades if he so chooses to. Could do Cheshire Cat and Louisa Magico into the Hades, move the damage across, take out the Grandmother Willow on the return side for Jordan as well. Stops an early Demona coming out. That could be a sensible play, but has he seen the line? Isis is going to be coming down. We're going to be exerting the Grandmother Willow. Going to be inking a Gaston there. Going to do 2 damage in, taking out the Grandmother Willow, 1 damage coming back. We're then going to move the damage across from Cheshire Cat move the damage across from Louisa by moving it with Cheshire Cat's ability by boosting, taking out the 1 willpower Yulonwi, only 3 characters left on the board. Kieran doing well here to compensate, clear the board out a little bit, but Jordan's still very much in a comfortable position. The Isis Van's Chill does make things a little bit more interesting. That's going to be to take out the Hades or the Tigger. No more Willow on the board for Jordan, so he's not going to be able to get that turn 6 out early. He can go for a 5-cost character, though, if he inks another time for this turn. Tigger's going to be making that challenge. We take off the Louisa off the one less character to deal with now. Only 3 characters returned on each side. Makes sense to only exert the Tigger, though. Both Isis and Cheshire Cat would take themselves out if they do make that challenge. 2 ain't going to be exerted. 4 ain't going to be exerted. What do we go for here? Two Junior Woodchuck guidebooks. I'm not sure if that's lucky, unlucky. Inks a 3rd one. A little bit of a brick in the hand for Jordan, but going to be getting a good bit of card draw on the following turn. Obviously, no item removal, so even if a Demona does come down, which I doubt it would at this point, it's only going to benefit Jordan. He can get quite a few more cards in hand, put himself in a more advantageous position by popping off both those guidebooks. But once again, there is no rush for it. He does not need to get it going straight away. Interesting, we have gone for the Demona here. Surprised to see that come down. Obviously, with the -1 stat, because the Grandmother Willow able to cheat out a little bit easier, a Junior Woodchuck guidebook going into the Inkwell for Kieran as well. All 3 cards exerted for Jordan right now. Isis going to be challenging in, takes out the Tigger. Cheshire Cat's then going to be going in, and we take out the Louise as well. No damage back on that. The Hades remaining on the board. Looks like that's going to be all we're going to be passing turn there. Jordan can be quite happy that gets to keep the Hades, but not able to take out that Cheshire Cat. And of course, does not run Demona in his deck, so he's not going to be able to boost that up enough to be able to take out the cat. Going to spend 2 here. Gets out the Grandmother Willow, spends 3, gets the Sven, takes out the Cheshire Cat. Really strong play. And then sings World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Takes out Demona. What a swing turn here by Jordan. Jordan absolutely on fire. A really difficult board state to deal with. Has able to manipulate that, leave it in a really, really poor position for Kieran, and still has both of the guidebooks on his field, able to get more card draw when he needs to. What a phenomenal showing for Jordan Stock so far. Absolutely shown masterclass in this deck so far. Kieran in a really tricky position, really having to work his way through, but not a lot of options. Going to be sticking out the Sully, a favoured card from the previous game, able to return a card from his discard. Looks like he's going to be going for the Cheshire Cat or the Hades. Having a little bit of think about what the best option is here. We've got the Yulonwi on the board. Looks like we're going to be passing over to Jordan there. Right at the very start of the game, ladies and gentlemen, still 1-1 each, but certainly looking in the favour of Jordan. A mass of cards in the hand now from after the Demona come down the previous turn, able to get rid of the Demona straight away. And of course, the 2 Junior Woodchuck guidebooks is going to be really, really useful. Going to be popping one of them immediately. 2 cards drew into hand right now. More options to be able to work with. Jordan deciding if he's going to pop that other guidebook right now, or perhaps he already has the cards that he needs to be able to get around this. Going to be spending out 4 ink altogether. Does he have another Sven in hand? Another Sven would be really clutch right now, being able to get rid of that Sully. Then he'd run the Hades in, take out the Grandmother Willow, putting him in a really... Question is, does he have the other one straight after the first one came down? I'm not too sure. Could be an Isis, could be a Tigger getting that Grandmother Willow back. No, it's a Sully coming down on the field, of course. -1 to play because of Grandmother Willow. Then can be return the card, returns Yulonwi, going to be able to put that down the field. That signals to me that perhaps he has a Gaston if he plays this down and then gets to boost the strength of the Sully on the following turn. Getting rid of that, that could be a really nice play here for Jordan. Going to spend 1, gets the Yulonwi onto the board here. Then going to ink an additional Louisa. 1 card remaining in hand. If you've got the ink remaining, I feel like it's smart to get the guidebook. popped and then get the card draw. But of course, once again, doesn't want to be hit with a Demona and then lose any advantage there. So going to be going up to 3 altogether, a slight lead here for Jordan, but a lot more cards on the board. And of course has the backup draw engine that Kieran hasn't seemed to find yet. Kieran really stumbling out the starting blocks, really having to work to keep up with him. Now the Grandmother Willow is going to come down for one less because the other Grandmother Willow on the field. Massive ink still left to go, -1 for the next Grandmother Willow, and we're going to be sticking down Hades looking for a deal, going to be targeting the Sully. I don't think Jordan's going to be taking that deal. Care. He's going to want to keep this on the field, going to get a little bit of protection for his characters. Otherwise, we can start doing some running in with Kieran's ever starting to grow board. He does allow Kieran to draw, but he does get the Dale in hand. This could be really useful for him if he can get down, making all his characters a little bit more beefy, apart from the Yolonwe, which becomes a lot worse. Sully's going to trade into the Sully. Yolonwe is going to trade into the Grandmother Willow. We've got a Yolonwe and a Hades left on the board for Jordan. 2 Grandmother Willows and a Hades left on the board for Kieran. Board states looking neck and neck, but once again, I will say the backup draw engine of the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook looking really for Jordan right now. Being able to pop that, get some more draw on the following turn. Assume that Kieran's going to ink an additional card and then probably pass from there. We are going to be passing turn over to Jordan now. Ready, and all his characters has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink available. No more Grandmother Willow on the board. We are going to pop the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook at the start of the turn, try and get some more information in hand, see if there's a better play that we can get down. 2 very small characters there with the Grandmother Willow. We are going to be questing. Looks like we do have the Gaston coming out onto the field. Going to be popping the Hades, I imagine. Gaston comes down. We get rid of the Hades. Only 2 Grandmother Willows left. Looking like a really strong turn here for Jordan. 4-1 deficit. Kieran is not going to want to see that going. Only 2 Willows down is a negative position for him. And looks like Jordan is still going to be inking and developing his board state even further. But what else can he have in his hand? What else can he stick down? He's already used his guidebooks. Tigger's going to be coming in to think, well, we spend out on another Yolonwe, and then we're going to be questing with the Hades, pass and turn. Only 1 card still remaining in the hand for Jordan, but certainly taking a strong lead here with 4 characters on the board in contrast to the 2 Grandmother Willows. Surfboard Stitch going to be coming down. Sorry, the Snowboard Stitch is going to be coming down. I have to think that Grandmother Willow is probably going to make at least 1 challenge into the Yolonwe, but if Jordan has another Gaston or a Criminal Mind in his hand, that is going to be amazing for popping the Snowboard Stitch on the following turn once it returns back to him. Jordan's board state just looking a little bit more impressive, a little bit more threatening. I really do like the Snowboard Stitch card, but I feel like the Surfer Stitch is just a little bit better, getting the immediate card draw, even though it is the higher cost. Looks like we are going to be challenging in. We just have a little bit of a question about the ink there spent. Of course, we've got the 2 Willows, going to challenge in, take out the Yolonwe, and I think really that is all Kieran can do. We have to pass turn over to Jordan, going to be drawing a card, 2 cards in hand. Can he get anything else to wreck this board state? Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are still with us, we've got 75 still live and watching at the minute. We're on 46 likes at the minute. Final target of the day. Can you get us up to 50 likes? If you haven't hit subscribe yet, if you haven't hit the like button, try and get us up to 50. Help us out with the algorithm. Any help that you can give us, we greatly appreciate. We see Dumbo coming down onto the board. Cheshire Cat as well, coming out. Great way to manipulate some damage. And I think we're just going to be passing turn there. Looks like a Will-o-wisp coming into the hand here and here. Not what he's going to be seeing, not what he wants to see, but we do have the Dale. I think it may have been smarter to perhaps quest with the Snowboard Stitch first, get the information, then work out what to play. Going to be getting that additional card draw. I don't think he has enough ink to be able to play it. Looks like he's then going to have to be passing turn going over Jordan, and that is why you quest first. Try and work out what's coming in, see if it's a more advantageous play. Going to be exerting the Dumbo, gain a law and draw. This looks like it's going to be a bit of a snowboarding turn for Jordan. Going to be taking over the game here. We've got a constant draw engine. If Kieran is not able to find the Horseman Strikes, it's going to be very difficult for him to take down this board with the constant draw cycle of Dumbo. If we can get any more evasives on the board, this is going to work absolutely magically for Jordan. We still have Cheshire Cat, Yolonwe, Gaston, and Hades on the board with a total of 7 ink still remaining. Both board states are looking a little bit wider, but Jordan on a total of 6 law, looking a little bit more threatening. Of course, the Stitch is now as a 5/5 because of Dale, making it a far, far stronger card. We do have another Dale in the hand for Kieran here. Cheshire Cat's going to be really good for move and damage about. Are we able to get something strong enough to take out the Stitch? Perhaps we exert the Yolonwe, put the Hades up to a 5/4 stat line that can trade in, take out the Stitch. There's nothing else exerted, so we're not going to be able to do any damage manipulation yet, depending on what we have in the hand. We do have an Isis Vandal in the hand for Jordan, though, so I think it would be smart to send that down onto the field. We then take out the Cheshire Cat, perhaps first over the Stitch, but obviously he's not going to want Kieran to get any more draw going. Guys, thank you for those that hit like on the video. We just went up to 48. Really appreciate all the you've given us. You're really helping this channel to work. Cannot do this without you. Absolute honor casting for you fine people at home. Thank you for staying with us so far. We are in the final round of the finals. This is a best of 3. If Kieran is able to win the set, it's going to go to a third game, but it's looking in favor for Jordan at the minute with a slightly more dangerous ball. We're going to be exerting with Elon. We're going to be giving the support onto Gaston. Gaston is going to trade in, take out the Stitch, and I think that's all Jordan can do. I'm not too sure. He wants to get down the Isis on the board, waste that already. Perhaps he's going to be saving that for a later turn, try and get the damage manipulation. But no, he's going to stick down a Sven onto the board here. Really, really strong here. 1 card still in hand. On the following turn, he's going to be able to get 2 cards drawn because of Dumbo and Sven alongside his draw. But it looks like a Demona drawn in hand. Could this be useful? No, I don't think so. Only 1 card in hand for Jordan. He's not going to want to hit that down right now. He's definitely going to want to hold off on this for a little bit longer, not get it out onto the board too early. 7-3 deficit. Guys, we've just hit 50. You help us reach the goal for the day. You have absolutely smashed this. Thank you, everyone, for the support so far. Really, really appreciate it. Today has been a fantastic tournament. We've had a peak concurrent of 120 people live was, which is phenomenal. Beating our previous record of 60 on the channel. We've currently got 81, 50 likes. We've had over 1.5k views today on the stream. This has been brilliant. Big, massive shout out to everyone who's been sticking along at home watching with us. Yulonwi looks like it's going to be going for another challenge onto the Yulonwi on your side of the board there. Kieran a little bit hesitant though. Decided to go against that, holding back, protecting the Yulonwi a little bit more. Once again, 2 very, very wide board stakes, and I can't help but thinking if one of them ran Rage, they could really completely turn the game around here. Just exert everything, stick down the storm, wipe the board, especially when there's not a lot of cards drawn at the minute. Low cards in hand could really put everyone in a really negative position. Looks like we are going to be challenging 3 damage from the Wisp and the Yulonwi with the additional damage that takes out the Cheshire Cat. Will the Wisp going to be coming back in hand here? We still have ink remains, so we could replay that if we so choose to. Looks like Kieran hasn't found a way to deal with either of the evasive threats, the Dumbo and the Sven. They really could be the turning cards for the game so far. Do see another Cheshire Cat in hand. We've also got the Dale there, an additional Dale. Dale's going to be exerted. Looks like we're taking out the Hades. 3 damage coming back. Then going to be potentially moving off some damage. Another card. I think perhaps we take out the Yulonwi here. There's nothing you can do for the evasives. You're just going to have to let them stay for a while. You can't leave any of the damage counters around, especially because Jordan is playing the O'Hanlon's family. Putting the 2 damage onto one of the evasives and then getting the additional draw on the turn could be absolutely backbreaking and lose the game for you. Cheshire Cat is going to make that challenge. Got 2 damage onto the Cheshire Cat, 3 damage onto the Dale. We are going to be boosting, moving the damage onto the Dumbo, and then I think that's going to be it for turn. We're probably going to be passing there. Kieran decides to quest the Rillo, going up to 4 total, 4-7 deficit altogether. We do get the Will of the Wisp back down on the field after inking him. Only 2 evasives card, but both of these cards are going to allow Jordan to draw on the following turn, which is really, really good for him. But Kieran has been able to come back into this game a little bit, able to develop the board, make it a little bit wider, make it a little bit more threatening, giving him the ability to catch up if Jordan isn't able to deal with this and come up with some answers. A Gaston or a Criminal Mind would be really clutch right now. He's going to exert, gain law draw with the Dumbo, going up to 8 altogether, gets an additional card in hand. Quite a few cards in hand now. Surely there's an answer working with. Little Shergold 8797 in the chat, same likes the overall vibe of the stream. Quite nice, and I've been a nice host. Thank you very much, Dylan. Greatly appreciate you. What an absolute legend. Consider yourself an official Crawford Carter legend. You have made my day, my friend. I appreciate you. But don't go anywhere, folks. We are still here for the finals. Jordan working out the best way to go for this turn. Really having to have a quick decision on if he wants to exert that Sven or not. Looks like he's going to be exerting everything here. Gets the Stitch onto the board. Going to be drawing 2 additional cards here. Can ink again an additional card and then exert the Sven, gain a Lore, and draw. Decides to take out the Cheshire Cat there. Little bit protection for the Dumbo because of his damage on the Dale. On the following turn, Kieran would be able to move that damage across, take out the Dumbo and stop the draw engine. A smart play here, and additionally getting the draw from Stitch. Really, really strong play there. But once again, very, very close with masses of ink starting to build for these players. Quite large hand sizes as well. Kieran's going to be sticking down another Cheshire Cat. Not exactly what Jordan's going to want to see. That means we are going to be losing the Dumbo draw engine this turn. This is starting to swing back in the favour for Kieran. Working well from at this point. Moves the 2 damage across onto the Dumbo, takes it out. Stitch and Yulon, we're still on the board for Jordan. On the other side of the board, we have Dale, Demona, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Grandmother Willow, and a Cheshire Cat. We're then going to be sticking down another Dale. This board is starting to get really, really difficult. I'm not too sure what Jordan's going to be able to do to combat against this. We can start now questing out of all our characters, put a little bit more of a threat on. We're going all the way up to 9 altogether. Kieran having a really strong position so far. Jordan's going to have to work really hard. We've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Lore on the board. If Jordan is not able to take out anything else, Kieran is going to be able to go to 18 on the following turn. Gaston coming down on the field, going to be taking out the Demona. Going to be inking the Augustan Magical, going to be spending out 5 there. Hades looking for a deal, perhaps. We are looking for a deal. What cards are going to be targeting? As you can see, looking at the discard pile for Jordan here, these players have went quite far through their deck, seen a lot of their cards, seen a lot of their removal, and we're still only in the midpoint of the game. But this is where the damage is going to start to happen. The questing out can really start to go far here soon. Kieran really leaned into the advantage. Jordan, of course, just moving the card across to make sure that's not into the inkwell. Idril 5737. Yes, this is the finals, my friend. This is Amber Amethyst versus Amber Amethyst. These players have made it all the way through. We had 3 Amber Amethysts in the top 8 altogether. We also had 2 Amber Emeralds. We had a blue yellow. We have also had a... Let me just double check with our producer. We also had an Amber Steel deck as well. So we've had quite a diverse meta for the top 8. But as you can see, a lot of Amber making it through. But once again, this is the finals. A case on the line for these 2 players. Surf Stitch is going to be challenging into Dale, taking out 4 damage, coming back onto the Stitch. Looks like we're then going to have to pass turn. Not really much else can do. Passes over to Kieran. Going to be able to quest for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this turn. Going up to a total of 14. Cheshire Cat on the board is going to be quite an issue that Jordan's going to need to deal with straight away. Ham comes down onto the board. Now, the benefit of this Stitch here, if Kieran wants to get rid of it, he's going to have to put the Dale into it, which he's not going to want to lose. But he does decide to put 2 cards into the Stitch here. Billy Card 1 saying, was there any non-Amber decks in the top 8? I don't believe there was. I believe it was all Amber in our top 8, which certainly says a lot about the colour for this format. Set 13 is looking like Amber is the colour that you need to play to stay in the game if you want a chance of winning. Another Hades looking for a deal coming out onto the board for Jordan here. Kieran says, "No, I don't care, mate. Take your draw. Take all the draw you need." Obviously, Jordan's going to be quite happy that. I imagine he does want to get rid of some of the cards, but card draw is certainly going to be helping him, especially with the amount of ink that he has. He does need to try and find some removal, though. Get rid of these threatening cards. Keep himself in the game. We get the Isis Vanderchill, going to be exerting the Cheshire Cat here, and then we're going to be supporting the Gaston. Gaston takes out the Cheshire Cat. Really strong play here. Cheshire Cat is the threatening card on board. Needs to try and get rid of that immediately, and he has done very well to do so. Still 1 ink remaining if he has any cards left in hand. Looks like he is going to be moving it. Does he have the additional card? Perhaps best is Assemble his favourite card. No, it's going to be another Yulonri. So further for Gastons and for any Wellsgrex Criminal Mind. Of course, if we get a Sully down, able to bring back some of the Gastons from the discard, could be a strong shout there. 9-9 altogether at the minute. We are going to be spent down on a Horseman Strike, no evasive target. I'm sure Kieran would have wanted to see that a little bit earlier. We keep seeing a lot of swing turns, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's Jordan's favour. It goes to Kieran and then back to Jordan. This could go either way. It's currently looking in the favour for Jordan at the minute. Kieran have to do a little bit of work. But Dale making the Will-o'-the-Wisp a little bit more useful. If he's able to get Louisa Madrigal out, he could do a little bit of damage manipulation with the Will-o'-the-Wisp, but I don't think he has it in his hand. He's not running the bells in the deck like Jordan is, and I think he's very quickly starting to run out of Cheshire Cats. Kieran just having a little look for his discard to see what he's already used, see if there's anything he can come back with. He does have a lot of Sullys in this deck. Perhaps he's going to favour trying to get one of them out onto the board. 2 cards, it looks like, still remaining in hand. Going to be exerting here. Looks like 3, we're going to be exerting. 4, we get the Isis Vantage Shield coming down onto the board. Going to be able to exert a card of choice here. Decides to exert the other Isis, and then we're going to shove both Grandmother Willow and Ham in, take out the Isis. Will-o'-the-Wisp able to come back down onto the board. It goes back to your hand because it's been removed into a challenge, and then passing on to Jordan. Kieran's board getting really, really small. Try to control Jordan's board state here. Not a lot of cards available, but it's certainly looking very good for Jordan. 4 characters on board altogether. The double support because of the Yulonri, quite a few cards in hand. He can really start to steamroll here. If you command the board, get a few cards, make it wider, wider, wider. His big prerogative is going to be getting this wider board state. He doesn't need to worry too much about the cards on the other side. He can do a little bit of control, but at the minute we want to draw, we want to keep playing it, we want to make it even harder for the opponent. I think we perhaps have another Surface Stitch in hand for Jordan. Looks like we're going to be spending 1 here. Is this another Besties? It's Besties, then we'll get to search top 4 cards of his deck for another character card. Let's see what he's able to bring into his hand here. I think at this point, any Gaston would be absolutely brilliant for him to bring down. Getting the Yulonri to support the DL, beef that up to 5 stats, and then get 5 strength. Get that off the board is going to really help him. We do have the Tigger. Only the Will-o'-the-Wisp that is going to be able to help at the minute to take off the board. He could quest with the Yulonri, bounce it back, then replay it with the Tigger just to protect it a little bit further. Looks like he is going to be playing out for the big Stitch if he does have it in his hand. Yep, Stitch comes down. Another 2 cards drawn into hand for Jordan. These Stitches have been absolutely clutch in this match, giving him so much card draw, really keeping him ahead of the game, even when he was starting to fall behind. Going to be inking an additional Demona now, then spend out another 4. We spend out, we get the Tigger, and what we're going to be bouncing looks like it's the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Then at this point, Jordan's going to be questing out 3 lore, 4 lore gain. That's going to be going up to 13 altogether. And it looks like we're going to be passing turn there. I believe that's game on the board for Jordan. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 exactly. Kieran is going to have to challenge in. Otherwise, he loses immediately on this turn. This could be a 2-0 in the finals for Jordan, who has had an absolute rocket performance through this tournament. Playing so well, able to take down a Ruby Amber boost deck. 2-0, able to beat Harlan Sweet in the semi-finals, and now in the final match, Mowgli's going to be coming down to the field. We show the cards, we've got Louisa, gets through the guidebook, we do have Belle and Louisa still in hand. I think this is going to be going game 2, Jordan. I'm not too sure what else Kieran is going to be able to do. All cards have been exerted because the Demona is going to keep himself in for a little bit longer, but I'm not too sure it's quite enough. 3 damage going to be going in with the Will-o'-the-Wisp. No, he's only just played that, so not able to use that straight away. We still have Isis Vantage Shield, Dale still active. The Mowgli just been played this turn. Only 2 cards available to do some challenging. Looking really good for Jordan so far. He's not going to have too much removed from him. Isis going to be going in, taking out the Hades. That's 1 lore removed from the board. 3 damage going back onto the Isis. Here and having a solid think about the best way to do this. Dale is going to have to challenge into something. Can't let Jordan have all this lore on the board. Dale does exert. What does he go into? Looks like the Hades takes out 3 damage now onto the Dale. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available on the board for Jordan. Jordan can go to a total of 18 this turn, and he still has cards in hand. He can go wider. If he can find a Criminal Mind for this Demona, I think that's going to be game. He'll be able to take it there. A Cheshire Cat would be really nice as well. Or if he has it, one of the Bell Accomplished Mystic. He needs some damage removal here. He's going to be spending 1. Is this going to be another Besties Assemble? Besties Assemble, he's going to be digging 4 cards in to find a character card of his choice. It looks like a Demona that we see in hand there. What is he going to be going for? Keep the hand separate from the draw. Jordan decide what the best card is for. This is the right end of the game. This decision really matters. He can win off of this turn if he picks the right card. He does go for the Demona. That's going to be able to exert everything. It's going to be able to get him a lot more draw if he chooses to use it. But he needs to get his cards onto the board to make sure that he's getting the best use of that Demona. Plenty of cards left in there. We can definitely get a Demona and some other cards out for this turn. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ink still remaining. We can ink still for this turn, play out 4 cost worth of ink, and then still hit down the Demona, get an additional card draw. I don't know if he's going to want to do any challenging. I think at this point, Jordan, you just need to quest, and try and take the win. But he's going to control the board a little bit more. He takes out the Dale, 4 damage, going to be coming back on the Stitch. Do we have an Ohana Means family? He's exerting 3. Could it be? No, it's going to be 5. We're going to spend on the Bell Accomplished Mystic. We move the 4 damage across. That is 3 damage across, sorry. That's going to take out the Will of the Wisp. Doesn't come back into the hand because it's damage moved. Only 3 characters remain on the board. Yilon Wee's going to take out the Isis Vandal. 2 characters still remaining. And we're going to ink the Louisa. And then we're going to hit the Demona. Both characters exerted. We're going to be drawing up 3 cards in hand for both players. I think Kieran already had 3. Jordan is going to get to draw an additional 2 here. Really, really nice play for him so far. Is still going to be able to challenge it and take out the Mowgli if he chooses to. Decides to take out the Mowgli. Yolonwi's going to be questing, going to 14 altogether. Only 1 card left on the field for Kieran. I don't know if that's going to be enough to take it. Genie comes down. It looks like that's going to be game, ladies and gentlemen. Can he do anything? Going to spend down the Hamza, and that is it. Jordan Stocks has taken it, ladies and gentlemen, on Amber Amethyst. An absolute thriller of a performance. Fantastic work from both these players. Condolences to Kieran, but well done to Jordan. Able to take down a Ruby Amber boost deck 2-0. Able to beat Harlan Sweet 2-1 in the semis, and then 2-0 in the mirror match in the finals. Absolutely smashed it. And the clutch card for the deck certainly has to be Surfboard Stitch. Jordan has played phenomenal today. Really fought through, really showing Amber Amethyst is perhaps the deck to play for this set. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around with us for the whole day. We really appreciate you. You've been phenomenal. We are going to be back soon with more tournaments coming up. If you have any stores in the area looking for a caster, let me know. We'll see what we can do. We already have a couple of deals going around in the East Midlands area, building up the network here for the Crawford-Carter casting community. It has been an absolute pleasure. A massive win for Jordan Stocks. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Stay safe, stay blessed. Over and out.